Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Teme TV. This is your open forum political discussion show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And come to say a chicken are coming home to roost after the DP and his team denying and counter denying any plot, any imagination, any plan to impeach one Uhuru Kenyatta. Now the current running mate to the deputy president, William Ruto, Mr. Gachagua himself, confirms there was a plan, there was a plot to impeach one Uhuru Kenyatta. Is this the team you want to deal with? Right. Well, Baba is given Statehouse in Narok. Signs of good times ahead or bad luck? What is your thought? The enthusiasm and the liking of Kenyans for Baba is inconcealable. You can't hide it. It is seen everywhere, and all that love him madly. And those that hate him also hate him passionately. That is what our late Vice President Wamala Kijana concluded about one Raila Odinga. And of course, Kenya Kwanza and MDVD are crying out for plot to rig the elections. What are this all about? What is the outcry all about? Does it have any valid explanations, or is just the usual crybaby that we are used to? That this Kenya Kwanza are, given to crying out. One Matiang'i describes them as sympathy addicts. Are they looking for sympathy? Let's get down to talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I want to appreciate all of you that are coming in, and as soon as you get us, please ensure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Share in all your WhatsApp group, all your Facebook groups. Invite the entire world into Mtembei TV that we may have an extensive discussion tonight on the matters plotting to impeach one Uhuru Kenyatta. It is confirmed by Gachagua there was a plan to impeach one Uhuru Kenyatta. After the DP and team rejecting, denying, and swearing on oath, well, it is now the moment of truth. Let's get down to knowing this in depth. Tatu Juma, karibu kwa show. Merili, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Alex Wekesa, niko hapa, nimefika, asante sana. You people keep me on toes, eh? Asante sana. Abdallah Mme, karibu kwa show. Kuna Cecilia Wayanga, Mama Kelin, karibu kwa show. Kambi Nyeuzi, karibu kwa show. Jackton Ogutu, you're welcome to the show. Kuna Jamhuri Mtua, UDA, karibu kwa show. Felix Bichanga, ise nimekubali presidency is desperately looking for Baba. God bless our fifth. Thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu Peter Mwangi, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Kenneth Sheunda, you are welcome to the show. Thank you all of you that are coming in fast and furious. As soon as you get us, please ensure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people into the show so that the whole world can tune in and be able to follow what is happening from this end of the world to the rest of the world. Our politics are evolving so fast and many things are taking place. We must stay on toes to keep abreast with every development. So asante sana kwa wale ambao mnafika. Tafadhali karibisha watu 2, 3, 4, 5. Usitazame Mtembei TV peke yako. Hakikisha kwamba all your family is tuned in, all your relatives are tuned in, everybody in your life that are interested into knowing the direction of the country as far as politics is concerned are in this space to hear and learn what is going on. Well, Frederick Omwata, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana Bernard. Yako?
Niko salama. Karibu mawili matatu tukifungua.
Thank you very much. Naona wenzangu pia wako ndani tayari. Just want to say thank you first for the idea you have come up with so that we can say our opinions here. It is a good work, by the way, and we should support this program by all means. I can see today they are confirming. It's like they are confessing themselves. They are the people who wanted to impeach Uhuru. And without Baba, by now Uhuru could have not been the president of Kenya, which means they are appreciating the good work Baba has done to ensure Uhuru Kenyatta is still the president of Kenya. And it is something I've been saying that one day, one time, you just found yourself talking about the things you are planning to do for others. They are the people who planned that, and Baba rescued Uhuru from that. We are very happy they confirm themselves. Another thing, today we can see how the people of Narok, the love they've shown Baba with the Deputy President Martha Karua. That can just tell you where we are going to. It is the winning team. And I hope the people who sat down and drew the plan and come up with that amazing house. Now I know they are drinking a heavy tea wherever they are, and that's a sign of winning. We are very happy with them. They have shown Baba a big love, and that's the way to go. Another thing I heard Salem Davadi talking about rigging. Why are they panicking? Just a sign of losing. Why don't they just sit down and see another way forward? Because last week, the MPs allied to William Ruto wrote to him a letter complaining that they told him not to choose Gachagua as the running mate, and Ruto refused. And they wanted their letter to go into records so that they cannot be blamed late. And they themselves, they know that they are going to lose, and they are losing it. Not that they are going to lose; they have lost it. So we are very happy the way things are going in Kenya. I had our youngest brother Uhuru Kenyatta from June will start campaigning for Baba in Mount Kenya. The way Martha Karua did it, 5 good days, and she did it perfect, and things have changed. We are very thankful for what Martha Karua has done and whatever they are doing even up to now. Thank you Bernard. I'm just in. I can see mama yetu ameshaingia. Wacha nikae kwa bench nisikie maoni ya watu. Asante.
Asante Frederick, we appreciate it. Karibu sana, tuendelee kukaribisha watu wajiunge na Mtembei TV, na ukifika tafadhali subscribe, follow us on Facebook, and you can get the YouTube channel right on the Facebook page, those of you that are following us on Facebook, and subscribe also so that you don't miss out on any of our programs. Hey, Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Salama sana.
Statehouse tunayo, hatunayo?
Tunayo, tuliletewa. Hey, nani alichora hiyo penat? Oh my God. I'm telling you, Kenyans are very talented. Hiyo ni baraka kubwa sana. Kwanza nilifurahishwa na mkutano ya Loita huko Masaini, vile walianzia na ndio wakuje Narok. So unaona hivyo ndio kuomba kura penat, huwezi enda lazimisha. And I like the way our deputy president is approaching the ground. Anaomba kura kunyenyekea. Anawakumbusha kura yenyu iko kwa mfuko yenyu. So hakuna mtu anakuja chukua kwa nguvu. And that is how unaona hiyo heshima anapatiwa. So kwa yote mkutano ya Narok ilikuwa exciting, watu wametokea na Wakenya. Nashukuru kwa sababu vile tuliambiwa Wakenya ni werefu, it is true. Hata Masaini unaona wako na shuka, unafikiria wajui, but they know more than everybody else. Baba kusave Mau was a very big thing in Masai, kwa sababu hiyo Mau ingekuwa imeisha. Na unasikia Loita wanalalamika, wanasema hii serikali ya Jubilee, na mimi najua hiyo si Uhuru Kenyatta, Karonei wameanza kuingia huko, wanataka kukula hiyo, ili wakati serikali ingine inakuja wameingilia msito ya Loita. So tunashukuru baba amesema watasimamisha mpaka after election. Kama kuna mambo inataka kufanyika Loita, let them wait. You cannot do anything now for 3 months. 3 months is too near to do anything in government. Hiyo ni sawa sana. Nashukuru wamama Ngilu wamejitahidi, wamama wote wamekuwa na mama, na wamama wanasiti kupongeza baba. I was telling you about this constituency. Munaona vile wanasikia kabisa wamepatiwa kitu. Hakuna, ni kama vile mama amekaa bila kupata mtoto na amepitisha mwaka na Mungu akamchalia. The all women kwa village hata kwa wapi watavisit huyo mama kushukuru Mungu kwa sababu Mungu amemuonekania kupata mtoto kwa miaka imeenda. So sisi kina mama, hiyo kiti ni kama ule mama tu amekaa, inakuja karibu ishikane na Sara kwa sababu alipatiwa mtoto wakati ameseeka. So sisi ndio unaona celebration ya women is higher. Hata wasichana wadogo unaona wameingia ulingo wa siasa. So pena nashukuru wa mama ya Kenya ya kwamba tulikuwa tumewachwa nyuma, but sasa tutashikana na nchi zetu East Africa na nchi zingine wale wametambua kina mama. Na tena pena nilishangaa, nilisikia Deputy President akiwa Nakuru anasema huyu mama Susan Kiika. So I was wondering, yes, that is another woman. Na unataka wamama na watu wampigie kura, but at least alitacha China. So kwamba this man anaheshima na wamama, I don't think anaheshimu wamama. Hata ile wa chama yake, they are still calling them mama. So I don't know what is the wrong with mama, ama Mama Martha Karua amekuja kumutoa kwa njia ya kuelekea Statehouse. So he cannot even recognize the women in this camp. Ameona Marinda ni Marinda tu, hii wa mama yote ni sawa tu, hata kama mnataka ukafa na ship, it's just there. But kama alifanya kazi na Susan akiwa Senate na akasema alifanya, it is the same. Alifanya kazi na Martha na anajua msimamo ya kina mama. So otherwise pena nafikiria mambo ya Narok imeenda hivyo, Statehouse tunayo. Sasa hii Mudavadi mambo ya rigging sijui ameitoa wapi. Na pia nashukuru Gachagua kwa kuambia wa Kenya ya kwamba yes, walitaka kuimpeach Uhuru, ama he was against impeachment of Uhuru. Kwa hivyo hiyo jambo tumekuwa tukiuliza hapa na watu walikuwa wamekana, and it has come from the second command kwa UDA, which means kuna mambo walikuwa nayo, lakini sasa sijui anajaribu kuomba kura yake. Ni vile sasa pena tuwakale wakati wanakimbia mbio ile ya marathon, wanaendanga wote na wanaenda wanawatiana, lakini ikifaki lap ya mwisho sasa hapo wanawacha unduku, wanawacha ukalenjin, wanaambiana mkuu yako ikusaidie. So naona pia hapa Gachagua karibu anatuambia na yeye pia ni mkuu yake sasa pia imuokoe. Otherwise nataka kuwatia wenzangu tusikie vile mambo imeenda, but I think Azimio we are so happy and Kenya we are happy. ya kwamba baba anapoingia ameambia Martha Karua kasi direct mambo ya constitution. So amepeana haraka, na mama amesema yeye ni mtenda kasi, yeye she's not lazy at work, kwamba kama kuna vitu, na baba amesema kama mumeipa mashamba na mali ya serikali. Nina hakika kwa sababu hata wakati ya Kibaki watu walikuwa wameficha pesa huko ng'ambo Siliruti, na wengi walinegotiate, wenye walikuwa na shida walinegotiate, and I know they are also coming to negotiate and return. Na nashukuru baba ameambia raia mambo ile ya polisi kunyanyasa watu, tunangoja tu tarehe 10 mwezi wa 8 tuko kwa roadblock kuona nani wanacheza. Tunaenda kwa maofisi kuona ofisa wale wafanye kazi mpaka saa 11, na kama penalty kuna watu wamepatiwa makasi kwa backdoor, na tuko na vijana yetu wamesoma wako na matikiri. Baba anasema alienda kukula kwa hoteli ya vijana wamemaliza university, na akasema hiyo si kasi yao ya kuuza chakula, wako na talent. So 79 days, so sasa ni 76. Tunangojea sana kwa hamu, lakini hatuwezi sahau kurudishia Mwenyezi Mungu asante. Tuambie Mungu aendelee kuprotect viongozi yetu wote kwa kila mrengo. Mungu asimame, tukue na usima mpaka wakati tunapopiga kura. Tunataka kura yetu iwe ni ya ushindi, lakini si ya mambo mbaya. Pia nakumbusha kina mama vile tunaambiwa na wamama ya Narok, tujitokeze vile tukipata mumama akiwa barabarani na mjamzito anataka kusaa, tunatoa manguo, hakuna mtu, tunafunika huyo mama. So nawaambia wamama ni wakati ya kutoa leso, tufunike mama mwenzetu kwa sababu ako na mimba na mtoto ndio huyo anatoka. Na sasa kama hatukukuwa tumejitayarisha kununua manepi, naambia wamama yote ya Kenya ya kwamba our mother is in labor. Wamama sisi tuko labor, tokeni nje, saidia mama kufunika kwa sababu hatutaki mtoto wetu akue uchi. Asante sana Penat.
Thank you, asante sana Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako, maoni yako, mchango wako. Naamini kila mmoja anakupata kwa njia iliyo safi. Thank you very much. Those of you that are following, we continue to urge you to invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse. And those of you that wants to be in the studio, the link is in the comment section. You click on the link and you can only be added to the screen ukifika kama uko kwa kamera na audio. Kama hujakonfigure vizuri haitawezekana. Kuna watu kadhaa hapa wametupwa nje, na it's the app that does that. We don't even chase you because if the app has not configured your gadget, it will not be able to run it, and so you won't be able to communicate even if you are added. So please, let's ensure that. Thank you on the comment section. Asante sana. To keep it clean, Alum anauliza wapi Arun ancestor. Yuko lakini siku hizi atokezee kwa screen. Ako huko kwa comments, hajafika tu lakini atakuwepo. I want to thank all of you. Please, let's keep the conversation going. And this is the place where the truth will make you free as soon as you get to know the same. Jakin Bay, namna gani leo?
Salama sana Bernard, jambo. Mama Selina, habari?
Salama sana.
Nimefurahi sana kuwaona, na kwa mjadala wa leo nataka kusema Bernard, nimewaambia vijana, uongo ni kitu kibaya, uongo mkumbuke ni kitu kibaya. Sasa unaona wanaanza kuporomoka wenyewe kusema sisi tulikuwa tunataka kumimpeach president. Unaona, uongo, nimewambia uongo ni kitu kibaya. Uongo haujengi. Tunataka tujenge nchi ambayo, na ninawaambia kwa nini Raila anawashinda hawa wote wale ambao wanajiita wanasiasa, kwa sababu Raila amejikita kwa kusema ukweli, na kuleta watu pamoja. Ukimwangalia katika siasa zake ni za kuleta watu pamoja, watu kushikana pamoja. Hiyo ni jambo la muhimu. Umoja ni nguvu. So unaona hawa watu ambao wanajidai kwamba ndio eti wanataka kuleta uchumi ati sijui nini. Kweli kama mtu kweli tunaweza kabisa wa Kenya tunaweza kuchagua William Ruto na Gachagua kabisa wa Kenya sisi. Is it serious kwamba tunaweza kuchagua hao watu wa president wa Kenya kweli? Hiyo ni ndoto bwana, ndoto ya mchana. Kwa sababu
tumeambiwa hatuwezi tuma mtoto kwenda kununua chakula na tunajua mkono yake ni mrefu. So tumeambiwa vizuri, angalia hata kwa nyumba yako nyumbani, hata pasta anaamini mtoto kani kupatia pesa. So it is actually hapo, hata hatuna kitu ingine ya kusema, ni ukweli.
Kwa sababu angalia hata matamshi yake tayari ashatuhakikishia kwamba walikuwa wanataka kumimpeach president. Alafu angalia matamshi yake, anasema kwamba kuna President Uhuru alichukua vitu fulani akapeleka Nyanza. Sasa Nyanza sio sehemu ya Kenya, na wewe unataka kuwa prime minister wa Kenya, unasema jambo kama hilo. Alafu anasema tena kwamba Moi alipokuwa anataka Ruto afanye kama Moi, kwamba alikuwa anapika chakula mchele, anaita watu wanakuja pale, wanapewa, wanakula, alafu wanaenda. Hiyo ni jambo la kweli muhimu. Unaweza kuambia watu hiyo kwa kweli anawatusi watu wa Mlima Kenya wenzake kwamba wao ni watu wa kuitwa kuja kula mchele na nyama. Kwani hiyo ni kitu kweli makamu wa rais anaweza kusimama mbele ya taifa alafu anasema jamani, huyu ndio tunataka kuchagua wa Kenya? Hii na upande huo mwingine kuna wachapakazi, kuna mama mchapakazi. Mimi nawasihi kina mama, oneni mama alichaguliwa, Raila alimteua na akaingia barabarani, amezunguka Mlima Kenya, akaja kukutana na baba wapi? Uko Narok. Leo huyo ni mchapakazi. Wakenya wajue huyu ni mchapakazi, na tukiwapatia uongozi, nchi yetu kusema kweli itageuka, itakuwa ni bora sana. Mimi nimeshukuru sana namshukuru sana Bwana Raila kuteua Martha Karua. Namshukuru sana kwa sababu hiyo jambo imewagusa kina mama, imewagusa kwa sababu kama mlifuatiliza, mlimuona Onyonka akimwambia Raila na kushukuru. Mama yangu, nilienda, mama yangu analia, nikamwambia na mama unalia nini? Akasema hapana mwanangu, nalia kwa sababu ya furaha kwamba nimeona kwamba Raila ametutambua kwamba sisi akina mama tuko enda umwambie nimefurahi sana. Hii kitu imegusa wakina mama wote, hata wale walikuwa hawataki kupiga kura watapiga kura. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kusema kwamba Azimio itashinda, na mimi nataka kuambia vijana kwamba saa zingine ukiona mzee anasema kitu usipuzie. Watu wengi wamemtusi Atuoli. Mnakumbuka Atuoli alisema hii kitu tutashinda asubuhi saa 4 itakuwa hii mambo imeisha, na kweli mkiangalia hii mambo tutashinda asubuhi. Na mimi nataka kuambia kitu kimoja, mahali ukiona Raila yuko na Uhuru Kenyatta yuko, hautashinda. Hiyo haiwezekani, lazima mjue hiyo. Mtu ajaribu mahali pengine, sio mahali Uhuru yuko na Raila yuko na sisi wazee tuko huko. wengi hamjui kwamba wazee wako wengi tu. Msifikiri ati wazee ni kidogo, wako wengi tu, wengi. Kama mnakumbuka juzi, nataka kuwakumbusha, mnakumbuka wazee wa Mlima Kenya wamezunguka nchi nzima, na wakati walimaliza walimwambia Raila, tunakuomba. Hao wote wako pale tu, ni wazuri, tunaunga mkono mtu yote, lakini tunaomba kama unaweza kumchagua nani, Martha Karua. Na ukiangalia hata opinion ya wananchi wote tu, hata kama alikuwa huko, hata watu wale wa Kisumu, watu wa Malindi, opinion ilikuwa inaomba Raila achague Martha Karua. Mimi nataka kusema tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 tutapata president ambaye anatusikiliza, anasikiliza sauti zetu. Hata hapa kwa Mtembei wengi tulisema tunataka Martha Karua, tunaomba. Na mnaona president ambaye tutakuwa naye ni mtu ambaye anasikiliza maoni ya wananchi wa nchi yake, ni mtu ambaye anaheshimu wenzake. Jambo lingine nataka kuongezea, mliona kwamba hii timu ya Azimio iko na inaanza kutuletea mambo mapya, kwa sababu sasa kuna kwamba kutakuwa na mtindo wa kwamba unapotaka kuchagua mtu ambaye atakaa makamu wako, kutakuwa na njia maalumu ya kufanya, yani kuwahoji vizuri. Manake ni watu ambao ni wa Kenya na wanapewa nafasi. Kwa hiyo walipewa nafasi safi, ambapo hakuna mtu ambaye anafaa kulalamika, kwa sababu wamepewa nafasi nzuri, wamehojiwa na watu ambao ni wazee, na watu ambao wanaheshimika, na watu ambao hawana upendeleo. Unaona, wakimshauri kwamba tunaona huyu anafaa. Na mimi nasema, nimesikia watu wengi wakisema ati hii mambo ilifanywa tu, Raila alikuwa anajua. Hapana, lazima tuwe na vitu fulani ambavyo tunafanya sisi, tufuate kanuni fulani, tuanze kujenga kanuni ambazo sisi tutafuata, bila kuona tu kila kitu tukifanya watu wana rubbish. Tukifanya kitu, mtu akijaribu kuanzisha jambo fulani ambayo inaweza kutuongoza vizuri, tuna rubbish. Hiyo haifai. Mambo ya kusema kwamba kutakuwa na wa kura, kuibiwa kwa kura, hiyo ni mambo ya upuuzi. Hiyo ni kusema kwamba washajua wanashindwa, na hii tutashinda, kwa sababu hata wenyewe sasa wanaanza kuona huyu Gachagua hafai kuwa makamu wa rais. Wanaona sasa hebu imagine sasa wakimtoa walete mtu mwingine, si wamemwagika? Wanadadisi sasa kwamba wamefanya makosa. UDA imefanya makosa kumteua nani? Gachagua, lakini huyo ndio wamemchagua. Kwa hiyo hii ni timu ambayo haina mwelekeo, na mimi naweza kuwashauri wa Kenya wenzangu kwamba tupigie kura timu ya Azimio. Hiyo ndio timu bora, hiyo ndio timu ambayo itatuletea mabadiliko na uchumi bora na umoja. Kazi ya uongozi ni kuleta watu pamoja. Kazi ya uongozi sio ya kugawa watu. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante sana Jakindu Bey, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako, maoni yako na mwelekeo ambao unatuelekeza kila siku. Tunashukuru sana kwa kuwa uko pamoja nasi. And the rest of Kenyans, I believe we are drawing more wisdom from these elderly people who have seen it all and they have counseled to us to see to it that we begin to look at our world through their eyes in order for us to see further than we are able to do on our own. So this is a very important program that I would want every Kenyan to tune in and watch. So if you're able to get us, I continue to urge you, please share that link with everybody in your life. Don't just watch alone. I want to see those numbers arising. Let the whole world tune in. We are 100% unlimited. Hata ukwe Iraq, ukwe Egypt, ukwe Saudi Arabia, anywhere in the corner of the world, as long as you have internet connection, you will be able to get Mtembei TV. So talk to your guys in the diaspora locally to get in and hear the kind of wisdom we are receiving even from Jakindu Bey and the rest of the panelists. There is a request to play the video ya Gachagua, bado inatengenezwa. Ikipatikana tutacheza, tulieni hapo hapo. Naomba tucheze hii kabla Steve akuje. Stephen alafu nani huyo mwingine? So we start where? I think we should start here.
Asante Narok. Asante Narok.
Okay, hao ni watu wa Narok wanasema Statehouse ishafika. Wapi Steven? Steven, karibu mbio mbio, tukienda dakika 2-3. Bwana Steven, is your gadget working?
Yes, jambo Bernard.
Vipi lakini?
Yes, Ben, jambo.
Niko
yes,
salama.
My gadget is okay. How are you?
Za tangu jana.
Niko poa na wewe?
Niko salama. Endelea Kilifi.
Mimi ni mzima nashukuru kabisa, sijui huko.
No, huku tuko salama.
Leo sina maneno mengi leo. Leo wanazidi kukorogana tu hao. Acha waendelee kukorogana huku. Unajua wanasema vita vya panzi, furaha kwa nani? Kuku furaha kwa panzi. Wacha waendelee tu kukorogana huku mashinani, lakini muhimu ni huko juu. Hello,
I can't get you. Please make your submission faster. The broadcast is allergic to silence. Yes.
Okay, Sasa. I want to take a note with what Mdavad has been saying since yesterday. Yeah. I don't think IBC is doing much controlling what these politicians are saying, because hizi ndo vitu zinaweza kuspark violence. There are not things that you should say just because you are on the podium. You just pick a mic and speak things that are not, you cannot substantiate, things that don't have any evidence. You know, I think IBC should take command of this situation, because it's very sad what's happening. They are setting ground to reject the election results, because they have clearly seen the big win that Azmi is going to have. So I think the government should take control of this situation. Okay, about rigging claims about the impeachment plot, it's clear that just like we say always, these people are masters of double speech. They say this today, they say this tomorrow. You see, Ruto came out defending himself, saying that there was nothing like that. He couldn't do something like that. Now they're telling us these things openly, you know. So it shows how these people are power hungry. So sioni kama hawa watu ni wapewe nafasi karibu na uongozi. They are too dangerous for this country. They are so dangerous for this country. I think it's time Kenyans see what these people really are, because they come here telling us we want to improve the economy. We are not for positions. They're the same people who are now crumbling for positions. You see, Gachagua is standing up and saying they want 50% of government. And here, the same deputy president has already promised a Western region 30% of government. So does it mean that the rest of the country will have 20% to share? Actually, the Kenya Kwanza is now coming out as a tribal grouping, you know. The same things that the deputy president was saying, we don't want a country of tribal kings, tribal parties, regional kingpins, regional parties. It's the same thing that is happening there, you know. Double speak, yani vitu wanafanya na vitu wanaongea ni vitu viwili tofauti, ni mchana na usiku. Okay, the other issue of Narok, the campaigns were fine, everything went well. It's good to see the energy the Azimio team is giving. It's good to see the energy the people attending the rallies are giving. And the guy who designed the Statehouse did a very wonderful job also. I think we are on the right course, and let's continue mobilizing. Let's continue convincing people. Let's continue inviting people also to join this channel, so that when they see and hear what various people are saying, the truth, without taking sides, I think we can convince people. We can convince the diaspora community. We can convince other people who are still undecided, because we have a majority who are yet to decide on the same. Okay. Leo sina mengi. Asante Ben.
Pole, my machine is not negotiating fast enough, but I'm glad. Thank you so much. Let's wote tushirikiane. Hii kazi ni ya kila mtu. I mean, kila mmoja akifanya sehemu yake inakuwa rahisi, lakini tukiachia mtu mmoja afanye haitawezekana. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja hakikisha unafikia ulimwengu wako. Naitwa Mama Teresa alisema dunia nzima itakuwa safi kama kila mtu ataanza na kufagia mlangoni kwake. Okay. Kila mtu afagie mlangoni kwake, the whole world will be clean. So each one of you, if you play your role well, we will do very well. And begin by inviting somebody to watch, like Stephen has said. Just share that link. And the goodness with the program hapa ya stima ya watu. Sorry. Ya 3 billion tulikuwa tumesikiza. Okay. Okay, thank you. Ni hiyo video tulikuwa naandaa kuleta. Wacha tu tuilete sasa vile inataka kujipendekeza haraka. Alafu tulete Chaga huyu atuambie mawili matatu. Kama hujakaribisha mtu, tafadhali karibisha mtu. Let the whole world tune in and listen to Mtembei TV. There is a lot that is happening.
Ya 3 billion tulikuwa tumesikizana na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ya kwamba wewe rais tumekutenda mema. Tulikuwa na program hapa ya stima ya watu ya Mount Kenya ya 3 billion tulikuwa tumesikizana na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ya kwamba wewe rais tumekutenda mema. Tumekupenda kama mtoto wetu. Tumekufanya rais miaka 10. Tunataka ukienda kupumzika kila boma katika Mount Kenya ikuwe na stima. Tukaweka pesa kando. Hii kitendawili amekuja ameleta fujo, achukue hiyo pesa. Huyu kijana anaitwa Kimani Ichung'wa na huyu Kuria walikuwa kamati ya budget. Wakaambiwa watoe pesa kwa mlima, wapeleke kwa mtu ya kitendawili. Ichung'wa na Kuria wakakataa, Uhuru akawafukuza. Kukakuja hii kijana ya kwetu anaitwa Kanini Koru. Mnasikianga yeye? Mnasikianga yeye? Akakuja akasaini hiyo pesa yote ile Kuria na Ichung'wa walikataa, ikapelekwa huko. Watu wetu sasa, Uhuru anaenda kustaafu, hakuna stima. Hiyo hatuwezi samehea wewe kitendawili. Hii barabara zote zimesimama hapa Mount Kenya ni pesa yetu, pia alichukua akapeleka huko. Sasa tunauliza, huyu mtu ametuumiza, amekuja hapa amejificha, amepakwa rangi, ati amesafishwa. Mnaweza changanyikiwa? Mnaweza changanyikiwa? Sisi nauliza, punda hata ikipakwa rangi ya zebra, ipakwe rangi ya nini? Saa ya kutoa ndulu saa 10, siitalia kipunda? Siitalia kipunda? Mimi nataka nimwambie hawa wanapanga huyu kitendawili, mujaribu kuuza yeye pahali ingine, hapana kwa hii mlima. Sisi ni watu werevu, we cannot make a mistake. Huyu ni mtu hajatakia sisi mema tangu zamani. Sasa amejificha kwa dada yetu, kwa nani, anajaribu kujifanya ati yeye ni si yule, ati ni mwingine. Lakini sisi ni watu ambaye tumeona mbali.
Bernard, uko muted. Bernard, umeimute.
Sorry. Chaka Mdune, vipi?
Mimi niko salama. Mnanipata vizuri studio?
Uko safi. Karibu.
Yes. Kwanza nichukue fursa hii kuweza kuwashukuru, maana ni kwa muda nikifuatilia sana Mtembee TV kama shabiki mkuu. Leo bahati hii ni kwamba niwashukuru nyote. Hapa mahali pamenielimisha, hapa mahali ni hakika ni mahali ambapo huwa namwaga sera kwa wengine. Na nikichangia leo ni kwamba siku zote huku pande za Lungalunga ama Vanga tunasema msema kweli ni mpenzi wa Mungu. Na tukirudia tena kwa upande wa vitabu vya Mwenyezi Mungu vinasema sema kweli uwekwe huru. Sasa upande wetu wa UDA huo wenye una maneno matamu lakini utendaji, na hiyo wanasema track record hakuna. Wakisema wanaweka bilioni 1 hapa leo, kesho wanasema wananchi tutafute tuambie shida zenu ziko wapi tutatue. Kesho kuta wanasema hili. Yani hakuna mwelekeo kweli. Na kama Wakenya lazima tuwe macho, tuangalie ni mahali gani sahihi ambapo hakika tukiweka kura yetu hapo, tukiweka mawazo yetu hapo, ni mahali ambapo patatulisha sisi na vizazi vinavyokuja na kurekebisha hii Kenya iwe ni Kenya si ya makabila, iwe ni Kenya ya kila mtu yuko na nafasi. Na ndiposa mimi ni mwanashabiki mkuu wa Azimio. Nafuatilia siasa zote za Azimio kwa sababu najua ni mahali ambapo najua future ya watoto wangu, future ya wajukuu wangu, future ya watu wangu na future ya Kenya hii mahali ipo. Tukiangalia Gachagua hapo anavyozungumza, ni dalili tosha kwamba hawa watu ni walafi, hawa watu ni waongo, hawa watu hawana msimamo. Na ndiposa ni wapesi sana wa kupinga mahali ambapo Kenya ina mahali ambapo pameletwa mchakato ambapo ni wa kuweza kusaidia mwananchi wa kawaida. Hivyo basi sitakuwa mrefu leo kwa sababu bando zangu ni hizo kidogo, lakini tukili hakikisha nitawaletea hapa ni mashabiki na niendelee hapa kukaa hapa kwa Azimio, maana Azimio ni ukweli mtupu. Ukitazama Martha Karua, hakika ni mama ambaye yuko na msimamo, ni mama ambaye ni mnyenyekevu, anaingia mahali, anaanza na unyenyekevu na anaelekeza mahali ipo. Na ukifuatilia historia yake, mimi nimefuatilia hii siasa muda mrefu, hakuna mahali ambapo unaweza kumpata hajasimama kidedea. Kama ni jambo lake ameamua kulisimamia, atalisimamia kwa haki na kwa usawa. haangalii kabila hii, haangalii kabila hii, haangalii hapa. The same thing applies kwa kinara wetu wa Azimio. Yeye ni baba wa mageuzi, yeye amesimama kwenye haki. Hii ni nafasi yake, na ukweli hakika, kwa uwezo wa Mwenyezi Mungu, this time around rais wetu wa tano ni Raila Amolo Odinga na msaidizi wake ni Mama Martha Karua. Litoke jua kusini kuenda magharibi ama kuenda wapi, hapo ndipo ambapo Wakenya wanaelekea. Hii siasa ya hawa wanafiki na waongo na wenye kujipangekeza kwa maneno matamu imeshafika mwisho, maana kwa kila siku inashuka thamani. Kwa hayo machache niwashukuru.
Asante sana Chaka, tunashukuru. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika, hakuna ila anaachwa nyuma. Mabadiliko ni sasa na tuna viongozi wanaofaa. Kwa hivyo tusidanganywe. Alafu this man Gachagua, now that shows you the kind of people we are dealing with, inciting communities against other communities. How do you want to be deputy president of the Republic of Kenya when you are inciting one community against another, that this community received development that was meant for you? When did the Kenya budget become a Uhuru Kenyatta decision? That Uhuru Kenyatta calls parliament and say, give this money to so and so, give this money to so and so. Budget inaletwanga kwa parliament na minister wa finance ama inaletwa na Uhuru Kenyatta? These people wanatubeba wajinga sana.
Bernard, mfamaji siku zote haachi kutapatapa kaka. Mfamaji haachi kutapatapa. Umenipata vizuri? Sasa hawa ni wafamaji, hawaachi kutapatapa. Lakini ukweli ukisimama, uongo unajitenga kando.
Thank you. Now, Moses Leon and David Ngari, your gadget is not well configured. Kama unatumia simu, sikiliza kama unanipata. Anzisha simu yako afresh, restart your phone, reboot your phone from the beginning, and then when you go to StreamYard, let StreamYard configure the camera, allow it to configure your audio. Don't direct it, don't select some things and reject others. Allow it to configure itself because it's the one to run the program. If you direct it, you will mislead it and it will not be able to add you to the final app. So please, Moses Leon and David Ngari, you are here, but you cannot be added because your gadget is not well configured. Please adjust on that na utaongezwa, alafu utatoa maoni yako. Hosea Sang, namna gani? Mbio dakika 2-3. Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
It's okay. Ujambo studio.
Tuko fiti, namna gani?
Niko salama. Yes. Yanga kufuatilia hii Mtembei TV tangu ianze. Sasa mimi nitaongelea story ya Mtawati. Mtawati ni mtu yani anafanyia, naweza sema anafanyia state kazi. Kwa sababu gani? Yeye ndio jamaa utasikia anasema nini inarik. Nini inarik. Hata wakati aliunda ile upande ya NASA. So ulisikia kama nani yake? So kitu yenye mtamungoja ni tarehe 10. Ataenda hapo Serena na aseme, aambie wananchi hii kura ilikuwa rigged, lakini mkuwe salama. Na hiyo wakati mtakuwa mnaona convoy ya press ya president inaenda kwa Raila. Na waambie mtulia kabisa. Alafu niende kwa Martha Karua. Huyu Martha Karua, kusema kweli, watu wenye wana advise Raila hapo walikonga ndipo. Kwa maana gani? Wakati Martha Karua anapika siasa Mlima Kenya, sasa watu wanaitwa yuta ama UTA. Inapiti wanaenda huko kutafuta kura tena huko, ani wa county huyu Martha, na wakati Raila sasa naye ameenda wapi? Kilgoris, Narok. Sasa hizi rights zingine zinabaki. Naomba waje nifika hapo kwa sasa.
Asante sana Hosea, tunashukuru. Tuendelee kwa pamoja kwa kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anajua ukweli ili afanye uamuzi unaoeleweka. Thank you those of you on the comment section. Let's keep it civil, let's keep it clean, respect one another, keep it real. Bado anaendelea kusema Ngilu for prime minister. a well-deserved seat that we are championing for the same. Tukuwe na mama, ikuwe nchi inaongozwa na kina mama. Kina mama ni wazuri, walitulea, hawakutuua, hawakutunyonga, so hawezi kuanza kutunyonga sai. Wacha wapate nafasi ya kutuongoza, watusaidie kuokoa nchi. Niko na mhubiri yule, I hope everybody knows I'm a preacher. The person who inspired me into preaching alikuwa anaitwa R.W. Shambak. He passed away I think 2011. Alikuwa anasema aelewi kwa nini wahubiri wanaume wanasimama kinyume na wahubiri wa kike. Wanasema wanawake wasiruhusiwe kuhubiri. Sasa yeye alikuwa anasema hawa kina mama ndio walitupatia tunda tukakula, wakatuingiza kwa hii shida. Kuna makosa gani wakitusaidia kutoka kwa hiyo shida? So it is the women's world, and let us support everybody to see to it that we are moving forward, ensuring that we are doing the right thing even now. Tumsikilize Bantu Warrior alafu tusonge hivyo.
Asante sana, habari zenu nyote, bwana Bernard na kusalimia na
Asante,
wenzangu
karibu.
wote. Asante sana Jakendube, Queen Mama Selina kama kawaida, Mr. Sang na Robert Kogi na watu wote, na pia wale walioko diaspora na wasalimia nyote. Asante sana, nashukuru sana bwana Bernard kunipatia nafasi kama kawaida, na tunafurahia ile kazi unafanya, na Mungu akupe maisha marefu sana, kwa sababu hii platform na wewe kama chairman bado hii ni just warm up. Nafikiria utafanya kazi mingi sana mpaka wakati tukichukua uongozi, na utaendelea kufanya hiyo kazi. Mimi najua yangu si mengi sana kwa hivi sasa, bado ni mapema, lakini mawili machache naweza kuongea. Ni kulingamana na Kalonzo. Nikigusia upande kidogo wa Kalonzo, inaonekana Kalonzo amepotea kabisa, na Mutula Kalonzo na Monzo wale walichukua kitu kidogo, na ndio wanampoteza huyu mzee, wanamuondoa kwenye track. Na sasa kwa hivi sasa hatumuhitaji kusema kweli Kalonzo, na hii for the first time tutasema hivyo, kwa sababu hata sasa akija tuna wasiwasi atatufanyia sabotage katika hii timu yetu. We don't need him. We don't need him at all. Tunaomba sana His Excellency Amolo Odinga na Martha Karua waweze kuamua wampatie nafasi hiyo Charity Ngilu, kwa sababu Charity Ngilu is a frontliner. She is a frontliner always. Yeye yuko front, na kama si yeye awe ni Kibiza Kibwana. Na upande wa nchi yetu, integrity ya nchi yetu imeshuka chini sana kwa sababu ya watu kama hawa waliopatiwa nafasi. Wengine walikuwa wanataka kumimpeach His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, na silikuwa si uongo. Na hii ni hatari sana, watu kama hawa wako na power hungry kuachiwa hii nchi, wakiwa na huyo makamu wake ambaye ni kama vile Bernard umeongea. Ikiwa anaweza mtu kama yule kabla hajapata uongozi anaongea maneno kama hayo ambayo si mazuri na wananchi wote, na yuko na uwezo wa kuongea vitu kama hivyo, ikiwa watu wote wanaona na wanasikia, hii ni hatari sana. Na hawa vijana ambao sisi tunataka kuwatengezea maisha yao ya mbeleni, wao wenyewe wanajisabotage kwa future yao, kwa sababu wanadanganywa na inaonekana hawajakomaa. Na nchi yetu ni watu educated, lakini they are not educated. Wao ni illiterate, ambao naweza illiterate ya kuwa sio ya kuandika na kusoma, bali ni illiterate ya kichwa chao. Akili zao bado hazijakomaa wakajua ule ukweli uko wapi. Nashukuru sana kwa Martha Karua na kazi anavyofanya, yuko kiwanjani, yuko barabarani, anafanya bidii sana, na inaonekana baina baba na mama timu yao ni mzuri sana, wanafanya mambo vizuri. Sina mengi kwa sasa, ningeongea hata kwa huyo mama Kiuno huko. Stephen atuelezee mama Kiuno huko, tutamalizana na yeye huko Mombasa. Asante sana bwana Bena, asante.
Sawa sawa, asante Bantu Warrior. Kwani ulikuwa una umetoka kama umeme? Asante, lakini tunashukuru. Thank you. Let's tumsikilize bwana Kimere. Habari ya leo?
Salama Bernard, how are you?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Nimefurahi kuwaona nyote. Jake Dube ndio huyo, nampenda sana Jake Dube kusema ukweli. Mama Selina ndio huyo, alikuwa ametoka ameingia. Kwanza Mama Selina, tunataka utaorganize tukishukua serikali lazima uorganize meeting na Iron Lady You promise that. Alafu kabla niingie kwa debate, Bernard, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza si ufanye corporate hapa, tukue shareholders hapa tu, juu naona hii channel inaweza enda bali make us shareholders, tujenge channel kabisa
Sawa sawa, hiyo ni wazo zuri.
That's just a suggestion, think about it.
Thank you. Luwako Nitsa.
Okay, niingie kwa mada. Sasa, I'll start at the reverse. You see, about the easy claims are rigging, ni uoga imeingia. Na hiyo uoga haijaingia saa hii, ilianza mapema. Unaona hiyo mambo ya kusema rigging, walianza wakati walikuwa Amerika, wakati walikuja hapa UK, wanaendelea sasa ndio kwanza wataendelea zaidi, juu wanaona the tide is shifting, so hiyo isitubabaishe, lakini we need to be careful with the IBC because I don't know whether I trust them 100%, so we need to watch them, lakini I think tuko na group kali sana hatuwezi shindwa hivyo ovyo. Plot against impeachment. Unajua, kulingana na maoni yangu, I think something must be there. Juu hata tukiona vile President Uhuru na Ruto hawasikizani. I understand ni mambo ya ale campaigning, lakini sidhani hiyo peke yake ndio. Kuna vitu nyingi anajua, obviously sisi hatujui, lakini mimi naona kama ni kweli hiyo mambo ya impeachment, it must be founded. Unajua lisemalo lipo na kama halipo lijiani raja. So hiyo I see 75% of probability that hiyo ilikuwa naamini. So na ndio maana unaona Gachagua, unajua uongo hauwezi kaa sana, na ndio waongo. Ukiwa muongo ni kitu mbaya, juu lazima kila mara uombe Mungu sana, ukuwe na memory mzuri, ili kila mara ukiongea usiwahi ku make mistakes. That's why I don't like lies, because then you become dependent, become a slave of your own lies. You must pray that your memory works very well. Narok, I'm so happy. The reception was marvelous. Alafu hiyo kumpatia Statehouse, hiyo ilikuwa the kilele kabisa. And why I like our team, the Azimio team, is their message is so consistent. Wako na msimamo na ile mambo, and they are selling their agenda. Every time they go to meetings, they sell their agenda. Si mambo ya kutukanana na nini. Hata wakiingiza hizo mambo za mwizi, that's just a passerby. So they are selling their agenda, and I'm loving it. Nimeona Mada alikuwa kwa Inoro TV na Gashiori this evening, alikuwa kwa Kirerembe. She was the guest. Nadhani walikuwa kwake nyumbani kwake na kwa kimfanya interview. and still the message is very consistent and very convincing. And that's why I believe Mount Kenya, lazima ita change. Hata kama si 100%, I'm seeing like minimum 70% ya Mount Kenya itaenda Azimio. I'm quite convinced of that. So I'm very, very hopeful, very happy, and well, we keep preaching. I think I'll stop there for now, and unless there are any questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Kimero. Let's get this video before Douglas can come in.
Jioni. Leo nimekuwa kwa mkutano hii ya Kenya Kwanza. Habari ya jioni. Leo nimekuwa kwa mkutano hii ya Kenya Kwanza kuanzia Karatina nikaifuata hivyo hadi Nyeri Town. Na kuna zile observation ambazo nimeweza kufanya. Observation ya kwanza, Rigathi haezi jireta peke yake afanyie Ruto campaign. In fact nimeona kuwa ni kama Ruto ndiye anajaribu kuuza Rigathi Mount Kenya region ili akubalike kama deputy president wake. Na nimechunguza nikaona sijawahi ona siku hata moja Rigathi akifanyia Ruto kazi ama kumtafutia kura akiwa peke yake. Kitu cha pili ambacho nimeobserve ni kuwa leo turnout ya watu ilikuwa chini sana, lakini walijaribu kulipa watu. Ukiangalia hizo video zenye wanapost huko, watu wako na kala za yellow na kila mtu alikuwa anapewa 500 wenye walikuwa wametokea mkutano hizi za UDA. Kitu kingine nimeona, kitu cha tatu ni kuwa Ruto ni kama amekubali ashapoteza kiti ya president. Sasa ana campaign watu wape watu wake wa UDA kuanzia MCA, governor, MP, women rep na hizo. Kwa hivyo ni kama amekubali hii kiti ni cha baba. Yeye sasa anataka kuwa na wabunge wengi ili asubue baba katika bunge la kitaifa.
Okay, one quick one.
Unajua tumeletewa story hapa. Tutoboe ama nisitoboe? Nitoboe ama nisitoboe? Nikishuka mtalitoa ndani? Mtalitoa ndani? Sasa hapa niwaambie story. Kuna mtu mwingine hapa, na sitasema ni nani, lakini wa huko kwetu, ameenda akiambia watu ati huyu mzee wa kuzimia atakufa after 1 year. Ati sasa mtegue mtu mwingine hapo because huyu anaenda kufa. What kind of a relationship is based on wishing someone to die? Si ni ukora? Si ni utapeli? Na ndio mimi nasema, hata namwambia my sister mother who is my very close friend, hata kama uko na manukato, marashi, L'Oreal, Pierre Cardin, ukinyunyizia
Wanamokoa.
Maajabu hayo. Habari zenu nyinyi wote.
You're welcome, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good, Bernard. Yesterday I was not able to come back to respond to Robert, but I'll still stand on the position because I've seen it and it's something I know. That is my county. I've traversed it and I was there in 2017, 2013. In 2007 I was there and I know. There is a name they call in our language, Ogosera. When Alex comes, he will translate it to you. Literally translated as to grinding. So you know what happens in the VCA, grinding. And that is what they say. So when you hear people say that, they line up. You must do that for them to be able to vote for you. Let me move to today's topics. When somebody repeats something always, it becomes part of them. So when Mudavadi and the brigade are always speaking of rigging, it's a mind they have formed, and they're trying to create an impression to the country that if Azimio wins, they've not won fairly. Something could have happened, and that is one way of preparing the country for chaos after the elections. But we must stand against that, and we must call out these people. Mudavadi is, I thought he was a polished politician, but somewhere on the track he lost it, and he's completely forgotten what he stood for in those days when he was speaking as Mudavadi, mwana wa Anna. Now, Gachagua, I don't know what's wrong with some people. You know, when you talk out of tribalistic alignment, that money was meant for Central Kenya, it was taken to Nyanza. I ask myself, are you going to be a deputy president for Central Kenya only, or you're going to be a deputy president for the entire country? Now, when you start profiling regions, it means even in your leadership, God forbid, if you become the deputy president and your side wins, then that means there are sides, there are regions in this country that are not going to see the fruits of a government. They are going to be marginalized. And that is a very bad impression that is being created, and Kenyans must reject that in the earliest times, and they must call out those people with the strongest arms possible. I liked what happened in Narok. The chemistry that is between Martha Karua and Raila Odinga are something to be proud of. The ease at which Martha Karua is moving around Baba, I think that now befits a duo that is supposed to lead the country to greater heights. The way he calls Martha Karua kuja tusimame mbele ya Statehouse yetu, it does not say Statehouse yangu or Statehouse yangu, says Statehouse yetu, meaning they are already a pair, and they have to be a pair for the benefit of the country, not what we are seeing now between the Uhuru pair. One is speaking from point A, another one is speaking from point B, the two sides of the coin, which is very bad for the country. So we must continue to maintain that. The chemistry must continue to maintain, and even after being sworn in, the chemistry must continue so that the country can reap the benefits of a changed government, and so that we can be able to move forth and bring greater heights and greater changes for the country. The impeachment plot against Uhuru, vile mwenzangu alisema, Kimere, lisemwalo lipo, na kama alipo lilikuja alikuonekana ama laja. So it must have been something that was there. It must have been something that was thought of. The only thing is, it was pricked before it could balloon, so that it didn't happen. But I'm happy that Uhuru Kenyatta is starting the campaigns. He's going to Central Kenya. They are saying he may go there on starting from June, and he may reveal these things out, how they plotted to impeach, and all those things that are being said, that money that was meant for Central Kenya was diverted to Nyanza. So it's a good gesture. Let him come to Mount Kenya. People are ready to listen to him, and people will make a decision. And a decision has already been made. The only thing is, these people, the UDA side, think they are winning the war. Instead, they are concentrating on winning battles, but the big war, they are yet to even reach a quarter of winning it. So we're still around. Let me continue listening to Mama Selina and the likes. I love their advices and their insights. Let's continue to listen. We are on the ground, and my target was every single day from Monday to Friday, I at least talk to 2 people, and my progress is well, and I think I'm doing good. Maybe time will tell when we cast the vote. Thank you.
Hey, asante sana Bwana Douglas, we appreciate it. Why is my screen shrinking? It's okay. Tumsikilize nani huyo? Charo ulikuwa umeongea?
Charo ilikuwa bado sijaongea.
Aya, Charo mbio.
Okay, asante sana bwana Bernard. Nawasalimia wote kwa jina la Yesu Kristo. Ninafuatilia hii kitu kabisa, hata kesho nikurauka, lakini nimesema wacha ningojee mpaka mimi nitakapopata nafasi niongee. Ninashukuru vile unafanya bwana Bernard, unafanya kazi, sijui hata nitawapongeza vipi. Yaani hiyo kazi mnaifanya very very important. Na nami nimejaribu kusukuma watu na uhakika ile nawasukuma watu huko nyumbani, hata wenyewe wanashukuru. Na hapa pia tuko ninawasukuma, naona hata wengine wananiulizia utaingia vipi hapa. Tutakuwa na watu hapo, acha tusukumie maneno juu. Huku tunakoishi tunaona maneno tofauti sana na huko nyumbani. Huko nyumbani bwana, tunaona watu wanadanganywa, lakini sasa wengine hata hatuwezi walaumu vile wanavyodanganywa, kwa sababu hawajui wafanye nini. Wamekuwa pale tu wasimame wangojee mtu awaletee 50. Wakipawa 50 wao wanaenda kupiga makelele, wanamshautia mama Karua, na yule mama yeye namuona iko in the correct line kabisa. Mama yeye tosha kabisa. Mzee leo nimemfuata Narok, alikuwa yuko sawa. Nimefuata huyo mama kutoka juzi, alikuwa yuko sawa. Kuna watu wenye wananishangaza ni upande wa Mombasa. Nimeona listi ya majina imetolewa pale, wale ambao walikuwa wanajifanya ndio wanajua kudanganya watu wazuiliwe kuingia kwa hizi, wasipate karatasi ya tickets za kuwa kwa debe. Lakini kuna watu tu walijitokeza na wanasema wanapinga kabisa. Kwa nini hii ilikuwa hivi? Kwa nini Uhuru alipolekwa ICC walihurusiwa? So naona vitu kama vile ndo, na watu kama wale wanazidi kurudisha maendeleo nyuma ya Kenya. Isipokuwa kama watu kama wale na watu watakuwa firm wenye cases ambazo ziko pale pending, kama wakina Aisha Jumwa, wote hao wabaki pending kwanza mpaka wawe cleared, alafu ndo wapelekwe mbele. Naona hii mambo itakuwa imeisha, lakini kwa sasa hii keki ni yetu, na wacha tuikule vizuri na tuipangie na tujaribu sana, kama vile bwana Bernard unavyojaribu. Tujaribu kwa umoja sote tuizuie hii keki, tuipate sisi watu wa Azimio. Mimi ni Azimio damu, Azimio kila pahali, na ndugu zangu, familia yangu nzima wote Azimio, bibi, watoto wote Azimio. Sisi tuko kwa Azimio, mtu apende asipende, tuko tayari. Sina la zaidi.
Asante sana bwana Charo, tunashukuru na tusonge mbele, tuendelee kuelimisha Wakenya mahala popote tukipata nafasi, iwe kwa matatu, iwe kwa kibanda. Bora una nafasi ya kuongea na Mkenya mmoja, mwambie ukweli wa mambo, kwa sababu waongo wanataka kutuhadaa alafu watufunge. Sisi
waongo ni wengi,
tuna enjoy Kenya huru.
Waongo ni wengi, waongo wamezidi kuwa wanazidi kuongezeka kwa sababu ya matumbo yao. Mtu anakuambia mimi nataka kuwa hivi, nataka kuwa hivi, alafu kumbe yeye anadanganya, na wengi wanadanganyika. Wajua ni rahisi sana kudanganya maskini. Hata wewe ukipata mtu ambaye hajakula, ukimwambia twende pale fulani kuna machungwa, hata kama kuna vitu vingine sio machungwa, yeye atakufuata kwa sababu ya njaa. Sasa watu wengi kule tunajaribu kudanganyika kwa sababu ya njaa, na ile njaa wanaifanya makusudi ndio tuwe tunawapiga mangoma, tunawaimbia. Mtu unamuona anauza mbolea, anatengeneza na saga mawe huko, ndio mahindi hata isiendelee, awe yeye ndio mtu wa kwanza kusema anataka kusaidia. Na hiyo si kusaidia, hiyo ni kumaliza nchi. Na hii nchi tusipowatenga hawa jamaa, sijui kama tutafikia wapi tena huko. Manake wote wakitoka pale anakuambia yeye atafanya hivi, atafanya hivi, atafanya hivi. Hamna, wale wanapigania matumbo yao. Mimi kuna marafiki zangu jana walikuwa na Uhuru hapo Switzerland, na leo wamempigia simu, nimewatumia hizi mavideo, nakwambia ngoja, sisi tunafanya hii chama huku, na hii chama ya ODM iko kila pahali. Ni vile sasa, kama mfano hii nchi mimi niko, hatujui tunaenda kupiga kura wapi. Nimejaribu kuangalia Berlin, sijajua, lakini watu wa London wako na urahisi wa kwenda huko kwenda kupiga hizo kura, lakini hapo Ujerumani sisi hatujajua ile maskani yetu tunaenda kupiga kura, lakini watu wako hapa mbele sana. Tunangoja tu firimbi ipigwe, sisi tuchukue keki ya ODM na Azimio. Asanteni.
Okay, asante sana bwana Charo. Nashukuru, tuendelee hivyo hivyo, tutasonga mbele. Tunamsikiliza bwana Nyumba, turudi kwa Were. Bwana Nyumba, vipi?
Salamu Bernard.
Yes sir.
Na wasalimia wengine wote, mko salama salimini?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru.
Bantu miwani iko wapi? Ilipotea? Ona hata anioni, ni sawa.
Yaani wewe mdua
Okay.
nyumba umekuwa traffic officer wa miwani.
Bantu ni mwenzangu kwa miwani, ni sawa tu, hata anisikilizi. Sasa leo sitaongea zile topic umeandika hapo, ama niguzie moja tu ya mwisho yenye inasema rigging claims. Sawa Bantu, asante. Rigging claims MDVD outcry. Let me deal with only that one because it's a very dangerous setup. Hiyo ni kulea vita, na mliona hata first world country United States of America, the former president Trump took the same route, and finally it caused a lot of chaos. As some would have said here, there was a repeated comments that the votes were being stolen, and yet even all the courts confirmed that no votes were stolen. But Trump had actually put it in the minds of the people, the voters, that they were stolen. And that's why they actually even, it was like a coup. Actually, if it was a third world country, that coup would have succeeded. They walivamia hiyo inaitwa Capitol Hill, because, and they believed that the votes were stolen because it was repeated so many times. And actually, every other court in every other state confirmed no votes were stolen. But up to today, year 2022, the Republicans, the fanatics, diehards, believe that their votes were stolen because Trump had done that. So imagine a country like Kenya, people being indoctrinated that the votes are being stolen from the deputy president, MDVD, and everybody else, and they keep on repeating because they have seen they are losing, so they want to mess up with the minds of the voters, so that they, even if the outcome will be that actually they have already lost, but they will say that the votes were stolen. Bernard and panelists, that's a very dangerous direction we are taking, and may God help us that they don't keep on doing that. Let them lose and lose. Bantu umevaa miwani, sawa. They lose, and they lose properly. Now, I said I'm not going to touch the other the points. Let me get offline. Bernard, with your permission, I want to say this. For example, on this panel, Mokua could be the youngest among these panelists. We are not going to produce identity cards to prove our ages here. And as I said, I've been following this channel for a long time, many months. I was afraid to come overboard. I was behind the scenes because it's my fear. I'm an elder, I said, a Kikuyu elder. And my fear was this. At my age, I would fear where controversy arises, and we have exchanges with people of age of my sons or my grandsons. But finally, I found the Bantu warriors was there, Selina was there, Jakendibe was there, and it has gone very well. Until yesterday, I got a bit disappointed. I asked you for your permission, Barad, to get offline kidogo, because I had to get offline, because it will be very difficult for me to use bad language against Kip. Very difficult. It may not happen, actually.
Na
But
unisalamia
Kip has the
tafadhali.
potential. No, I'm not mentioning you as a person. I'm saying of your argument, because
No, nasema unisalamia pia.
Oh, nimesalimika Kip.
Niko na text message yako nafaa kureply, nataka kutuma nyumbani.
Asante, nitaingoja na hamu sana. Sasa age African customs, Makikuyu, and age was very respected. People with white hair on their heads, it was actually taken to be a sign of wisdom. Of course, not automatically. Yeah, so even if we differ with the Kip, the language I'll use will be very civil, not abusive, not belittling. I respect, because even young people, they have ideas I can get. Let me give an example, and I ask for your permission, Bernard. This is something I'm saying now as an elder. When I finished my Form 6, I taught school in Nairobi as a UT, and one of the kijanas called, I still remember his name, Joshua. He was very sharp in mathematics. So I'm a Form 6 leaver. This young man is in Form 3. He used to catch me actually, offhand. He was very sharp. So I'm saying age may not actually necessarily be a sign of wisdom, but I'm requesting for young people, for all of us, not young people, all of us, to have respect, proper use of language, because some of us are very sensitive. I repeat, I was very afraid to come on board on the screen because I was fearing that there could be some disrespect. And but finally I came. When I saw Selina, Jakendube, and all the others, not all the others, not of course Kip, but Selina, Madam Selina, Jakendube, and even Bantu warriors who are specs like me. Yeah, so please, I'm requesting the ones on board now and the ones behind the scenes tuheshimiane na keep. I like the way you have been arguing. There's no you can now start harassing Selina Sego in terms. In fact, if it is not right, you use a very quiet language, humble and all that. You don't start competing. I repeat, I will not mention my years, but by the time some of the young people on this board they reach my age, they will realize what I was saying, because we have seen, we have passed all that. There stages have passed, they have not passed. I'm knowledgeable because of the exposure and the years have passed through. Sorry, I got a bit disappointed yesterday. In fact, I quit. I moved out of the situation. I said earlier that when I was young, I could box. You don't just joke around with it. But nowadays, I run away from problems, either physical or verbal. I just take off. Sorry for bringing this on board, because some of the young people may push us out of this and they'll be losing, because some wisdom we may want to give, we return to ourselves. Thank you, Bernard, and sorry for getting off the topic tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Mduanyumba. Only that I am lost.
Sorry, I accused you for spreading rumors that Themba, I think you missed it. And I also apologize. I said you are the one who has been spreading rumors that I'm backbiting Themba. And it was laughing. I'm a joker. Me, myself, I like feeling good about life. And I make situations to be lively. It need not be dull. There was Themba and Mr. Wekesa. Just asking them what happened. We really enjoyed ourselves until a young man really tried to get over and use language that I didn't like, and I even said I'm not going to answer, possibly, because there's no way I can be forced to answer a question that is asked in a rude manner. I wouldn't. Yeah, and of course the elder here will not do that. It's the young man who did that. I don't want to mention names, but Themba and Bernard, I apologize for having accused you for spreading rumors that I'm undermining Themba. I said that, but it's not jocular. Me, I'm a jocular person. I like feeling good about life. Thank you.
Mr. Nyumba, take it easy. Haya maneno mimi nakuanga mtu wazi, okay? We in fact we talked the matter, you brought it up on air like this and I responded on air And I reported it to our admin group so that everybody gets aware. And I usually hand over the show and go to sleep. So I don't know what transpired. I'm hearing it from you, what happened thereafter. But this is what is there, okay? Respect for the elders is one of the things that is very close to my heart. I was raised beside my father and my mother, and they could not let you disrespect anybody, even if it's just 6 months older than you. That was it is disrespectful not to listen to those kind of people. But story ya Themba Wekesa nini tuachie sisi, that's in-house. We'll see what to do.
Hiyo ni mchezo, hiyo ni
Yeah, let's just be here on this platform.
Yes.
Do what we are supposed to do, and everybody goes back to their homes. Atuishi hapa Mtembei TV. So tuvumiliane mahali tunaweza vumiliana, tusonge wote pamoja, tusaidie nchi yetu isonge mbele. Haya masuala mengine, nani mkubwa wa nani, nani na host mkutano vizuri kuliko mwingine, hiyo msituingize ndani, kwa sababu we are just handing over the relay. In fact, we don't even counter check who did what, because the programs are so many. Sasa mambo mengine mtatusamee tu mapema. But all in all, we will address what is necessary. Kile naamini ni kwamba wote, kila mmoja wetu ni muhimu, na mchango wa kila mmoja unahitajika ili tusonge wote kwa pamoja. There is how you see things that I can't, even if I try to. There is how you understand that I can't, because your wealth of exposure is wider than mine. And so you have a wider way of understanding. I can just hint, you understand the whole sentence. But me, I will need you to give me a story and another story to break down that sentence for me to understand. So everybody's welcome on this channel and is free to air their views, as long as si propaganda na sio kuhadaa watu. Hakuna mtu anazuiwa. Bora tu tusimame kwa zamu yetu na tufanye vile tunapaswa kufanya. The young people, I urge you always, every time you come and you find an elder is speaking, you listen. Even if you are not interested. Your interest is not allowed. You are seeking relevance is not allowed. Listen to the whole story, and when you finish, take what you need from the story, leave what you don't want from the story. But don't stop the story from being said because you don't like the story. Your liking is not invited. A time will come when you will also be old and you'll be telling stories, and there are people who will not want to listen to your story. Now, in closing on that particular matter, I'll tell you about my father. My father raised 11 of us. And when you go to visit, when he was still alive, you go to visit him, he will begin to give you message for his sons and his daughters in Nairobi. Say, when are you traveling back to Nairobi? You tell him on Saturday. Okay. So from Wednesday, he begins to give you message for each and every one of his children. This one tell him this, this one tell him this, this one tell him this, this one tell him this. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Friday we say, give me pen and paper. Then he will write letter to each and every one of his children. Then when he's giving you the letter, I will tell you what is in each and every letter to go and tell the person. So, if you are not patient and you tell him nilisikia hii Wednesday, no, he will repeat what he said on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then give you in written form and tell you what is written so that the message reaches home. You will learn more by being patient and just holding on and understanding people. That is how I live, and that's what I would want everybody to live. But all in all, tusijiwekee sheria na tusiingize watu kwa box yetu. Tukae tu kwa box moja linaitwa Kenya. Asante lakini.
Asante
okay,
pia,
now,
asante. Yeah.
Thank you. Everybody on the comment section, thank you so much. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Tafadhali tuheshimiane. Let us take advantage. Unajua I would have never met Mama Selina if it were not for Mtembei TV and this show. I would have never met Mr. Nyumba or Bantu Warrior. Na tumekuwa tu hii nchi miaka mingi, okay? We may have never crossed, our path may have never crossed. But because of this program, we are meeting different people, and these different people are bringing different new things in our lives. Let's begin by appreciating that first, before you get caught up into your UDA Azmio madness of beginning to call people names. Appreciate the fact that there's a platform where you are interacting with people from all over the world, and they are sharing something that you can gain from. When we are all grateful, we will grow into greatness. But when you think everything has to be your way for you to be something, then you must be very small, in my opinion. Now, tulikuwa kwa Were vipi?
Hey, good evening, Mr. Bernard.
Good
And the
evening to you.
entire panelists.
When you Were waluwere ama ni Were wapi?
Were Viga wenye tulikuwa tunafuata Mudavadi tukatoroka.
Oh, kule Luwere kabisa na Mudavadi.
Mtoto wa Ana alituenjoy. Anyway, I'm really glad Mr. Bernard. I think all of this week I've tried niingie kwenye mkutano, lakini sababu ya gadget yangu ilikuwa na issue, I could not attend, but finally I'm in, and I'm very happy because I have been following Mtembei TV, and more so because of you Bernard. Umekuwa ukituelimisha pamoja na kina Jakindube, Mama Selina, I've been following, and Kip, I think is my age mate, and the entire team. I'm very happy and glad to be part of this family. So Bwana Bernard, through your chair, ningependa, sababu nimejaribu wiki nzima kuingia kuchangia, kama nitakubaliwa niguze mjadala ilikuwa ya Jumatano kuhusu mbona nini ya Raila amegrow, nini yake imepanda sana. So kama nitakubaliwa niguze hiyo, ndio ili niweze kuingia kwa mjadala wa leo.
Sawa, pita kutoa mbio, ukichunga muda, endelea tu.
Asante. So mimi kwa upande wa Raila kuongezeka kwa kura zake ama percentage yake kugrow, sio magic, ni kitu ambayo ingefanyika. Ya kwanza, hesabu yenye Bwana William Ruto Deputy President alipiga hesabu mbaya. Na alipiga hesabu mbaya kwa njia gani? Hakuweza kumchukua Kindiki, akamchukua Gachagua. Na hesabu ya Raila iliongezeka sababu wale watu wa Mount Kenya East, that is Meru, Embu na sehemu ya Wameru, sehemu hizo waliona kama kwamba wametengwa na Bwana Deputy President. Sasa ujue kwamba kupitia hiyo hesabu Raila aliweza kupata nafasi ya kupata hata watu ambao wako watu wake, sasa waliona under the wave ya kwamba mtu wetu ametengwa, alipata namba kiwango fulani. Ya pili, upande wa Central, sasa wale watu walikuwa wanataka wenye walikuwa nani, wakati Deputy President amemchagua Gachagua, alifikiria kwamba atachukua Central. Sasa kuna watu wampendi ule Gachagua kulingana na historia yake labda, ama kulingana na kazi ambayo alifanya mbeleni na hayuko popular. The truth of the matter is that Gachagua hayuko popular Central. I'm ready to be corrected because ni jambo ni wazo langu. So ninaona hiyo ndio ilifanya hesabu ya Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga ipande, sababu ya hesabu ya Mheshimiwa Deputy President haikuwa sambamba. Ndipo sasa mama ule akakuja, because ukiangalia popularity ya Mama Karua na ukiangalia na Gachagua hazilingani. Gachagua anajulikana tu kwa sifa, alikuwa dio, na nikipita katika pita zangu nasikia watu wanasema Gachagua alikuwa dio wakati ya dio walikuwa wanalipwa mshahara karibu sawa na walimu. Ilikuwaje hivi sasa amekuwa bilionea? So watu wa kule pia wanajiuliza hayo maswali. Mwaka mitano itafikia kiwango ya kwamba huyu mtu atakuwa bilionea? So akipata itakuwa vipi? So ni siasa iliyopo na itabidi tusukumane nayo. Kwa mada ya leo, Gachagua kusema kwamba Mheshimiwa Uhuru alikuwa akuwe impeached. Ninafikiria watu ambao walikuwa naelezewa, inafaa wao ndo wamuulize Gachagua ana ujumbe gani kuhusu hiyo impeachment, na wajiulize pia, kwa hivyo inamaanisha Raila ndo alimsaidia Uhuru asikuwe impeached? So kwa mtu ambaye anawaza na alikuwa anafuata hii timu ya Gachagua, inafaa ajiulize hiyo swali. Gachagua ametuambia Uhuru alikuwa supposed kuwa impeached. Now, is it the reason why Raila na Uhuru walirudi wakashikana mkono? Hiyo ni swali ambaye mtu mwenyewe inafaa ujiulize, mtu ambaye alikuwa mtu wa UDA ama kitengo cha Kenya Kwanza, au vile ameulizwa na Gachagua, pia mwenyewe aulize Gachagua swali hilo. Na nafikiria sina mengi. Mambo ya Narok, kuna ile Raila anakuaga na followers wake tu die hard. Hata kuna followers wa Raila, Mheshimiwa Ruto akipita ataenda kwa hiyo mkutano, lakini hatakuwa na ile hamaki ile ya kusisimua. Lakini wakati Raila atakuja, huyo mtu utamkuta sasa ndo ako mbele tena zaidi ya vile alikuwa wakati Mheshimiwa David Brenda alikuwa hapo. So Raila anakuanga na watu wake ma die hard. I think mpaka kwa wengi wanasema mpaka kwa debe. So hao wako. So ni kitu ambacho Narok kinakuaga ni sehemu kubwa, 70% of Narok, that is the Masai land, wanakuwa supporters wa Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. And mimi nitaendelea kukaa hapa ili niendelee kufuatilia kupata mafunzo kutoka kwa kina mzee Jakindube, Mama Selina na wote the entire team, ili tuende sambamba katika mambo haya. Ninashukuru sana, asanteni.
Okay, thank you Bwana Were. Tunashukuru. Labda swali moja tu. Western inakaaje? Naona Halwale ameanza kukampenia Azimio na
Halwale amefika Bwana Bernard
anasema kama bahati imeangukia baraza.
Asiwachwe nje.
Senate.
Bwana Bernard, unajua
yes,
kuna kitu niligundua kwa siasa ya Kenya. Wewe kama Mr. Bernard, kitu ambacho utafanya saa hizi itakuhesabia hata miaka 10 inayokuja kwa siasa ya Kenya. Acha nirudi nyuma kidogo. Nyumbani nilipoteza babangu Januari, lakini nilikaa naye chini akanieleza mambo fulani. In 2002, wakati nafikiri ilikuwa 2002, I was still bado niko shuleni, lakini Mheshimiwa Mudavadi alipatiwa deputy president na Moi wakati watu walikuwa kwa Rainbow. Na unajua hiyo kitu inamhunt mpaka saa hizi nyumbani. Kuna mtu mwenye wakati huo alikuwa high school anakumbuka hiyo kitu ya miaka iliyopita. So Mudavadi saa hizi ile mtu atampatia kura ni mtu mwenye alizaliwa kabla aingie aingie apewe deputy president na Moi. Lakini kwa saa hizi mtoto wa Ana atakuja Sabatia, atapata labda mbunge moja Sabatia kwake, hii ingine yote ataoshwa. Nikienda kwa mambo ya mzee Kalwale amepiga hesabu, yeye mwenyewe ndo alikuwa mpingamizi wa kwanza, na siasa nimekuelezea miaka 10 itakudai tu. Alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kusema Ruto ni mwizi, na kumbe sisi Waluya, kumbe hii kitu haishi kwa mwili, inakwama tu. Unajaribu kwenda huko, unadanga, unaambiwa ni jirani, unasema ni jirani, wacha niende, lakini ikifika ukumbuke alituambia ni mwizi, tena unarudi. So hiyo kitu Kalala amepiga hesabu na amekuja akaona kwamba afadhali acheze kwa watu wanaweka mambo ya bet, anasema goal, wacha aweke upande zote. Wakati Ruto atakuja atamwambia ako na yeye, akiondoka awaambie msiniwache jameni. Nafikiria ndio hesabu yenye Kalala ameona ili awe safe, acheze upande wote.
Sawa, kipu ni swali?
Ni swali ya mwisho tu, ni very short question. Bado ni geologist tuko Western.
Halwale hata watu wanaulizana ni daktari wa ng'ombe ama ni daktari wa nini, kwa sababu hatujasikia ameenda hospitali fulani akapata kuna mtu akona shida ya kufanyiwa operation kidogo, aliingia akasema mimi kama mwanasiasa ninajitolea kutibu watu bure. Tujeona labda kama kuna wakati kulikuwa na homa ya kuku, labda alitibu wakati ile zikaisha. Sasa tujui, tumebaki tumewachwa kama yatima.
Sasa Baby Mawe kama geologist wa
sasa ninyi Waluya mwezi kurespect title ya mtu.
Mr. Bernard,
Yes.
Mr. Bernard, unajua ukiwa Western
Yes.
tunasemanga kwa lugha ya nyumbani unasikia wanasema vakulanga va watchman, yaani tunaitwa watchman nini. Na sasa unakuta bado hakuna mtu anatutolea hii maneno ya kuitwa watchman. Tunakuta sasa mwenye alikuwa anatupigania na yeye ameenda kwa wenye alituambia sisi ni watchman. Sasa tumeamua, mimi kama kivyangu ninafikiria siasa ya Kenya imefika pahali ambako imeinuka na inafaa tupige siasa safi. Hata ikiwa mwenzako anaenda upande mwingine, wacha tu tupige siasa safi na tuangalie ni nani atakayetusaidia. Kama vile Deputy President Mama Martha Karua anasema mwenyewe, wewe ujichagulie mtu mwenye atakusaidia, usingojee president atoke kule juu akuje. And that's the kind of politics we want, because we want somebody mwenye anatueducate, sio tu mwenye anatuambia ni ule mtu wa vitandawili tunamujua ni ule mtu. Sasa what kind of politics is that? Wewe tuambie nyinyi mchague MCA ambaye atakusaidia, wewe chagua MP, hivyo vile Martha Karua anapiga siasa. Na ukiangalia kwa mkutano wa leo, bwana Bernard, sorry kwa kutumia muda mwingi, Mama Karua kulifika wakati alikuwa na mention vitu kadhaa, lakini alisema hiyo siwezi ongelea rais wangu mzee Raila Amolo Odinga, yeye ataongelea hayo. Lakini ukiangalia Gachagua, yeye anapitia tu katikati. Inamaanisha kwamba Gachagua hawezi fanya campaign bila mheshimiwa Ruto, hata Mudavadi hawezi. Nyumbani nimekuwa Vihiga juzi wanasema wakati alikuwa Minister of mambo ya masokoni, kujenga masoko hii, yeah, he was given that ministry wakati huo.
Yes. Local government.
Soko nyumbani, local government. Alijenga tu soko moja huko nyumbani huko, soko moja. Hatujaona soko Luanda yenye amejenga. Hii imejengwa na county government. Hatujaona soko Bungoma yenye alijenga. So mtu mwenye ako na shida sana, hata afadhali sasa hata Kalwale. Sasa Mudavadi ndio ako na shida. Ako na shida zaidi. Ni ngumu, ground ni ngumu.
Sawa sawa, asante bwana Were, tunashukuru. Naomba tusonge mbele. Jared, kabla Jared aje tucheze hii video tu kidogo. Na tuendelee karibisha mtu wawili watatu, kila mmoja akajiunge, akajifunze, tukasonge mbele kama jamii.
In early 1993, then President Frederick Chiluba of Zambia led the nation in prayer during a requiem mass for Zambian players killed in a plane crash.
O God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and God of Jacob, God of those that fear you.
The moving prayer earned Chiluba glory beyond the borders. He was seen as a godly leader who would lead Zambia to prosperity by inculcating integrity in leadership. Little did Zambians know that Chiluba was a hypocrite and a corrupt thug who hid behind religion and spirituality to smartly execute plunder of national resources. Upon exiting office in 2002, he was in 2003 charged alongside senior officials in his government, with 168 counts with the theft of over $40 million. In May 2007, he was found guilty of stealing $46 million by a UK court. In May 2008, the Zambian government announced that it had recovered nearly $60 million in money and assets allegedly stolen during Chiluba's presidency. Chiluba's wife Regina was arrested in 2006 for allegedly receiving stolen money and property from Chiluba during his reign. Zambians were shocked to the core upon realizing that the so-called godly man could perpetrate the massive theft. A similar situation is unfolding in Kenya. One of the front-runners in 2022 presidential election is Mr. William Ruto, who, for lack of a better term, is a reincarnate of Zambia's Chiluba. Mr. Ruto is always seen in churches giving donations, and is fond of quoting Bible verses to tell off his opponents and seek sympathy among voters.
Let's bow our heads and pray.
Behind Mr. Ruto's veil of religiosity, however, is a man with an insatiable appetite for looting public coffers, which has earned him the label of the high priest of corruption. Some of the scandals he is linked to are the Maze scandal, Westin Hotel land theft, and R and Kimwera Dam scandal. He is also accused of perpetrating violence against the Kikuyus in 2007, which saw women and children burned alive inside a church in Eldoret. Like Chiluba, Mr. Ruto is praying in the public to conceal his stealing. One can only hope that Kenyans can see through this hypocrisy before it's too late.
Bwana Jared, karibu.
Mimi nashukuru hii TV ya Mtembei kwa kazi nzuri ambayo inayoendelea kutufanyia. Kitu ambacho mimi nasidi kuangalia katika upande huu wa William Ruto ni ya kwamba stili ni kama wanaendelea kuchanganyikiwa zaidi. Tunaona tangu mwanzo vile wanaendelea mpaka saisi wanaendelea juu. Kuna wakati ule niliona Sabina Chege walipoongea ya kwamba juu ya kura ziliibiwa, nikaona wakainuka juu wakaanza kusema ni uongo. Saisi ndio nimeona Gachagua naye anasema walikuwa wanataka kupindua Uhuru, na wakati ule kuna huyu alienda ile sherehe ya kukaribishwa nyumbani ya Moses Kuria, akaenda kuongea pale, wakasema ya kwamba aliweza kuongea haikuwa, lakini leo ameweza kuongea kwa public. Sasa hatujui ya kwamba wanajisahau au ni namna gani, lakini mimi kitu ninaona ni ya kwamba ni kama Mungu anataka kutuonyesha wakati mwingine tunakuwa na masikio magumu kuona au kusikia, na macho Mungu anataka kutufungua tuone, hatuoni. Lakini tu Mungu ataendelea kutufungulia, wataendelea kuchanganyikiwa zaidi na waendelea kutupatia siri zaidi, na tutaona. Juzi niliona akisema sijui ni mchere tunaenda kura Statehouse sijui ni nini. Haya yote yanaendelea kutuonyesha vile wanafanya, na leo niliona ya kwamba wameweza kurodeswa kwa wale wafisadi ambao wameweza kuchukua pesa za serikali, wale ambao wameweza, watu wengi nimeona wamerodeswa. Hivi inamaanisha upande ule mwingine niliona ni wengi, huko ni wawili watatu, lakini kitu nashukuru upande wa Azimio ni ya kwamba Azimio wanajaribu sana kurekebisha upande wao, wasiweze kutanguliza watu wale ambao majina yao si mazuri, na hii inaonyesha mfano mwema ya kwamba watakapochukua serikali, inaonekana ya kwamba itakuwa rahisi kuanza kusafisha ufisadi. Lakini kama umetanguliza watu wa visadi mbele, itakuwa ni ngumu, kwa sababu wale ambao unaenda kukaa pamoja nao cabinet muenda kupitisha jinsi ambavyo mtakavyokimbiza ufisadi ni wale ambao wako wafisadi, inakuwa ni ngumu. Na tunapoendelea kuona jinsi ambavyo mikutano inavyoendelea, leo niliona ya kwamba kuna mkutano ulifanyika Nyeri, na kuna picha ambayo iliweza kuwekwa ya kwamba huu ni mkutano uliweza kufanyika Nyeri. Lakini sasa niliposoma historia, wanasema ya kwamba ile picha si ya kweli. Ile ni picha imetolewa mahali kwingine ikakuja kuwekwa, kwa sababu wanasema wale watu walikuwa wanakaribisha Gachagua, barabara zile ambazo zilikuwa zinaonyesha pale asiko Nyeri, ni barabara za upande mwingine. Hivi inamaanisha ya kwamba hawa watu wameanza ujanja, wanaenda wanapigwa zile picha walitumia kitambo, ndio wanaleta kuwekea watu, wanawaonyesha ya kwamba mahali ambapo tulikuwa umati wa watu ulisangilia upande wa Kenya Kwanza kuliko umati ambao ulikuwa kwa Azimio, na hiyo inaonyesha ya kwamba wako na ujanja wa hali ya juu, na hiyo ujanja ndio utakuja kutuangamiza kama hatutaangalia sana. Na tunapoangalia kampeni jinsi ambavyo inavyoendelea, mimi naona huyo mama Martha Karua vile anavyoendesha kampeni yake, ukweli ni kwamba hakuna mahali anadanganya. Ni kwamba yeye akisimama kuelezea wananchi anawaambia ya kwamba sisi tumekuja kuwaomba kura, na tunapowaomba kura ni nyinyi mtaona mtupatie au msitupatie, na kura yako siwezi kuitoa mfukoni, ni wewe ukubali. Mimi nitakuja nilime nipalilie mpaka wewe ukubali mwenyewe unipe. Kama utanipa sitakulazimiza. Na uliona mahali kwingine alikuwa anasema ya kwamba mahali ambapo walikuwa wanapanga ili wakaweza kumpigia kelele wakati alikuwa anaelekea Meru, na kweli walipita, hawakusimama, wakapita tu wakati kelele, vijana walikuwa wamepanga laini upande huu na upande ule, wakaweza kuenda. Lakini miujiza ilifanyika ni ya kwamba waliporudi jioni walipata ya kwamba umati mkubwa unawaongojea mahali pale pale. Vijana walikuwa wanasema hapa ni ngome ya UDA, na wakahutubia karibu mpaka 1:30 ya usiku. Hiyo inamaanisha ya kwamba mama anajua vile anazungumza na watu wake, ingawa kuna wengine walikuwa na mdharau, wanasema yule hawezi, wengine wanasema kwa nini hajawahi chaguliwa kwao Kirinyaga, alafu mnasema ako na uwezo wa kuongea na watu. Wakati mwingine kama chansi yako haijafika hautaweza. Kila mmoja, kuna wakati mtu ataweza wekwa mahali huku uliingia, lakini hukuwa na uwezo wa kufanya hiyo kazi. Lakini kuna wakati mwingine unawekwa mahali na nguvu fulani zinakufanya unafanya kazi ile ambao huko unafanya hapo nyuma. Kwa hivyo mimi kitu naweza kusema ni ya kwamba wakiendelea kufanya kazi wakiwa na uaminifu, na Wakenya unajua wanaangalia sana, si ya kwamba ukianza kuhutubia watu na wahutubia kama yule ambaye ni watoto wako unaongea nao na uko na kiboko kwa mkono na unatukana watu, mwisho hakuna agenda yoyote unayowaambia, unamaliza na mwingine anaingia natukana, anatoka anaenda. Nakuta ya kwamba hakuna agenda yoyote umeweza kuuza ni ya kwamba mchawi yule sijui ni vitandawili, hiyo ndio sera yao wanaoiuza. Badala ya kusema ya kwamba tutaweka maji mahali fulani, tutaweka stima mahali fulani, tutatengeneza barabara mahali fulani, lakini unakuta agenda ni kutukana. Kama wakati ule walienda wakatukana Uhuru Kiambu, wakamtukana mpaka mkutano ukaisha wakiendelea kumtukana. Na ndipo niliona hata jana Karua aliweza kuambia ya kwamba kama unataka urais lazima uheshimu yule rais yuko, na wewe utakapoingia ndipo utakapoheshimiwa. Lazima tuheshimiane, yani uheshimu mkubwa wako, na wakati mwingine na wewe utataka uheshimiwe vile unaheshimu wengine. Kwa hivyo na matusi, yale matusi ambao wanayoongea yale ndio yanachochea. Jana niliona Moses kule tena akiongea mambo mengine tofauti na yale mengine alikuwa anayaongea. Wakati mwingine kuna zile kamati ambazo zilichaguliwa zinasimamia mambo ya matusi. Sasa hizi sijui wameingia mitini, hawaongei lolote, watu wanaongea matusi. Wakati mwingine hii matusi ni ya kuakisa moto, na wakati moto umewaka, hata mkikimbia ati mnaita fulani muende kumhoji kwa nini aliongea, inakuwa ni vigumu. Sasa hizi vile watu wanaongea, mtu anatakiwa apatiwe discipline, ambiwe kuanzia kesho au umepatiwa mwezi mzima utatoka kwenda mikutano kuongea. Utakuta ya kwamba watu wataanza kujitengeneza wenyewe, wajue jinsi ambavyo wanavyohitaji kuzungumza kwa watu, kwa sababu wakati mwingine Kenya matusi ndio yanaleta moto na waka Kenya, kwa sababu wakati mwingine mtu kama yule anajisahau, ataweza kuwa ametukana kabila ngine, na akitukana kabila ngine anacheka pale, wakati mwingine akienda huko ukuta ameweza kupigwa, na yeye alisahau alipotukana ajui ya kwamba watu waliweka ile kiraji ya kuwatukana. Kwa hivyo ni lazima hao viongozi waweze kulinda midomo yao, na wakiongea wanaongea na heshima. Heshima ni kitu cha muhimu sana kuliko mambo mengine yote. Na mimi ninapoangalia ninaona Azimio wamejipanga vizuri, na matusi wameacha. Mwanzo walikuwa wanarudishia wale, lakini sasa hizi naona wakiongea hawarudisi matusi kwa wale wengine ndio. Lakini jambo la sasa hizi nimeanza kuona tangu wiki iliyopita Martha Karua alipoenda Central, au wengine ni kama wameanza kujikunja, yani wameanza kustuka, wameanza kupanic.
Gerard, kuna comment moja hapa mbaya, I don't like it, from Sam Ongosa in Facebook, that is very abusive. Kama Bernard unaweza angalia hiyo, that is not good. We are all Kenyans here, and I don't like that comment from Sam Ongosa.
Sorry?
Meita wa Kalenjin wajinga. I don't think that is helpful. It's not very healthy to call all of us stupid. Sorry, Gerard. Hapo kwa Facebook, Sam Ongosa, please restrain from using strong language like that. You cannot call people stupid.
Kitu mimi nitaweza kusema ni ya kwamba mahali ambapo kama kuna mahali nimeongea hivyo, mimi ninaomba msamaha. Kuna mahali ambapo tutaweza kusikana.
Si wewe. Comment section. Si wewe.
Sawa. Asante, nitachangia baadaye. Asante.
Gerard, endelea tafadhali. Si kwa sababisha uache kuongea. Ni tu your comment.
No, it's okay. You guys, let's keep order. Jared malizia nusu dakika hivi tusonge mbele. Alikuwa was addressing an issue on the comment section.
Kitu ambacho nitaweza kusema ni ya kwamba hata tunapoangalia hapa Mombasa leo, nilienda kuna mkutano mmoja nilienda leo, na nilipoenda huko t-shirt zilikuwa zinawana, watu wanafaa nguo vizuri, yani kitu kiko sahihi ni pesa. Mtu anaenda huko nafikiri ameenda kusikiza kile mwanasiasa anaenda kumwambia, kumbe mtu alifanya uamuzi kitambo. Wakifika pale unawauliza, wanaitika haraka, wanakuambia tuko pamoja na wewe, lakini wakitoka nje ukisikiza pale nje vile wanaongea, nakuta wanasema sisi ni watu wa Azimio, hata wakitufanyaje hatutaweza kubadilika, lakini pesa kama wako nazo sisi tutakula tu. Yani unakuta ya kwamba saa hizi ndio nimekuja kuangalia ya kwamba umati haumaanishi ya kwamba watu wanakupenda. Utaweza kuwa na umati, uwanja umejaa wote, wewe unaona ni kura, wakati mwingine si kura, na wakati mwingine unakuta watu wale wanapiga kura hawako kwa uwanjani, watu wanapiga kura wako nyumbani. Wale wanakuja uwanjani unakuta wengine wanapiga kelele, wanafanya nini? Wengine ni wala hawana kura, wala ambao wako wengine matauni hawana kazi ya kufanya, wanakuja kukusikiza. Ndio nasema ya kwamba wakati mwingine tusiangalie mambo ya umati. Wakati mwingine unatutanganya, kwa sababu wakati mwingi hata wakati kura nyingi zimeweza kupigwa Kenya, Raila alipokuwa akipita kila mahali unaangalia kweli unasema huyu amepepa Kenya mzima, lakini kura sikienda kupiga unakuta ni tofauti. Angalia hata Uganda nilikuwa naona pesi anakuwa na watu wengi, lakini ukiangalia ukakuta ya kwamba city yao Kampala ndio alipata wapunge wengi na kura nyingi, lakini ukienda reserves hakuna kura yoyote. Hivyo inamaanisha ya kwamba tunapofanya kampeni, wacha tuende nyumba kwa nyumba, tuelezee watu ajenda zetu ili watu wasikize. Kama ulifanya kazi, watu watakurudiza, na kama hukuweza kufanya kazi, hiyo ni bahati mbaya na utaweza kutupwa nje. Tusiweze kulazimisha watu. Unakuta mtu nimeenda mahali fulani nimehutubia, kabla sijatoka mwingine na ningojea naye aanze kuongea ubaya wangu badala ya kuuza sera zake. Kwa hivyo cha muhimu ni ya kwamba waje tuombee Kenya na Mungu ataweza kusimamisha Kenya. Hata wale watu wanasema wako na uoga, hakuna chochote kitafanyika. Mungu ako pamoja nasi. Asante.
Sorry, my machine is a bit slow today. Switching from one item to another, so patie mimi msamaha mapema. But I think we are good. Stony PK, you are upside down. What happened? Is it your camera? Tena unateremsha kachai. Wewe ulikuwa umeinua mkono, kuna nini swali?
Thank you Mr. Bernard. Sio swali, nilikuwa nataka kumuunga mkono Mr. Jared. Mr. Bernard, ukweli wa maneno watu wako na
wako very brief. Unajua ulichukua muda watu ukamaliza. Hawa watu wengine wote wamenikoja.
I apologize. But I wanted to kueleza panel that Watu wako na matisha hata 3 kwa nyumba zao. Mtu wako na ya UDA, mwingine yako na ANC, mwingine yako. So kuongezea kitu ambacho Jared amesema, usione watu wamekuja wamevaa yellow wote useme ni kura zako. So watu wako biashara. Saizi mtu wako akisikia mtu wa ANC ameteremuka huku Mudavadi amevaa ya Mudavadi. Akisikia Ruto naye ameteremuka upande hii nyingine Kisii amekimbia huko na ya yellow. So watu wasidanganyike na umati wa watu. Watu wako biashara saizi. Finali bado. Na nilisema pale pengine Bwana Bernard mwezi wa sita hii, unajua Uhuru wako bench, hajaingia kiwanjani. Na watu wanaanza kusema Uhuru ameanza kuachana kufuata Raila. Uhuru ametest water na Madhakarua kwanza. Nataka kama Madhakarua ameenda test water peke yake na amebabaisha hawa wanaume, Uhuru akivaa jezi sasa, mabao itafungwa hapa, mneti zararuka. Bwana Bernard, asante.
Haya, tiketi inaitwa Rarua. So mpaka neti iraruke. Haya basi ndio hivyo. Let's watch this, alafu tumlete I think ni Roba. Ni Alex amelemewa, tupatie Alex kwanza.
Wewe unaniruka wewe. Hey.
Mimi naruka wewe. Sikiliza wimbo ya baba ndio hiyo. Wimbo ya baba Bona.
Kwekwe shambani wanyayo nazilimwe cheza na Uhuru angamize mtendare kamori. Kwekwe shambani wanyayo nazilimwe cheza na Uhuru angamize mtendare
Ya, mmesema watu wako biashara. Umeona biashara hii ilikuwa mapiwa. Ni mapiwa ya sawa. So keep ume protest.
I have to protest bana. Unaniruka kwa nini?
No, ndugu yako Alex. Si nyinyi mko mapata. Sasa tutafanyaje?
Ukiweka Alex, Robert atapiga kelele bana. ama tuweke Alex ama unaona aje, alafu niingie na Robert. It's up to you. Me, I'm okay. Alex, are you ready?
Kuna Jamal mentioned my name, it disappeared on me. That's when I mean
Mkuriro, yeah, sir. Okay.
Roba huwezi kwenda nyuma ya curtain.
Roba, my big brother.
No. That was a mistake.
Yeah. Big brother alikuwa naeka.
Okay. Carry on quickly, please.
So nitaka kusalamia kila mtu hapo. Gerard, I think we are the young Turks now because wazee wametoka kidogo, lakini nilikuwa nataka waomba watu waheshimu hawa watu. Jakindo Bay, Mama Selina, Nyumba, Mama Megi, let them talk. It's fine, they've earned their stripes and they can say what they want. But when it goes too far, let them talk. Then you can question them. That's the first thing I wanted to say. Respect these people. They know what they're saying. Odongo, tafadhali ongea na ndugu yako atutengenezee wimbo. Huyo Odongo Swaga atutengenezee wimbo ya Azimio. So utaongea na ndugu yako hapo. Tunataka kusema kwamba kusema ukweli, kura ya Makueni, Machakos na Kitui ni 1.5 million. Hiyo 1.5 million tutachukua kwa wapi kweli? Direct quote from Gachagua. Gachagua does not believe that the Ukambani vote means anything. So my Kamba brothers and sisters, I don't think UDA respects you if Gachagua can say that your votes are useless. Your 1.5 or 1.6 and it's come up to 2 million votes means nothing to you, As for me, I'm hearing some rumors in the corridors of power that if Kalonzo does not behave himself, our second Iron Lady is going to take that chief cabinet secretary from Kalonzo. So Kalonzo needs to be very careful. So he's got, I'll put him in the last time it was 12 days, now it's going to 8 days. And I think we should start campaigning for our lady to come in. Ladies, we need we need the top 3 to be 1 man and 2 women. So I think Charity Ngilu was one of the first women to vie for president in Kenya. He was with our dear Wangari Maathai, Nobel Peace Prize winner, as being one of the first ladies in Kenya to vie for presidency. So Ngilu is also a force to reckon with. She was in 2007. She supported ODM and supported Raila for his presidency. So this woman, you can see that unajua kuna hizo vitu za powers from the back that you can see they're being orchestrated very well. You know, you can see Charity is being very respectful to Wiper, and anasema hii ni chama chetu cha Ukambani ni Wiper, and she's being very respectful about Wiper. So she might have stumbled a bit in the past, but I think her politics has matured a lot, and I think we need to give her a chance. So if Kalonzo does not behave in the next week, afunge virago vyake, Elon Musk has a seat for him to go to Mars. He can be Kenya's ambassador for Mars. Anaweza kutu represent huko kwa Mars, and we'll be very happy for him. Na tunaweza kumpeleka na hizo makuku na mang'ombe aende nazo huko, and he can herd his cattle in Mars. We'll be very happy. Martha, for me, for the last week, it feels like I feel it's a bit unfair. Martha is making the mountain shake a lot, and I'll keep saying this. We just wanted 30%. Martha Karua, tafadhali, mbona mnachukua yote? Sasa utaachia Gachagua nini sasa? Gachagua has nothing. Yeah? Gachagua has to go back abusing women with his deputy, because I think the president is Gachagua and the deputy is still William Ruto. Because if Ruto can be bullied into picking Gachagua as his deputy, it means that what goes around comes around. Or mulikuwa nafikiria ati ni Ruto wanted Gachagua. Gachagua bullied Ruto into taking him as his DP. How is that possible? So president aspirant for UDA is Gachagua, and nobody knows who he is. Who is Gachagua? A mere dio. So Kenya Kwanza ma Kenya Kuisha, I don't think you have any wheels to go with, and if you keep abusing women, they will revolt. We've just seen right now women vote from the back. They don't tell you what they're going to vote for. I think who saved Obama twice? Black American women. Black American women saved Clinton. Black American women saved Obama. And now our Kenyan ladies are going to make Azimio lead the next government. We saw our dear mama of the channel, our matron, Selena, sing Mother Karua for months. And you thought it was a joke. Every time Mama Selena was here, Mother Karua. And we thought it was a joke. Kumbe huyu mama wetu anakuanga najua vitu hatujui. Huyu anajuanga vitu. So let's watch out for that. And I'm still very excited about our choice for DP. And yeah, it's going to be good. And I'll be sitting down in the background to watch for next comments. But our friends from UDA, please stop negative politics. Raila ameshapatiwa an official symbol of the Statehouse by people in Narok. Alipewa, ilitengenezwa. And that's how excited people are. Kama tunapatiwa Statehouse na watu wa Narok, and how the Maasais are very symbolic people. Hiyo sasa mkisema ati South Rift ni yenu, mutalala sleepless nights. If the Maasais have given you a symbol na ikachukuliwa, Raila stopped the crowd letter ikuje hapa, and he took it from the people. Mtu huko Nakuru alitengenezea an effigy of Ruto, na Ruto hakwenda Nakuru kuchukua hiyo effigy yake. Why not? Na mtu alimtengenezea nice one ati Ruto udie. Why did Ruto ignore that fellow who loved him so much? But Raila took Statehouse, you know. That's how Raila thinks of the little people. Yeah, si tulichukua yetu. Whatever love people give to us, we take it back. Lakini mtu wa UDA aliignoiwa na hiyo wheelbarrow yake. Beba Ruto. Anyway, let's continue with Roba and Alex. Thank you very much. I'll still be here to comment a bit more. And Jared, sorry for the interruption. I shouldn't have done that. I just felt a bit triggered. Pole sana, Jared.
Okay, thank you. Keep asante sana kwa maoni yako. Tuko pamoja, kipiano kamama. Tusumbuane. Kama Mungu ameamua ni wakati wa kina mama, tuachane kupingana na Mungu. Watu wengine waende kuchunga ng'ombe, tayari ng'ombe zinahitaji wachungaji pia. Na kukata miti muendelee tafadhali. Wacha nicheze hii video as exhibit. Lakini kukaribisha mtu, unaona hiyo namba imekataje kucross kwa 1000. Inafika inapiga hodi inarudi chini. Karibisha watu watano, wawili watano, hakikisha kwamba tunasonga mbele. We should hit we were 1500 the other day. Let's push to that right now. Okay. Hey, this is Nyandarua.
Na katika ulingo wa wanasiasa wa ule mrengo mwingine wa UDA hawako sawa. Juu hata wananchi kujitokeza hawakuwa sawa, hadi wameenda wakinungunika juu mwenye alikuja kuwakilisha kama presidential candidate wa UDA amefanya aibu. Hata wamama wamekasirika. Yangu ni machache, acha mwenzangu aongee. Kasana tu tumeona kama ground ni hawa watu kama 50. Ni ground gani wanasema? Asanteni. Watu wa Nyandarua wamshurukie nene okaga haha athamaki othe mokaga andu atukionokie kindu tukua ana watu walikuwa wanajua tu hii timu ya kupoteza, kwa hivyo hawakujitokeza, wangeacha kazi zao. Lakini pesa hatukupewa pesa, tumepatiwa kamiabiliwa pesa, tukaambia tukuja hapa tunanyeshoa bure, hatujapata hata shilingi moja. Tumekaa hiyo masaa yote, hata sasa hatuna faida, sasa hata tunanyeshoa bure. Na si mara ya kwanza sasa hii udia hata ya kwanza kuahidiwa pesa tunakosa. Kwa hivyo tumechoka sisi, kazi ni bure hapa hivi, tunakuja tunafanyishwa kazi ambayo haina matokeo. Na tuwatoka upande wa Shamata, wengine wametoka Narok, basi haijalipwa. Sasa imedhirika kwamba ground sio sawa. Ground ndio kitu, tumeahidiwa pesa, tumelipiwa gari imekataa kuturudisha. Hao watu ni waongo. Ile tunataka kusema, wamekuja hapa na maongo mingi watafanya, na wako kwa serikali na hawafanyi. Asante. Ito Anthony, chenye hiko ni kwamba sisi hatutaki pesa, tunataka uongozi. Na tumefurahia sana kwa sababu ya deputy. Kenya yetu iwe ya watu wa hasora.
Hiyo ndio Nyandarua wanaongea, mixed feelings. Roba.
Hey, thank you, Pena. Thank you, Mr. Kim. I'm excited. Alex from yesterday, Mama Serena Wangira, Steven, and Charlotte. Kuna yule jamani alimention my name, nikakimbia hapa lakini simuoni. Kama ako nyuma hapa arudi mbele hapo, nataka kumuona hapo.
Okay, Douglas Mokua.
Yes. Nisikia, I was somewhere nikasema waje niingie studio basi. Okay, leo sina mengi sana. Because I'm also trying to digest hii mambo ya what has taken place in Kenya. Nimesikia watu au niliona hiyo clip from yesterday, nimeona na some of them. I watched Baba akiwa ni Grigoris the other day, then he came to Narok. I've watched the other side. I mean, they feel defeated. Kusema kweli. You know what I've come to realize? Even our people wamesema tumechoka na ile mambo ya politics ya kuja ya kutukana. We want to be humble. Vile mama amefanya. You know, things have just cooled down. Imagine Gachagua. I don't know what's Gachagua. I don't know even his name properly. It's Gachagua, Gachagua. Dictator. I know him because he was a DC. Imagine that man becomes a vice president of Kenya. Imagine. Are we real? Yeah, tumekuwa kama hatuna macho, hatuna masikio. A man like him, things which comes from his mouth. Mtu ambaye anasema akikuwa vice president, that's what came from his mouth. Kuna vitu ambayo Uhuru alichukua huko Nyanza, ataenda pamoja. Kama ile ya stima na vitu vingine, kwa sababu ilikuwa inatakiwa kwenda kwa ya huko Central. Kwani si Nyanza ni wa Kenya pia? I mean, that guy is just make me, I thought maybe ataona mama na yeye, he can just adjust himself. But instead, the more he opens his mouth, the more I just feel like he should not even be allowed to run. He's a wrong man at the wrong time with another wrong man. So here's the thing. This is why I want to say it, because I've come here, you failed to say about me because some of these things. I said Martha Karua was a done deal like a couple of months ago when the first time I came here. Some of you said, no, some of you were Karonzo. I told you that. And I told you Kindiki was a done deal, but you know what happened. And I told you this thing is going to pass out.
Can you predict Ngilu? Can you
What's
predict
that?
Ngilu, please? Can you predict Ngilu?
No, I'll tell you in the next few days, Karonzo won't come back. That's a reality. He's coming back. The thing is this. Some of us who are here just like saying Karonzo, but we want to win this thing without no doubt. We need Karonzo. So for those ones who are just saying, oh, Karonzo hatumtaki, nimesikia from Asubuhi since the Muliopen studio, we don't need him. He should. No. We need everybody. Kure japigwa. Unasikia kure japigwa. Bado. We need everybody. But that one doesn't mean we want to kiss everybody to come on our way. But we need Karonzo. We need Mama Ngilu, we need everybody. Kwa sababu, you never know. If you want to win, you win big. Kwa sababu, I predicted that it's going to be 65 to 67% Papa winning, beating Mr. Ruto. And I stand with my prediction. It's going to be 67. It keeps going up, 67% out of whatever percentage there. And they know about it. They are panicking. I came here yesterday and I said, guys, it's not going to take even 1 week before you see this thing melting down. My especially people from Western Kenya. Watch. It's not good. It's fire. I mean, their house is on fire right now. The house is on fire. I know some of the big guys who talk with them. I know what's going on there in their camp. Things are not working for them. Hii mtu ambaye mnasema si mtawad na Wetangula, si kama atamaliza huko. I don't think they are going to finish there because they feel cheated. They feel cheated. And they should not feel, I cannot feel bad about them because we said these things from the beginning. Tulisema, tukasema, kwani hao wanafanya nini? Sasa chiulize, earthquake tulikuwa tunaambiwa ile Sunday earthquake. Si earthquake ndiye imekuja wakati baba amesema Mama Karua. Hiyo ndiye earthquake imekuwa. ile kitu ambayo nani Marara alikuwa anatuambia earthquake, mkae kwa nyumba nini, wapi hiyo? Sasa earthquake ndio hiyo imekuja sasa, imechoma kila mtu, imeangusha miti, imeangusha sijui nini, hawajui what to do. The earthquake iko real. Ndio hii sasa ile ya Marara, ndio hii inawasumbua hata Marara, they want to lose. Wacha niachie hapa Bernard, because I'm fed up. You know, in the end campaign, we are not saying we are in the end campaign. Look how many days are left before election. Look how many days are left. I'm telling you, this one, it's over. Hii imekwisha. Kwisha.
Okay, thank you Roba. Hiyo imekwisha. Lakini wewe unataka Kalonzo atucheleweshe. Wakati sisi tumemaliza kuchinja ng'ombe, tunatoa ngozi, tunataka kwanza kukula nyama. Mtu anasema turudishe ngozi kwanza iombewe ndio tutoe. Sasa wewe
Bernard atakuja kule mkia, mwaje kuja kule mkia bwana Marcia.
Yes, apewe mkia, lakini asiturudishe tena, turudishe ngozi kwanza vizuri ndio.
Lakini mkia ni tamu sana oxtail bana, huwezi mpatia mkia.
Kwa Kisii tunaita ajalieke mincha.
Sawa, thank you.
Bernard, Murata amesema kidogo tu. Murata amesema sahi Kalonzo anarudi na anapatiwa kuwa Speaker of Parliament. Hiyo ndio Murata amesema sahi. So he's coming back, but kiti ya Prime Minister hiyo hakuna. Nafikiri wamempatia Speaker.
Yes, see, I've been saying this thing from the other 3-4 days now, and some of you are killing me. Either way, it's coming. I don't know what is coming. And I've predicted, watch Western Kenya. Watch Western Kenya. How it's going to be something, it's going to be the mud of all. And that will be the end of Mr. William Samoei Ruto.
Okay, thank you. Leo nimekuwa na manabii wengi na nabii mkubwa hajafika mwenyewe, ndeto sijui atafika na unabii upi. But all the same, Mike has issues with the net. Hebu tumpatie nafasi ya amejaribu tangu tufungue. Mike tafadhali, karibu kama utaruhusiwa.
Yeah, thank you Bernard. I will be very fast. Thank you for allowing me to jump the queue, but I've been on and off since 9. I've been an advocate of what Roba is saying. I've always said, let us have everybody on board. But if you also listen to the politics of Mother Karua, whom we are praising, she's also a mother. She says, watoto wote ni wetu. We should embrace all our children. Ingawaje kuna wengine uwezo watuma dukani na pesa. What she didn't tell you is that hawarudi na pesa ati imepotea na pengine and we know who those are. Na kuna wengine anakuambia naenda when he means nakuja, na anakuambia nakuja when he means naenda. We have all those sorts of people in our family, but they are part of our family. So Roba and those advocating for inclusivity, because Azimio is about inclusivity, let's not demonize this man. He has a problem, but he's one of our own. Tumetoka mbali na yeye. But this one is for Keep. Keep, I want to talk something that you have been saying, and I'm one very disappointed person today, and I'll give you bad news. I'm not happy with what Raila is doing and what Martha is doing. Raila today said that in Narok at watu wasikate miti, that he wants to conserve environment. And as we know, if trees are not cut, some people will die. So I'm not happy with what Raila is doing. We need to, in the spirit of love, tumesema inclusivity is watoto wote ni wetu, tusiwache wapotee at sababu we want to conserve the environment. I'm not happy with what Baba said.
At least Sugoi, Mike. At least Sugoi. Sugoi wakati yomiti Sugoi.
No, environment is environment. The other thing I'm also not happy with Martha Karua is she's making our life difficult. You know, when when you have a majority in government and in parliament, you become a dictator. Martha has made this election look like we shall have 70%. Actually, 67 is conservative, and this is not also good for democracy. So these people are not doing well for me. I think we should play our normal politics of 50-50, and then the server is treated well to give a clear winner. But this thing of 70-30, it makes other people not feel like Kenyans. So me, I'm not happy at all. Keep. That's all. Today I didn't have much. It's just an observation.
But you
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. I told you guys. I told you tafuteni results za referendum ya 2010 constitution. Weka hizo results kwa server. Weka vizuri hiyo copy. Okay? 68-28. Nothing beyond that. So wait there. Na mimi tutakata sehemu ambazo ni dangerous, lakini kwingine tutaconserve. Baba is always right. Mmomonyoko wa udongo mpaka tuzuie. Tunahitaji kurikaba agriculture. So mbolea yote ikienda kwa mito, alafu hata wengine wakijinyonga watatengeneza mbolea. That is on a lighter note, eh? Don't take me too serious on that one. I know you will begin to stone me. Keep, what is it? Unataka kwenda kwa Alex?
No. Mike amenikasirisha sana. You know, Sugoi bana lazima tukate.
I have a contract ya kukata miti alafu wewe.
Unanikataza kazi bana. We're halfway through there bana, Mike. Alafu unasema ati kazi yangu inastopiwa na Raila. You kidding me? Alafu Martha bana, si mimi niko na wewe. She's taking too much of the mountain. Mike, seriously speaking, who comment on that? I'm very upset with you. Yeah, hatuwezi, nimekataa kabisa.
That's what I've just said, Keep. There are things we need to as we move on, we need to know that Kenya is for all of us. You cannot go to a place that had been preserved for somebody for 5 years, then in 1 week you turn around and you make a fool out of the whole exercise. That's not good. Yeah, I'm not for that. I'm not for that.
Wewe hujasikia wimbo ya Baba Moi? Wacha nikuchezee. Wewe inaonekana umechelewa. Sikiliza wimbo ya Baba Moi mwenyewe. One moment, mami.
Shambani wanyayo na zilimwe. Chezana Uhuru angamize. Mtendara ishika kambori. Kwekwe shambani wanyayo na zilimwe. Chezana Uhuru angamize. Mtendara ishika.
Bernard, I still stand with my word. Mama Selina ngoja kwanza. This is not a joking matter. What we are trying to say is hard work does not pay. Somebody cannot work for 4 years, spend 2 billion. Then somebody comes, doesn't give out anything, and he expects to be.
It depends on what he was working on. If you have worked for 4 years and 3 days has undone what you did, you are pretending to work. You are never working at all.
Yes, Mama Selina. I told you guys that nilisema ulienda kwa boma ya wenyewe kama baba mkate. Your time with mkate is over. The original baba ameingia na take over the family. So wewe sienda katalia kwa boma ya wenyewe kama mwenye nyumba alikuwa ameenda army na sasa wamerudi. So now it is too bad because you cannot own a family yenye ako na mwenyewe. That is the only problem. Na uwezi sema akawanyiwe. Hata neighbors will not allow that.
No. Hata nyumba ya kurent. Hata nyumba ya kurent.
Nyumba ni baba mwenye nyumba. Mke ni baba mwenye nyumba. Baba mkate, kwa heri.
Sisi tumeambiwa kuna watu wanarentiwa lakini wanuliwi, lakini hata rent inarudishiwa deposit. Hata sasa deposit hamwezi rudisha mwenyewe. Hiyo that is not right. Mrudishe tu deposit basi.
Alikalia deposit. Zaya hakuna cha kurejeshwa. Kwanza anapaswa kulipa. Kwa nini? For trespass.
Mike ameua leo.
5 million ya trespass ile ya mteshi. So
Mike ameua hiyo 5 million bana, umefanya for 5 years bana. Hey, that's unfair bana.
Rudisha deposit basi, rudisha deposit.
Let's go to Alex. Alex.
Yeah, Bernard, nashukuru sana, ni Sunday. Wengine tumelala hadi sasa tunaamka saa hivi. Show ndio imetuamsha. Addiction ya hii show is real. First of all, nataka kushukuru watu wa Azimio kwa sababu I think we are so united mpaka tunashtua watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Lakini kitu Gachagua alisema nimeisikiza mara 10 hata kuzidi mara 10. Unajua mimi hushtuka sana wakati mtu hako na the bravity and the courage to say things that you should not even say, things that are spoken behind. Those are locker room talks. When a politician who is vying for the seat of a deputy president comes out openly and says, yes, we wanted to impeach Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, you may think that, honestly, this is going to work against them. But then it is not something that he is saying. It is not Gachagua now talking. Now, they have sat down as a presidential coalition. They have said what they must speak on the podium, and they are passing a message, and we cannot just let that go to anza kuongea juu ya miti. What is Gachagua trying to tell us? What did they sit down with Ruto to tell us? What and what part did Muturi play? Because now you see the forces that were hiding and have been conniving towards us. We thought they were really with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. All of a sudden, they are allied to William Samoei Ruto. And for some reason, we thought that William Samoei Ruto had already chosen his running mate, who is Kindiki, because he went to his people, told them, I need him. He, unlike Gachagua and others who are vying for the deputy president of Kenya Kwanza, he told them that I've given you direct nomination. But when it came to Kindiki, he did not, because we were 100% sure that Kindiki was going for that higher post. Bernard, I said something may have rattled our people yesterday, but I remain to stand by it. It can't be that Simbarati, in the last few polls, the guy was polling at 70, 65, 72. All of a sudden, in 3 weeks, he's going at 46, and Machogu is going at 44. It is disturbing us because it's not real. 3 weeks can't work that. The money that is being poured in Kisii, we knew Simbarati has money. There was no question about that. Machogu did not have even a single cent. We know that. Now, all of a sudden, the guy is giving people not only 200, 300, he's giving 10, 20. That is unimaginable. In the politics, that is unimaginable. Bernard, you sit down in a funeral, you start giving people 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Even the playing field in politics, you can't match that. We have about 80 days, about how many? Let's say even 2 months going to elections. You can't match giving that, knowing that the last stretch is not marathon. It is a sprint. You understand? Anybody who knows the progressive nature of politics, unapeana 100, 200, t-shirt, calendar, leso, ikifika the last 3 weeks, because we've been in the campaign trail. Sasa ndio pesa inatoka Bernard. Hapo sasa ndio unaharibu watu. Hapo ndio unakuwa piston 24. Huwezi kuwa piston 8. Una understand? Unatokezea kabisa. But iko jamaa ametokezea na tunashangaa. And I want to play the devil's advocate. We know that Gachagua had the company that traded with 24, all 47 counties. It is on the record. We know that company. And that company at the beginning had a monopoly of IMSIS, the only allowed payments by the national government through the county government to pay contractors. And now what is coming out? That the choosing of Karua as our deputy has scared sitting governors within Azimio. The issue called money laundering is you don't launder 20,000, 20 million. That is money that is pocket change. When you hear we are talking about money laundering, you are talking about 300 million, 100 million, 1 billion. You've had Mutua has taken 1 point something billion. You've had Ongwae has taken 1.5 billion. You have had Ojamong has taken some billions. Now, the question is, we are doing research. How does that money get out of the county? Where does it go? Who channels that money? How did Rigade get to have in 3 days 12 billion in his account that were intercepted coming from 4 counties? Kisii County, Machakos County, Busia County, and other counties. This money were intercepted. They came in large numbers, 1.2 billion from Kisii County to Gachagua's account. I am alleging that these companies, Gachagua, he is the only person that in his company, and we know that, go research that large sums of money can be deposited in his companies, and you can go there authoritatively take that money because it has been cleared by Central Bank of Kenya. That one is on the record. We know that. Now, let's say this. I am Ongwae. I have embezzled 1.2 billion. It has been intercepted in his account, the 12 billion that we are fighting. We are only talking about the present 12 billion that is on the record we are talking about right now. Ongwae has taken that money. It is in the account of Gachagua. Gachagua has told Ongwae, you know this is your money. You know you are in ODM. If you are talking about Martha Karua, and Martha Karua is your candidate, he's going to come after you. What I will do is very simple. I will give the information that you embezzled the money, you gave it to us. So let's play a game. What we are going to do, we are going to agree. I will protect you, but you are not going to support Simba Rat. I will give you the money, but you must go down because I know you are a submarine. You have votes. A sitting governor 2 times knows the network of the county. He holds the hostage of human capacity development of a county. He has hired these people. These people have been under his mercy. So what does he do? He holds their neck and tells them, our candidate is Machogu. You can't vote for Simbarat. This guy is going to fire you. All of a sudden, you find county government vehicles, county government officials are now on a UDA side. Bernard, that one is not adding to us. Ongwae is working against us. And I'm saying this, if it's true that every governor that smuggles money must pass it, because you can't take 1 billion and pass it from somewhere, from account like Nani did foolishly, and she was caught. Waiguru took the money. He hated Gachagua so much, put it in her account. It was intercepted, and today she has court cases. We know that. You can't do that. You understand? So let us study this man Gachagua. He is holding hostage many governors. Any governor that did business with him, any minister that did business with him. Any money that passed through his companies, he has the capacity to set you up. You either comply or not. Ruto has problem with his cashiers. We know that. The only person who has liquid money in Kenya today that is flowing like that is Gachagua. So Ruto was not stupid to choose this man. Let us not dismiss this man easily. He is breaking us within. And you know what? Baba knew when he chose Martha Karua. He gave him the deputy president and also gave her constitution affairs, a matter that he knows very well he must deal with once and for all. Now, it is improper for us to start thinking some people are within us. I will say for the record, Ongwae in Kisii, I will not go to other counties. Now you need to study your own governors and their movements. Ongwae is working against Simbarati. He is bankrolling Machogu, and we must pay attention to that, and we are not going to allow that. UDA is not winning in Kisii. Come rain, come sunshine. We will do everything in our capacity. We will shout. We have shouted before, and it has worked. We will shout again. It will work. It will work. We are putting Ongwae on notice. We cannot allow such kind of things. County governments working with Machogu openly so that Simbarati does not win. A man who was 69, 70%, in 3 weeks, everything has changed. How do you give people in a funeral 20,000? Where does that money come from? We are worried, Bernard. We must speak about Gachagua's influence and how he's going to work within us, because they know very well the deals they made. So I think let us not dismiss Gachagua. We must deconstruct Gachagua within, with his corruption scandals and who he helped. And these monies, we must put them into perspective. Who did they come from? Who is he sponsoring? Who is paying back to Gachagua? But within ODM, and they are rightly with Gachagua. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. That's an interesting angle that we must look at it. Keep.
I think
Wangira, nimekuona, ngoja kidogo.
I think I'll speak after Mike and Wangira because I saw their hands before me.
Okay, Wangira.
Allow me, Ben, to just make a quick...
Alex,
okay.
How are you? Alex, how are you?
I'm fine, Mzee. Homa nyingi.
You know, I wonder whether you are not engaging in what I call conspiracy theory. You remember yesterday you came up with some polls that you could not name a source. And today here you are stating matters that I don't know whether you can back them up.
You know, Wangira, I think there is value in listening and there is civilization in listening. I can't help if you can't listen carefully where I started. And you know, Wangira, let me tell you one thing. Election is fight for power. It is not going to put a vote. And we must ask ourselves, what is power? So you are acting as if we are in a field of primary school where we are running around so that we will start saying, tell us this, I tell you this, tell us this, I tell you this. We are not doing that. When we come here seriously and we are looking at our candidates, for example, I spoke specifically of Kisii County, which is not making any sense. And by the way, you can go back even to the comments, people who know about Kisii very well, like Mohammed Egg, who is not a Kisii, but knows more about Kisii because they do business there as a Somali community. They will tell you what is happening there. These are not conspiracy theories. These are things that are happening that we can't explain all of a sudden. And we are trying to come up with what is going on because our governor is behaving in a funny way. And these polls don't think that's only one person who come and does polls. Even Mutembe is doing polls here. Every serious candidate or every serious formation does polls every day. So a friend of mine called Jonah told me when he went to see Baba one day, Baba had a big file like this of polls of every even words. He knows who and how. He opens the book because he don't just talk. They have serious pollsters who sit down to help them. So Wangira, when we have our candidates in the ground, we don't depend on polls of the people that you come up like Tifa or ABCD. And by the way, NIS does their polls every week that they release on Friday. And it's given also to the executive, by the way. You should know that. So these polls are what is open to us through the candidates that we support, because we just can't go to elections without knowing where we are. So we don't have to tell you how we do our polls, but we must do them because that is the bedrock of a campaign.
Bwana Mike, quickly before your net throws you out. Mike.
I'll make a very brief comment. An observation that has been made by Alex. Okay.
Unmute and go ahead. We can get you. Mike, unmute and go ahead. Mike, you're still mute. We can't hear you.
I can't hear Mike. Mike, I can't hear you.
He's on mute.
Okay, can I ask the question while we wait for him? Alex, that is very worrying because I see where you're coming from. I think the problem is people are not hearing what you're trying to say because you mentioned Kisi and you're known about Kisi. What people don't understand is the billions of Kenya shillings that went through that man's business. And what I'm going to do as my own homework before I can come and confirm what you're saying is to look at Gachagua's company and to look at Africa Microfinance and see how that money moved from counties and which counties, specific counties, and we can do that. The money was challenged to. It's like I think in the US there's also, and in the UK and Belgium, there are certain companies that are actually given the docket, not docket, what's it called again? Every year. What Kenyans like to do with government. Permission to do that. So the worry for Alex is basically there is governors who are finishing their last term that have been threatened, or there's the capability of threatening them by Gachagua if they support Azimio, or if Gachagua is going to insist on them supporting UDA or trying to collapse Azimio. So that is the worry. It might sound like a conspiracy theory, but it's not far-fetched in Kenya. If you see something about 12 billion Kenya shillings, that's not a joke money. Even if you see it around the paper, where did this wealth come from? So when Alex says that, then you can put two and two together. You can see where his wealth comes from, and it's something that you should worry. So which MPs, which county officials are vulnerable with Gachagua? So even if he used Kisi because he has a passion for Kisi as an example, we need to start seeing which governors are vulnerable to this, which officials at the ground of IEBC are vulnerable to what Alex is saying. Yes, then you can see that the second point of Alex saying that Martha Karua speak for a reason. Her anti-corruption goggles are on because she's the CS of justice and the constitution. So please pay attention to this. It might sound like a bit of a conspiracy theory, but it's not. It's, you have to, the dotted lines like a journalist does. You have to look at what Alex was trying to envision. He's got passion for Kisii, but he has a point. So don't undermine what he says about Gachagua. There's something he's doing, and there are a lot of people that he can manipulate within the sitting government right now, or the city county governments, that can disrupt the winning of Azimio for the government. So don't, when Alex says, take a look at it and let's be careful and let's talk about it, it's not a joke, because it startled me. I'll be honest, it has startled me that I did not think about that. Okay, the last thing I want to say is about polls. There are two types of polls, and you might not understand what Alex said. There's the polls that are done by private companies that are going to be distributed by media houses like Mtembe. Mtembe does its own polls, by the way, which is online, that KTN, NTV, and whatever other citizen outlet buy from these companies you've been seeing. But there's a more intensive poll that is non-biased, that is done by ward, by constituency, by county. Every single aspect, every single question is asked by that leading company, by that leading party, to see where the party can win, where their strongholds in. When you see Raila saying his stronghold is here, there's a poll that is done by a very expensive poll that is done by individual. UDA has its own, Jubilee had its own back in the day, and that was Cambridge Analytics, and Cambridge Analytics is not a joke. That is done by these people, and they will never, ever, ever give that information to the public. That is for them. That's the internal polls. So when Alex said that there's something he saw or was previewed to, and he was sharing it with you, and you call it a conspiracy theory. Sometimes I think some people, when certain situations do not go towards their liking, they feel like that they have to go against it because it's not something. We're not here to sing Azimio only. We're also
think
here
your
to the
point
public.
is
Sorry.
made.
All right. I'm done.
Yeah, your point is made. Thank you, and I appreciate that. Let us all ventilate on every matter that arises. With politics, anything is possible. So let's not rule out anything. But it will be foolish of any governor striking a deal with somebody who is getting out of power. You would rather strike a deal with the people who are getting in power so that they will take care of you. The Bible teaches that. I will not bring in the Bible right now. Let Mike talk first. Mike's network has a problem. Let him say what he wants, and then I will talk the Bible later.
Thank you, Bernard. I'll try to be quick so that the network doesn't throw me out. I share the sentiments of Kip and the observation of Alex. I'm one of those people, and Bernard, when I'm on this platform, I am a diehard of Azimio, but I am not a sycophant. Where there is a shortcoming, even from our own, we shall have to be courageous enough to say it so that we save our own. What is happening, and for me to buy that observation, is Ruto and Gachagua are getting into a desperate situation, and a desperate situation calls for a desperate action. So if what Alex is saying, it could be true, because when Martha came in, and this is the other advice I'd want to give Azimio campaign team, when Martha came in and Ruto and Raila, one of the things that she amplified is dealing with this menace of corruption. And it quickly now made Gachagua go back to those people, his network, and tell them, now things are no longer cool. We need to do something radically. And it might be possible that this is one of the actions they have settled for, to now use whatever little money that has been left in liquid form to dish in a very obscene and abnormal way to salvage whatever little they can do. But my consolation is, by the time Alex is getting this intel and information, Raila, let's not even say government. Raila has been out of government, but the intel he has is so deep. When the Armenian brothers came to Kenya, he already had the copies of their passports. And in the morning, he called a press conference and told us there are 2 foreigners here who have come for an assignment that is not normal. So I'm sure Raila has the intel. I'm also sure, because we're in election mode, NIS and the government, which is, let me use the word cooperative, is aware of this. Money laundering is an international crime, and Bernard, I sent an article that said America and UK had highlighted Kenya as one of the conduits for money laundering. So that information, Alex, for me, I believe is already on the desk of the relevant people. Now, what Azimio can do, because I know they have a way out. These people who have cases with Gachagua, they can be state witness. If you have committed a crime and you accept, you say, let me tell you, Akasha brothers were taken and their bail was reduced, their jail time was reduced by merely confessing and telling the US government who they were dealing with. Instead of a life sentence, they'll do maybe 20 years. So these governors, I'm sure they'll be called and they'll be told, we shall not jail you, but you return the money and tell us how you connived with this man. So they become state witnesses, because that is provided for in law. Even the ODP has been saying that. Haji has been saying, we enter into an agreement. If you have done any corruption and you are able to confess and return the money, we shall be less punitive. So I think I don't have any fears, but the grounds are not unfounded. The grounds Alex is brought up are not unfounded. They are real, and we should equally be concerned. But my parting shot is that we should highlight everything like Alex has done to bring out anything that could make us not get where we want to go. So that is it from me.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. An interesting angle to look at issues. And I want us to be open-minded and be ready to give the required response. Making noise is one of it. You know, come to think of it, William Ruto has been telling us that the reason why governors are supporting Azimio is because they are being looked for by the anti-corruption, and they are being politically targeted because they want to support one William Ruto. But from the look of things, the person taking advantage of corruption is not far from where they are. So is it a diversionary tactic to complain that they are being targeted because they are associating with one William Ruto, when actually their corruption deals are the issues that would want to pin them down to follow what he wants? So I want, I'll give Mama Selina to ask her question. Then there are two people who have not spoken, Wangira and Roba. Tunakuja kwako, tafadhali subiri hapo hapo. I mean Robert Abuya kwanza. Mama Selina.
Yes. Yes, Bernard. Alex ameongea na nikakumbuka hakuna mkutano baba ameenda bila governor ya Kisii, but of late you are not hearing of their names. Again, Ongwae alifanya wakati huyu Simba Arati alienda Kisii, yeye ndiye alipiga Simba Arati sana, na hata yeye ndiye alifanya Ongeri akatoka huyo Ongwae kwa sababu alikuwa na lineup yake. So vile Alex alikuja akatuambia mbeleni, it really went like that, but Simba Arati akakuwa aggressive na akaenda juu, na nafikiri sababu ya baba Ongwae akarudi chini, but he must have done that kwa sababu akopatu na ile chuki ya kwanza, na sasa vile Martha Karua ameingia inalete baridi choto mingi kwa watu. Alfred Mutua alimwambia baba, niko na kesi lakini unisaidie ndi nikae kwa Azimio, and then he was told no. That is why alikimbia, and I think more are in there, but tutaangalia. Thank you, Alex.
Okay, asante. Let's hear from Wangira and then Abuya quickly.
Bernard, today I'll not contribute. I don't have much. Let me just listen then and I'll be asking questions. Let me allow Abuya to come in.
Thank you. Abuya, quickly.
Jambo nyingi, habari zenu?
Tuko poa.
Let me just comment first on what Alex has Alex's theory, or let me not call it theory, but information. Now, I would want not to imagine the repercussions, because from my sources, Ongwae was being earmarked for Kinywa's job. So I would be very scared if we are working with somebody of that nature is the one that is eating us up. But there is some truth in that. That gentleman has, Gachagua has done business with all the counties. There are few CECs who you can see, like in an example is Machakos, where CEC has amassed 600 million in a few years. And all this was being done through the initial system of IFMI. So you can imagine all the counties, his appointment there, who are having that loot or keeping that loot for him. It can be quite devastating for Azimio. We'll have to shout, like you said, and see what happens. Now, regarding MDVD and outcries of rigging, this man has carried his bad manners. He's ever on panic mode, and yet he contributes very, very, very little towards the good of whichever function he is always in. So I don't think I want to dwell on that so much. On Baba in Narok, that was beautiful. It was a very powerful statement that the Ma are behind Baba as always, and I don't think you would want to mess around with that. You'll have to keep them close. And on the impeachment, one thing is that thieves will always, somehow, they will always expose themselves, because sharing the loot becomes a problem, and then they have to shout, and somehow we'll get the information, so you can see what is happening to them. They have decided to unleash what they had planned. Lastly, I just want to mention something that happened in Ketif in Eldoret. I'll forward a clip from the Nation when the DP, having attended church, immediately after finishing the mass, he was on the campaign trail, and the first thing he started with is ridiculing Mishra, somebody that he praised so well in 2017. And there, what struck me on that campaign trail is that there was an important issue of the title deed of Langa. And the people there are, they want to be given their individual title deed. And he pledged to do that if he wins. But one of the UDA aspirants there, I don't know whether it was Sudi or one or the UDA candidate there, who is allegedly related to Mr. Ruto, a guy called Julius Ruto. He spoke about knowing where the title deed is, and the statement that he made that tutapatia mtu wa land kitu kidogo alafu atupatie. Do you know on national, I mean on national stage, when you are encouraging kupeana kitu kidogo, that tells you the kind of people we are dealing with, the kind of people who do not want to do away with these bad habits of kitu kidogo. If they can openly say that in front of their presidential candidates, it tells you they have no shame. These are people who can do anything once they come to power. So let's call them out and shame them. Thank you. I'll be with you as we continue. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Sandra Buya, we can now go back to Kip or Alex.
So, Alex, if you're ready, I can wait for you.
Can I make a quick comment now that Alex is not contributing?
You've skipped me, Mike. Okay, Mike, go on.
It's just a comment, Keep. You know we have issues with trees. Let me just finish this one.
Go for it. Go for it, brother.
Mudavadi, because I wanted to just make a comment on Mudavadi. Now, when you join UDA, each person is apportioned some messaging, and it is one of their strategies. There's the assignment that has been given to Mudavadi is to complain about this, and you'll see it's very consistently coming from Mudavadi. And why is it coming from Mudavadi? Ruto cannot talk of rigging because he has been on record saying there was no rigging in 2013, 2017, and there has never been any rigging in Kenya. So out of embarrassment, Ruto cannot come out and say they are planning. He knows it could be true or false, but he cannot be the one to come out. So that work is given to Mudavadi. So that's what I wanted to say. Mudavadi is the errand boy to take the dirty work for Ruto. And in any case, if Ruto says there will be rigging, then he will scare his voters. They'll know, why should you go and vote if you know you'll not win, and even if you win, it will be rigged. So it can't come from Ruto. You will not hear Ruto talk of rigging. Monitor and see. It will never come from his mouth, but it will come from his errand man. Thank you.
Yes, and okay, sorry, many hands. I'll respect the hands.
Yes, Robba.
Yes. Let me just give a small comment about what Alex just said. You know, some of us, we have come here and we said, you see the problem with our country, the people who have money, they think they are above the law. And in fact, they are. So my question just remains, what's the work of the DCI or the other organization? I don't know how they call them, the one in charge of all this corruption. I mean, if there's this huge man around, like, remember Matiang, what Matiang said a couple weeks ago, where they had all this international whatever meeting, he said that about 40% of the members of parliament, they might be sponsored by people of I mean, some, how do you call them? Some agents of corruption. So my question is, something like if this one is happening in Kisii and other parts of the country where man who already has cases in court to answer is controlling everything, every financial, I mean, all this kind of money. I mean, somebody has to do something about it. And we are sick and tired of this nonsense from these people. And these people can even decide, because they think that, you know what, if Baba and Mata Karua takes over the government, they might suffer. They might even start even just like hiring people to shoot around. Let's be sincere. Yeah? These are cartels. When the cartels, they sit there, they won't be caught, they'll do anything. They'll do anything. And if Mr. Ongwai is involved, I'm telling you, let it come out. We will just tear him down into pieces. We will. He's on the wrong place where he can do that. But you know what? I would not be surprised because of latest. I've not seen the man. He disappeared on us. He used to be on the stage whenever you see Papa, like Mama Serena said. The guy had disappeared. He sees now it's almost sunset on him after 10 years. Now he wants just to go and, you know what? I wish we had the power where we can follow these people even after they get out of office. We go investigate. We go after their money. We go all these cartels, whatever they do, even if it means what they go, then we just take them, then they go to jail. And I think that might happen with the goodwill of the Kenyan people. But as long as we are doing this, we will keep on worshiping them. They want us to sing them. They want us to talk about them. They want us just like every day. They think just you know what? I'm sick and tired of them. I'm sick and tired of this. Let our institutions do their job. They are the problem is you have the cops, the police, like some other countries, they do investigation. But Kenya, I don't think our police can do investigation. Then why do we have all these people who are just this chain of institutions where they should come in? They should come in. They have the power. If they want to change our country, they should come in and just get these gangs out. I don't care whether in Asmio or what. I don't care if Mr. whatever his name is, he goes to the governor of Kisi, he goes out town tomorrow. That's one fault. I don't care about him if he's involved in corruption. We want a clean people when it comes to Asmio. We want clean people. There's something done about it with the authority or whatever it is. We are sick and tired of them.
Mama Selina, I think I'll come after you, yeah?
No, it is okay. You can continue. Robert, say what I wanted to say.
For me, I just wanted to emphasize about this. We only have 2 months before election, so that is August 9th. We're in June already. Let's just say we're in June by minus 1 week, or even 2 weeks. Yeah, counting the week of the 9th, and such information coming at this point in time should be something that the Azimio people should be spreading around, because we saw a propaganda video that was built around 25 years of Martha Karua and Raila's life. They were that desperate that's how long. I've never seen, there's a discussion forum that we usually have for Azimio. We've got about several of them, and I've never seen Ben comment, but these people touch religion. And Bernard was not having it. And I was kind of hoping Bernard was going to kind of address something like that. So this is the final lap, because they have nothing against Martha Karua and Raila Odinga, because all the conspiracy theories of Raila not being religious or Martha Karua being an atheist is what they're trying to sell right now to the mountain. So now that I'm hearing this news of Gachagua coming in, we have to be very vigilant about this, because money has influence, by the way, my friends. So you should be worried. So there are certain sections of the government that Uhuru feels comfortable enough not to campaign this early for the Azimio movement, because Anaziba, there's a lot of work Uhuru is doing in the background legally that is blocking out Izima Mziba, the corruption. But there's so much you could do that I don't know if Gachagua is going to use that money to bribe chiefs around the counties. I don't know that. I don't know if the talks that Ruto and allegedly Ruto and Gachagua have had with the IEBC and Chebukati, the money is going to be used to influence those people. Man is too weak with money. Money makes man weak. So we need to address these things. We need to be very careful and listen to them. You just don't call them conspiracy theories, because they're not. The The goalpost has been moved slightly to the left when you're about to hit a goal. Just 2 months before then, this is a very crucial point towards the win of Azimio and having Raila and Martha Karua being president and deputy president. And this is something I want to also emphasize as we're continuing with our campaign to have Azimio in. As a Kalenjin, I said I'd never vote for Kikuyu ever again. But Martha Karua, if Raila from 5 years from now or 10 years from now decides to, if she does a good job, take over as president, she has my vote. This is when tribalism ends. This is when I don't care if Kikuyus had 35 or 50, 40 years ruling. I would see her as just a leader, not a person in a tribe. The last thing.
Let me cut you one thing. In Kalenjin, you know, women don't have tribe. We are not called by our tribe. So Martha Karua is not a Kikuyu. Women, we don't have a tribe. We are not called by a tribe. You know that in Kalenjin.
That is actually a fact. Actually, you know, Mama Selina, you always force me to say things I really try to avoid. Because Martha Karua does not have a husband, she's not a Kikuyu. Because she follows. Why did you do that? She's tribeless. She's like a person in the borders. Why, Mama Selina? So she has no tribe.
It is true because all the women.
I was avoiding that.
When we don't have any tribe, wherever you go, because if I'm married to a Kikuyu, I cannot be a Kikuyu. I'm just a woman.
Yes.
If I'm married by a Luya and I'm a Kalenjin, my children will be Luyas, but me, I remain as a woman. That is why I say
Very
the
true.
constituency of women, they don't have a tribe.
That is true. I was avoiding that with the Kalenjin, my Kalenjin people. And the final thing I want to do is I'm going to sing this song. It might not happen, but tafadhali Iron Lady number 2 tumweke akue Chief Cabinet Secretary of Prime Minister of Kenya if Kalonzo does not behave. If he's coming back as Speaker, I think Alex and I have described this as a very dangerous move for Azimio. Making Kalonzo, especially for the national National Assembly, not even the Senate, the National Assembly, that's very dangerous. There's a lot of bills that Raila Odinga would like to pass through Parliament, and this man could block it just to spite Raila. So we have to be careful. Hata ni afadhali angewekea hiyo DP, but DP's got a position now for a lady now. Speaker is dangerous. It's very dangerous to give Kalonzo Musyoka the speakership. Alex, when you're doing your presentation, tafadhali nisaidie hapo, kwa sababu mimi naona speakership, if the deputy and the president are incapacitated, the speaker is the president of Kenya. Do you want Kalonzo to be your president? That is the question I'm going to ask. So Azimio, please think twice before you nominate this person the speaker. Afadhali upatie Ngilu hiyo, not Kalonzo. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, asante. Keep mikono juu na wapi huyu nani? Okay, because of Stony PK dropping out. What is it, Were?
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Concerning issue raised by our colleague, Mr. Alex, even His Excellency the President recently, I'll try to figure out linganisha na maongelezi ya rais wetu. His Excellency the President said he's not going to leave this country kwa mikono mibaya. I think all these governors, these current sitting governors, each and every governor is planning to leave the county kwa mkono ya mtu mwenye atamdefend in the near future. So sentiment ya Alex najaribu kulinganisha na hiyo. Number 2, the issue of Kisii County, it's almost the truth because Kisii County, Ongwae has his team on the ground. He has a lot of people who are following him. He has a big follow-up. But Simbarati is the same. But the issue is this. If you look at people who are supporting Simbarati, the majority are the youth. Wazee Kisii wameanza kusema huyu ni kijana ataleta mambo ya Nairobi Kisii. Now, it's up to the voters wa Kisii County wa decide wangetaka nani wamsaidie, but on issues of Alex ameraise, naona ni kama inaweza kuwa ukweli, na ikiwa ni ukweli, it's dangerous to Azimio team in Kisii and the entire country. Thank you.
Yes, Bwana Abuya.
Just a 30-second thing. I just wanted to mention something that the chief has talked about. Somebody I really don't like talking about, Kalonzo. I can confirm that Wiper has given, I don't know how this works, but Wiper has given Tunkuli a ticket to run for senatorial position. So how does this work? Can anybody
when you're talking about
running mate?
No,
yes, how can it be a running mate and then the guy has a ticket to run for senator somewhere in Narok or something?
Sinkulu.
Yes.
Running for what? Sorry.
Senator, as a senator.
Maybe nominated. That I do not see.
Let me send Bernard the information. You'll relay.
Abuya, I thought it's a different Sunguli. Is it the same person?
I want to think it's the same
Sunguli is a shared name.
It's not. I think Mohammed Egg came here last time. You know, they school together. There are people they grew. They went to school together, and he explained to us how the Sunkuli family wields power within Kilgoris, and they said because that was the younger Sunkuli, he's been working in the shadow of the elder Sunkulis, and he's not been able to come out. The fact is that he's more brilliant. He has a better future. But the other ones are more money, big pocket and big bellies, and they've been able to push him down. So, but it looks like he also was on the race, but he was overshadowed. And I think Egg needs to come here because Azimio was in Kilgoris, so he's able to explain to us more of what happened there. Mohammed Egg, come to studio.
Okay, thank you. But Abuya, you can send the information so that we counter check. Okay, I saw something like that, but I assumed that should be another Sunguli because you can't be a running mate and you are going for senator and you're the same person. Even IBC would disqualify you. How many papers do you submit in your name?
Yeah, that's why I said that.
There are these Sungulis of Kano. The Sunguli is one family that Baba was saying. Even today in Narok, the elder Sunguli speak in Asimio. And then there is this young Sunguli. There are three brothers. There was a Sunguli who was ambassador. And then there is this other Sunguli. Now, they say they are negotiating because for Kalonzo making him a running mate, now Kalonzo is negotiating because he's coming back. He wants to negotiate with the ticket of Sunguli to be given something. And that was when somebody talked about it. Because the same Sungulis, there are three brothers, one family. So Kalonzo is negotiating, I'm coming back, but I want this Sunguli to be given this. I don't know how it will work.
That's why I mentioned that because
Kalonzo should leave us alone. No. We are not going to be solving for him his problems. Did we send him to Sunguli? What is Kalonzo turning us into?
Bernard, I think
he messes the floor, he calls us to mop it. He messes the floor, he calls us to mop it. No, no, big no. That one I resist.
I suspect that Sinkulu is going to begin given a nominated Senate
No, let
seat.
him be his deputy. Let him be his deputy. Anything given to Kalonzo, let Suguli be his deputy for life.
But the
Let
problem
them
is,
share the salary.
no, the problem is what I suspect is because Wiper is not going to have as many nominated senators. He wants ODM, Jubilee, or the other parties.
Will it get enough numbers to qualify to nominate?
It will not happen because the Masais are for Baba. So they carried the day. And you know, now Wiper does not have any root in Masai land. But they are Simio, the Masais themselves, they will not agree. So he's trying to negotiate for it, like, okay, I'm coming, but I need to have one seat in Masai land at least.
That's what I'm trying to say, Mama Sedin. That's what I'm trying to say is to say that can you give me an extra nominated seat from what is going to be promised with what wave, Jubilee or ODM is going to have? So maybe Wiper is going to be given one nominated senator, and then he's going to say, you two have got two extra ones. Could you give me one of them? And then I say it came through Wiper. So that Wiper can say, we Masai people, hello, Wiper has given you a nominated Senate seat here. I'm a good person who's building the Wiper party in Masai land. That's what I meant. But I need to see
you know,
that.
Senate is Olekina. Olekina is the Senate for Narok. So nobody else
nominate.
that's
Nominated. The extra seats for nomination.
Olekina cannot want somebody to go and fight with him in Senate. Yeah.
Mohammed Egg says it is Andrew Sunkuli. The PS is a younger one. I don't know what he means, but it seems to be saying they are not the same.
How many nominated senators are allowed in the parliament?
There is Julius Sunguli, and this lawyer, the one with Kalonzo, is a lawyer, the younger one.
Let's not talk about them. They should not even fall in our picture. What you don't know what's going on. Caronzo is negotiating. He wants to be given. He wants Asmio to be divided in teams. He wants him to be given a team where he can campaign Mansairan, Mombasa, and some places. I mean, it's just like, I don't know what he's after. I mean, he's just asking too much. But at the same time, he's going to come back. We need him. But let's see what he's going to, what his demands are. But at the same time, like Murad just said a few minutes ago, he said he has a right. They want to give him a letter. He can go and fight for his presidency. They are not to deny him. He can go and fight for Wiper if he wants to. But he's not going that direction. He looks like he's going to stay.
All right, very quickly. We've got about 16 nominated senators in Kenya. So I'm just trying to figure out kuna the youth, disability people. So I'm trying to figure out how they're going to squeeze him into the Senate through the law. That's my suspicion.
Mama Serena, can you hook up with Mother Karua, where some of us we can get that seat, one of us who are seated here? I mean, so that we can be proud of everybody. We have the education.
Nominate myself. Yes,
we have the education. We can do that.
Okay, Robert, we have two great sons of Kisilan. They have been with Mother Karua since 2012. They are in Delaware. One will be the ambassador. I don't know if you want to be an ambassador where. The only thing I know, we have two Kisis that they have been with Mother a long time ago when she was running for the president. So the two guys, one will be ambassador, The other one want to have this diaspora, wherever. He was chosen the other time, but he did not manage it. But to me, when we were in DC, I know those two strong men from Kisii. Martha Karua is a lover of sons of Kisii and daughters. When we were in Washington, D.C., there were actually about 20 families from Kisii. So I know two men are going to get something in Mother Karua's docket. For sure, that's I can tell you.
Even some of us, we are very strong. I wish from here we can get those seats so that we can help our countries. You know, like some of us
So
will
the
leave a
only
lot
thing
of
we
money on
can
the
do,
table.
Martha Karua say this. Let me say this. Martha Karua say those people who are in US, who are outside, can you guys get together, start lobbying? Let us know who want what. And that is what Baba also said. Now, it depends on people that they have been working hard. I'm saying, yes, I can give you the names of these two men. As a Kisii, I had tell him even to come and join Mutembei TV. And I told him we have a lot of Kisiis again supporting Mother in this forum. So as for sure, I know the Kisii, one or two will get.
Let me, Mama Selina.
Okay. Can we minimize the lobbying, please? Let's go back to the debate, I beg.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
will answer Mama
Thank
Selina.
you. Thank you.
I will answer Mama Selina that quickly, 30 seconds.
Yes.
That was a done deal in London. Ngilu looked at Baba and told Baba, if we are going to have a diaspora representative, I'm lobbying for a woman. Just tell that man to forget about that. It was a done deal. Remember in that meeting. And
No, I'm telling you this. No, you will hear from me. No. Ngilu has somebody, and maybe we will have more, but I'm telling you, when we were in DC, so there may be a lot of things, but this is the docket. It may be in Mother Karua's office, but this is it. One want to be ambassador, but not in US. Ambassador is in somewhere else. I'm telling you,
Can
you
we
will come
shelve
and
that
see the names.
for now?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Thank you very much, everybody. Please, let's get back to the debate. It becomes very easy to digress. I mean, as much as we have interest and we would love to be part of this government, let's make the government first. Okay? Go through the election, win the elections. After we put the cow down, then we can now share. As at now, the cow is still in the bush. We have to hunt it down and be able to make it, put it under our grip. Thank you, those of you who are keeping up, inviting guys. Let's raise that number again, back to 1,000. Invite guys, watu wasilale, wale ambao wanataka kulalalala, tuamke tuhakikishe kwamba tunafanya jukumu letu. Tuletee watu, sisi tutawaongelesha. Hata wale wamekushinda, just share the link and then they will get the conversation, they will get hooked and they will hear what is right, they will make right decision. So do your part and hey, the Berean, he said the diversion took us to a good place though. No problem, we'll get there and better indeed. Stony PK, namna gani? Bwana Stony PK, are you still there? Your camera keeps shifting. Or you are the one shifting? Hey. Wacha twende kwa Mr. Kamau kwanza. Mr. Kamau vipi?
Poa sana, mi niko sawa.
Ehe.
Nilikuwa nasikiza from the background but now I'm in the front line
Ehe. Gachagua anasema mitieni ya stima ilienda Nyanza na ile pesa yote ichungwa na Kuria walikuwa wameizuia kwenda. Yani kunaendaje? Stima ya hakuna stima Central?
Stima Central hata ni mingi kuliko ya Nyanza. Barabara ni nyingi kuliko za Nyanza.
Na alisema
Na
Kamba
kila-
votes are useless, by the way. I don't want you guys to forget that. Alisema Kamba votes are useless. So tuambie, what is he saying?
The good thing about Gachagua is making our win very easy. One, is provoking other people's emotions and anger because he's talking as if Kenya belongs to Mount Kenya. And again, he's abrasive and a person is like a misguided missile. You know, a misguided missile. That is what Gachagua is all about. He doesn't even. I don't think Gachagua, in Gashagua's mind, he knows there is Western Kenya. He doesn't know there is Nyanza coast. I think he knows there is Kirinyaga, Kiambu, Muranga, and Nakuru, because his kind of politics is like trying to incite the Kikuyus as if they are under siege, so that they go and fight together. And we are not going to be that timid to get to that group, because that group is confused. And for lack of a better word, I think Gachagua just wants to make himself relevant. Yes, he's relevant because some of the young people believe that we should be abrasive, but that politics is long gone. I think sasa siasa zile zinachezwa Central za maturity, kama vile mother anaongea na maturity, anaongea kuhusu let us tuzungumziane, hata watu wakimweka wanamwambia karibieni hapa mchukue microphone tuongee. That is the kind of politics we want. Hii mambo ya kuchukulia watu wengine ni kama they are not part of Kenya, that imepitwa na wakati. I think we need an inclusive society where people intermarry without a problem, where people move and live anywhere without any problem. Personally, I am a person who goes to Western a lot, Western Kenya, and I see that our people are getting married there. Our young girls are learning to the Luo guys, and that is the kind of life we want. Where Gachagua wants to take us, hatuwezi rudi huko. Hapo tumetoka, tunataka now a new dispensation. Mambo ya kupigana ni kama we are under siege, we are under attack. That is not going to happen. Gachagua behaves as if the only thing that really is in his mind. In fact, this his maiden speech, the moment he was declared as a learning mate, he started talking on issues that just pertains to Mount Kenya. He talks of milk, reducible minimum of coffee, of rice, of potatoes, of maize. He forgot that there are people with fish, with ngamias, with goats, others with there are people with also. I mean, we have different capability, and that is why we love Azimio, because Azimio presidential candidate talks of one of the things he talks about is that every county should have a company or an industry that pertains to that company. For example, if you go to Narok and Kajiado, because they are so much into cattle rearing and stuff like that, we should have a leather company there, instead of taking the raw materials from Kajiado and Narok to Nairobi and any other place. Let us have value for money, value for that, what we call added value addition to that kind of product that is low material there. And then you go to a place like Kinangop, Nyandarua, where we have the best. I happen to have a land there, so the best potatoes in Kenya. Viazi zile tamu sana. Mi hata sahi nina lima within 3 months, inavamiwa ni kama miwa.
KFC haijui hiyo, inasema Kenya hakuna viazi.
Nani anasema? Gachagua?
KFC.
No, KFC have sijui what is the problem with KFC, because I think they have a particular standard. Sijui what they do, but they have given a criteria of their viazi. Sasa zetu hazifiki sijui bei, sijui hazifiki quality. So nashangaa kwa nini watuletee hiyo formula ama hizo seeds so that we can sell to KFC, because Kinangop has enough potatoes for the whole country. I can tell you that, and it's 3 months. Kwa hivyo tunaomba KFC kama kuna mmoja ana represent hapa awaambie watupatie hiyo seed ama vile tunatakiwa kugrow, so that hata mimi naweza weka quarter acre, sitaweka mingi ndio nipapatie alafu niweke nusu eka. I think that would be a good thing.
Ninyi watu mnataka kuingilia biashara ya wenyewe. Those people are self-servicing. Ni kama Kenchik. They rear their own chicken, they slaughter their own chicken, they sell their own chicken.
But these are things these are things that we should be in our Azimio government. We want to articulate on how can the country benefit, how can the locals benefit, even if it's a particular percentage. Hatutaki mtu anakuja anachukua chips kutoka Egypt bwana, na sisi ndio tunakula. Me, I even don't know the difference. So the thing is, in our Azimio government, because now we should swear in Baba and Mama now, because I don't think there's competition. Yeah, competition hakuna. As we can fill a stadium, the other group can only go to a stage, Batatu, and block both ways, so that they sell lies, whether you like it or not. But waambie waenda stadium kama ya leo, wajaze hapo. They will not dare that. Tell them to go to Kasalani. They cannot dare that, because they know mobilization of a stadium is not a joke. But kufunga Githurai roundabout, where obviously hata basi kianguka, there is always a mammoth crowd. That is not kura. Yeah. So that is something they should be very, very careful of, because even Baba had big crowds, and so many big crowds even before. So the thing is the votes.
I apologize, Bernard, but Mr. Kamau, what about the thing that Alex raised earlier on about Gachagua? What do you think about that? Because you're from Central, you're from the mountain.
I think I wasn't there when he raised it. Can you come? Can Alex?
Alex, tafadhali. Alex, hello, Alex. Okay. The question you had raised earlier for Gachagua, could you explain to Kamau, Mr. Kamau, sorry, because he's from Central, atuambie mambo ya Gachagua.
Wewe umeona EMM fighter amekuja hapa, ukileta hiyo unajua debate inaisha. EMM fighter akikuja hapa debate inaisha.
Miji debate inaisha wapi, saa ngapi?
Mkutano ya nani? Mkutano ya nani itaisha?
EMM fighter akiingia hapa mkutano inaisha. Ukileta inaisha. You know that guy.
Ulisikia wapi?
Basi kama tuache hiyo, tuongee maneno ulikuwa unaongea, hiyo tutakuja baadaye.
Mimi siogopi.
Okay, wacha tuulize Kamau.
Alex wacha kuchoma. Alex wacha kuchoma.
Kaboko alisema kuna watu wametumwa waende wachokose mkutano ya Martha Karua. So na akasema hiyo ni uchinga. So where is Kaboko leaning at?
No, I think Kaboko and Kindiki have outlined those issues. What is happening when Martha Karua is doing his trips along? I'm in Kiambu now. Actually, I'm in Kiambu as we speak. What is happening? And I noticed when Martha Karua has akona msafara. Martha Karua now is in another pedigree. See, vile alikuwa anaenda na ile gari ya Kenya ya zamani. Sasa akona gari 3 na reke squad zimemzunguka kila mahali. But the good thing now is that now the government has noticed that behavior. What is happening? Kuna gari and kuna Nissan ya mobilization inaenda before afike stage planning. So wanaenda wanaokota vijana, unajua there are always young people around, hanging around. They give them 50 bob, wengine wanapewa pombe, na wanaambiwa sasa mkutano ikifika mwanze kupiga kelele. It's a strategy of UDA. but it is a very stupid strategy, because I'm also thinking, if Azimio can do that in its stronghold, then are we going to have campaign in this country? But what Gabogo is saying, and even Kindiki said it, that listen to what they are saying. If you don't want to be in that meeting, take a walk. Don't start tackling somebody because you don't agree in his ideology. I listen to Ruto every day. In fact, I follow Ruto more than Raila, because if you want to make it in this game, you follow your enemy or the persons, so that you also see the mistakes they are making. You understand? And therefore, listen to them, because I also want to understand what is this bottom up and all these issues they are talking about, the ideology of raising people from from down to up. Listen to those lies, and then come and disconstruct that.
So which county in the mountain is difficult for Martha Karua right now? Because I don't know which one she won.
I think it's just his home area, Kirinyaga and Embu. That is where UDA has been very, very, very deep. But in any other area, Nyandarua, for example, I think now Baba is leading. Kiambu, where I am now, it's almost 50-50. And you go to, of course, when you go to the diaspora Kikuyus, those who are in Joro, Molo, Nakuru, those are in Azimio. I don't think they can allow.
Definitely. We can't talk about the Rift Valley. Come on, Rift Valley yote ni sisi. We're talking about central. Najua sijasema Gema. Gema community mko hata Kisumu. Nasema hapo central. Kwa sababu tuko na mtu anaitwa Nyumba hapa ametoka Nakuru. Is part of the Gema. Nasema sasa umesema ni Kirinyaga home state na Embu umekataa kabisa.
Those two Embu and Kirinyaga, that guy still has an edge, I can tell you for free. But other places, they are at least.
But Kirinyaga is not all bad, because we have Ngereshi, we have Waigoro, and they were blaming Waigoro that even Kevesho, the PS came out and say, if you come out again and shout, because they say and Waigoro, because they were fighting with Ngerechi, so the boys of Anne Waigoro are the one they want to block Mother Karua. But Mwea, his society ingine sote were very nice. It was only that few in Keshogo, and those people were bought by Anne Waigoro. And then Kificho came and said now he will be there. And he was told, I think he said, all the ringleaders to be arrested. I hope everybody hear that. So I know part of Keshogo, but ni watu wachache tu walikuwa wamenunuliwa na walirudi chini.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mami. And I think now the government has taken a step. What is happening there? Now plainclothes policemen in every rally now. If you heckle, you're just pulled aside, pole, and then you're told no, you're taken to a different place. Lakini you're not being arrested, so that they don't create an outcry. But they are arresting them and then releasing them later. That is what has happened in Kiambu. Even when he was here in Rwaka, some people tried and then they were pulled aside. And therefore, politics there will be sanity as we continue. And we are happy, because if there is one person who has dismantled and dismembered the UDA in Mount Kenya, it is one Mother Wangari Karua. Mother Wangari Karua, we don't take him as we don't take her like a woman. To us, he's a man. He has a boldness to tackle anything. In fact, many people believe that he's actually the person who should take over now the region to the next level. Asante Bernard.
So one more question, Kamau. I'm sorry. I see now people have started putting Baba's pictures with Mother Karua and the candidate and Baba. Before, I think they were.
Yeah, it is. What happened before, I think, because of a much demonization of Baba before. They had already created, as even Bernard was telling us some time back, for a child to go to sleep, he was told, well, Lala ama nikuitie Raila Odinga in central Kenya. So it was that kind of a fear that it is being dismembered. So that at the end of the day, now people see him as a human being. But before he wasn't. He was that scary thing. But to me, I think now we are listening to him. We are understanding that this is a missed opportunity. And like PLO Lumumba says, don't miss a moment to miss a moment. I think a moment has come for us to give him a chance and see what is this desire that he has for Kenya. And I'm so sure with that ticket of Martha Karua and Raila Odinga, we are going to have zero toleration of corruption. That is one. And then there will be, because I believe now all what is required in Kenya, as I finish, Bernard, is economic revolution.
Yes.
We have the roads, we have infrastructure. Products can get from one place to another. You can get from Busia to Garissa on tarmac. You can imagine things that were not there before. Lamu had no car. For those of you who are my age know, if you went to Lamu, ungetumia punda. There was only one car for the DO. But now that there are roads there, people have cars, they are coming, they are getting out. Bonny Forest is having a road. Imagine. So those are the kind of things that now Baba should build on. And I'm sure he will, because he says if he can crush the 700 billion stolen every year, then they can plug on these issues of development, employment, and high cost of living.
Okay, thank you. Robert, what is it?
My mic was. I was just wanted to say. I think Mr. Kamal, what you just said is true. I mean, there's the goodwill of Martha Karua in the whole country. Even if people in central Kenya, they are just like, yeah. I mean, they might be in or out, but they love Martha Karua if she gets out of central Kenya. And I hope they realize. I hope they watch coming days when she gets out of central Kenya, like now she was in Kilgoris. When she goes to Kakamega, Kisii, Northeastern, maybe Mombasa, you will see how people are going to go. People will go crazy. And from there, they should realize we have found our way. She's a national figure now. We also want her. We want everybody wants to get hold of her. So people of Central Kenya, don't let us down. Don't let us down. People love her now. People that have been waiting for a new thing. She has twisted this election, and things would never be the same again when it comes to 2022 Kenya election.
Okay, asante. Now we go to Stony PK. Umevunja sheria. What is happening with you? Yes, Mohammed Edge, you came to sort the Sunguli matters. How are you doing?
Sure. Habari zenyu jamani?
Tuko wazima, vipi huko?
Safi sana. Namuona Mama Selina, namuona kuna moja mpya hapa hivi, fighter bwana. Andrew Moriasi, Kip leo ameandika jina nyingine ile ya chat huko ameleta hapa, Kip Real, Roba, Alex, Mr. K. Alex, niliona message yako. Yeah, thank you. I saw when you wrote Mohammed Ige should come in, niliona alafu baadaye nikakusikia. And by the way, Bernard, last time nilikwambia jina yangu vile utakavyotaja vizuri. Ige, by the way, is my grandfather's name. It is kwa Kisomali ni Ige. Ni jina ya Kiyahudi. Unajua majina ya Kisomali nyingi na ya Kiyahudi ni same. It's Ige, lakini una pronounce generally Ige. Usiseme tena edge ama egg. Nilikuja nataka kuwajulisha hiyo. And sijui kama mnanisikia vizuri. I can hear some echo somewhere.
Uko sawa, endelea.
Thank you. Kitu moja kinanihuzunisha hapa hivi, sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Alafu inahuzunisha Wakenya hawajui kuhusu Kenya. Alex alisema Mohamed aje hapa tuambie nini ilikuwa ina happen Kilgoris. Let me tell you the secret. Wakati Odinga alipokuwa Kilgoris, Raila, utaona in a very different way, quite totally different from the rest of the country. Jamaa walijipanga mbele yake wakijaribu kuzungumza about the seat of the Senate. I don't know whether you guys realized that. Something that has not happened in the country. Mambo ya Senate ni more explosive area ya Kilgoris kushinda story ya kina Sahbal na kijana Nasir. Ni very, very sensitive. Why is it sensitive? Siasa Kilgoris, you guys should have known a long time ago. Wale jamaa mnaona hapo Kilgoris waliletwa kutoka Kitale, Bungoma. What the Kilgoris people call Kabras, lakini ni area ya Mumias yote. Hao watu were herded like sheep. Wengine walitembezwa na miguu, wengine walipandishwa train. Mpaka area Kipkelion, a town which is I think is dying now, known as Lumbwa. Kwa milima huko juu Mau in Kipkelion. And then they were herded to Kilgoris, Wakipsigis naye. By the way, the name Kilgoris means Kilgoris, ni jina Kipsigis. Wakaondolewa pale. Sasa, the whole of the 60s and the whole of the 70s and the whole of the 80s, the way siasa ya hapo serikali ina manage ni different from the rest of the country. Sijui hapo kama mnanielewa, ni very, very sensitive. Alafu, and they tend to finish their political problems chini ya maji, hawapigi kelele kama the rest of Kenya. Sasa utapata hii kiti ya Senate wakishikania inaweza kufanya Raila amiss the whole of Narok. Watu wa Kilgoris huwa wanalalamika kwamba the northern part of Narok wanawanyanyasa from time immemorial. Pesa huwaibia, maendeleo wanawanyanyasa. Alafu Kilgoris, Raila vile alikuwa anasema it's true, hiyo ilikuwa ni area ya South Nyanza, including Kisii, Kuria and Sotik area. Sasa wale ni kama wanawanyanyasa huko. And these people are more warlike than wale wengine. Now, it comes to the issue of the Sunguli factor ambaye mlikuwa mnajaribu kuniuliza. Last time niliwaambia, Andrew Sunguli is not a fool. Yeye si mtu ambaye anaweza kumfuata kama mbuzi Kalonzo Musyoka. He knows Kalonzo cannot be a president. He knows that 100%. That guy is very sharp. In fact, his older brother, wacha niwa tofautishie, Julius Sunguli, the former minister, alikuwa president magistrate Kericho. Alafu scandal zile za 92 clashes ilijaribu kumaffect kidogo. This young Sunguli, the Andrew, but before that alikuwa na rafiki wa Moi, and he used to read the way mwenyewe alikuwa ananiambiaga poems to Moi himself. Moi alikuwa anapenda sana poetry. Sasa yeye ndio hata alimintroduce huko. So Andrew all along has been under the shadows of his brother. Huyu mwingine the PS is another younger one. Yule mwingine alikuwa police senior, another Sunguli again. Huyo naye ni cousin wao. Sasa msichanganyishe jina ya masunguli hawa. This guy is Andrew Letaiba. Ule mwingine ni Julius, ule ambaye alikuwa minister. They are very good. Mama yao, baba yao, very good guys, walelewa njia moja nzuri sana. But these people are very sharp. Sunguli naye ni rich. Sio mtu wa kumfuata Kalonzo kama mbuzi. One of the effects ya the senatorship ya hapo ndio Kalonzo aliona, na mimi nafikiri kufikiria kwangu Gideon is behind it. When Sunguli siku alikuwa anazungumza anasema sasa hii udipiti nimepewa inaleta the Maasai factor, wale watu ambaye ni minority to the national table for discussion. That guy is very sarcastic kuzungumza kwake, and he has never come at a national stage. Akija, Kenyans will know who he is. I think ako kwa factor ya hii matrix ya hesabu za Kalonzo anataka. Lakini mjue siasa ya Kilgoris ni designio, ni the Syria, the Moitanic, the Wasingishu. By the way, Moitanic ndio walitoka, hata Wasebei wengi walitolewa Sabaot wakaletwa hapo. Wamekuwa assimilated. The Moitanic, the Syria and the Wasingishu usually kitu yoyote inahusu siasa huwa wanamalizaga chini chini, but the Conchela factor imeharibu hapo. Conchela amekuwa for 20 years MP na bado anataka senator. Yani ni so complex na inaweza kuleta vita kati yao ambaye inaweza kuvunjika like dominoes. Ni very very sensitive kushinda ile kina Shahbal. Sijui kama ulimi yangu, unajua ulimi bado at least bado na problem this portion. Sijui kama nazungumza vizuri mnanielewa. I got a stroke.
Your clarity is very
slowly.
Kabisa.
I can hear you. I can hear Mohammed.
Anyway, I don't know kama me understand about this Kilgoris factor. Sasa mimi naamini itakuja kwa equation. I believe Kalonzo is going to go back to come back. Vile wakati nilikuwa nawaambia msimuingilie mato sana. Unajua Wakamba wanaambia Wakikuyu wanapenda kusema Wakamba ni they stab the people at the back, they cannot be trusted. We know ourselves Kenyans, we know each other. Hiyo factor, he knows something kwa kabila yao, the way wanakwendaga wanafanya design yao ya siasa. It is true maybe hao ndio wametumana. Unaona? And Kilgoris factor ni very very sensitive. Maana yake inaweza kulipua. Ona kama huyu unaona Ole Kenta, he came to Kilgoris in 1981, I think, I don't know. Alikuja kama transfer, and then from 2 alisoma, from 3 and then akachukua transfer. In fact, he was a class behind me. This other Sunguli was a class ahead of me. That boy, as a boy, sasa ni watu wazima, aliandika kitabu in fact akiwa in form 3. This Moses, Moitalelo Ole Kenta. Sasa it is impossible mtu wa saizi Kenta anatoka Narok North, he's a Furko, huyu mwingine Ole Kena ambaye ODM inamtaka tena anatoka that side, alafu watu wa Kilgoris, the Moitanic, the Wasingishu and the Syria wakose that seat. Ni very sensitive to them. Odinga akona problem kubwa hapo, I don't know, but he's very good to manage. That is the issue. Toka direct toka Southern Sudan akaja Kampala straight to Kilgoris. That's how sensitive it is. Nafikiri situation ya usenata hiyo itamalizwa na the Kalonzo factor. I don't know. I still cross my hands, and the way I told you that day, it is weird politics this time in Kenya. Very weird.
Excuse me,
Alex,
the three Sungulis, the three
yes.
brothers, who is strong?
Yes.
Because we have the lawyer, tuko na Sunguli ule wa Kano na tuko ambassador. Now, in those family, kwa sababu kuna Sunguli wako kwa Azimio na kuna this Sunguli Kalonzo alichukua. Who is very strong?
Kwa sasa ni mmoja peke yake, huyu wa Kalonzo ndio alikuwa hapo ndio kipa alikuwa anashangaa. Huyu le taifa the Andrew ndio alikuwa anapigania huu kiti cha usenata through Wiper. The other Sunguli ni Julius. Saizi hayuko kwa hiyo equation, na huyo mwingine ni PS. Alikuwa anataka governor akamwachia Moitalelo Ole Kenta. You remember the other time Julius na Sunguli mwenyewe walishindana na Tunai, and both Sungulis ukichanganya zao ilikuwa ni ina double ile ya Tunai, na kwa kuzaliwa wanafuatana. In fact there are 3 different people. So the PS hayuko kwa siasa, ame step down.
Asa Mohamed, niko na swali hapo. Asante sana kwa hiyo historia, siku anaijua. Napenda kwenda Kilgoris sana kwa sababu kuna nyama nzuri huko ya mbuzi. Ukiwa Kisii unaenda tu out of Kilgoris, na nilikuwa ninashangaa. Wacha nikuulize, wakati watu walitolewa Kabras, watu wakatolewa Trans Nzoia which is Kitale, na wengine wakatolewa kule walipofika kule. Did they assimilate and started in Bungoma? Did they assimilate and started speaking Kimasai or ni Kipsigis? Because naonanga watu wa Kilgoris,
Alex,
Mama Selina,
they were Masai. They were.
Okay, order. Could you mute your mic? Oh, you are creating noise.
Sorry, Ole Sunguli Nandi. Ndio wanaitwa walitoka Nandi.
No, so nilikuwa nauliza.
Please, let's observe order. After you ask the question, mute your mic as you wait for the response. When 3 mics are on, it's chaotic. Sawa. Hata kama unatumia mic kuuliza swali, uliza swali, mute, usikilize jibu, ndio one mute. Thank you. So
wacha nikuulize uelewe kitu nilikuwa nauliza. These all communities, mimi naongea mostly wenye walitoka Western. Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, au wenye walitoka hivi mpaka Kabras au Mumias. Walipokuja wakafika Kilgoris, did they assimilate like the Subas have assimilated? They have completely become like Luos. They rarely even speak the Suba language. Are they still culturally Luyas, or they have assimilated either to Masai or to, because in Kilgoris we have 2 dominant tribes, the Nandi and the Masai. So the people from the Western, where did they assimilate to? Was it the Nandi or the Masai?
Yeah, in fact, that's a very good question. Hawa watu walipoletwa, they were pure Masais. Pure Masais who lived around Endebess area, the whole of area Eldoret ilikuwa ni yao, na upande ya Tarbo kwenda upande ya Mumias mpaka Bungoma. Sasa Bungoma walikuwa wanaishi na the Bongomek. The Masais ambaye walitoka huko, these are clans kama ya Moitanic. The Wasingishu you hear, sio jina ya Kikalenjin, ni jina ya Kimasai. Ni clan ya Kimasai, the Wasingishu. Hapo umeelewa? Just as we have an Ilogol Lala ambayo wako upande ya Laikipia, the other clan ni Njembes ambayo wako upande ya Baringo. The other clan ni kama the Purko ambayo wako upande ya Narok na some parts of Kajiado. The Matapato ambayo wako upande ya Namanga. These were pure Masais. Walikuja wakiwa wanajua lugha za jirani zao. Hapo umeelewa? Wale walitoka walikuwa wanaishi karibu na Wasabei, wanazungumza Kisebei. Wale walitoka karibu na Waluya walikuwa na wameona huko wanazungumza Kiluya vizuri. Na wale walitoka upande ya Eldoret wanazungumza Kikalenjin vizuri, lakini pure Masais. Hapo umeelewa eh? And I'm sorry to say, I think my grandfather was one of the people ambao walikuwa he was a warrant officer 64 Stadium Eldoret walikuwa wanataga 64 Kenya Kings African Rifles. He was a warrant officer. Bahati mbaya, he was one of the people I think who headed these people. Alafu grandfather yangu alihamia Kisii around 1920 2025 something like that. That's why
no Mohammed
Goris, yeah.
Mohammed, Kipsigis, Alex is Kisii, and I think Bernard is closer to the Trans Nzoia people. I'm still trying to figure out the connection yako ni a bit, it's all over the place.
Yeah, I'm sorry kama mjui historia ya Kenya na huzunisha. You should know our people.
Where are you from? Sorry,
know the history.
Mohammed,
if you don't mind me asking, where are you from?
Like Mohammed,
no, sorry, Mama Selina.
Yes.
Where are you from?
One minute, keep. Mohammed should say Masais walikuwa na immigrate kwa sababu ya ng'ombe. So wakati walikuwa na songa, you know, wangekuwa Nakuru, wanaenda kwetu naitwa Lesos. Kwetu kulikuwa kwa Masai. Na hiyo machina yote iko huko, ni watu walikuwa na immigrate wakitembea. So wakiwacha a place, inachukuliwa na watu wengine. Mimi nina history ya Wamasai. Even my grandmother aliletwa na Wakalenjin wakati walikuwa napigana na Wamasai kuchukua ng'ombe. So when you could have tell us, Mohammed, or you can go and know. That is why we know the Sungulis. So tuko na hii watu Purko na hiyo yote. But Wamasai kutoka Naivasha kwenda mpaka Eldoret, kwenda mpaka Kitale. Kitale ni china ya Masai. Hawa watu walikuwa nafuata ng'ombe. And then unajua wakienda ukame wanatoka. Kama sasa clan yako Kip, original ya clan yako leo si hata Narok, ni huko Loita. The clan of the family, our family that are in Nandi and Kipsigis, they were coming from Loita. That Loita is the original, wherever the Libons and wherever they were, and then they came to our home, the Lanana that Raila was talking about. So we have these people, and there were very few. Na sisi wa Kalenjin tunaita ni watoto ya shangazi, because their mother was our sister, the Kalenjins, the Saboti. So we call them our, tunaheshimiana na Kimasai, not because of the men, it is because of the mother.
I'm sorry, Mama Selina, I'm very sorry. No, they were translocated. Let's go back to our own history. They were translocated. Mimi nani mtu mzima. In fact, I'm older than people like Ruto. So please believe me, I know what I'm talking about. These are part of the histories ambayo tunajaribu kuficha. They were translocated, I'm very sorry to say.
By the white people.
Mohammed,
can I request for hold on? Can I request for a video? A poll that has just come 3 hours ago.
Order, everybody. Thank you very much. Let's do this. Thank you. Our history is rich, and it's necessary to help us get a framework of our thought pattern, even as we debate. But I think we are diving too much into historical facts until we forget the debate. So let's get back to the debate.
And call the other Masai, Alex. We have another Masai here. Let him come and give us his story too.
Okay, sawa. So let's where is this? Yes, Andrew, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard, and the panelists. There is one thing Mohammed has mentioned there. I think by 1990, I was in Krigoris, a place called Ngararu. That's where my brother had a land, and my in-law was a teacher also. So actually, the most people there, they speak Swahili, some speak Maasai. Even Kisis are there who are speaking Maasai language. So you can't know. But there was a war, sometimes people fighting, some are taking animals here and there. But there was strategy force of trying to push some people out who might have come in and try to dominate that place. So we were living in that place, and when we found things don't work well, my brother was working with KADF. Then we decided to come back to Ranet. And then because we were school-wise, students were being disrupted, so education was not going well. So I could hear and see what was happening. So we could be chased from the farms because we were getting farming up on the hills, some green vegetables and other things like that. So there, actually, people were speaking all languages. They both, the Karenjin, Maasai, Kisis, they all mix up. So people could talk and they could understand each other. So there was no much that, because if you go a place, for example, you stay in Central, definitely with time you will start talking their language because you want to be assimilated to be able to relate to one another. So the issue was that there was a force. People were nervous that these people are coming in to maybe take our something. So there was push and all that kind of stuff. That's what I can say. But we didn't stay longer there because the environment was not conducive for us. Some remained, like my in-law now remained there. He had the land. He has grown with sugarcane, about 10 acres there. So you see, he is now talking fluent in Maasai. Their children are speaking Maasai. So that's it. So that's what I can comment to Mohammed, because I remember very vividly that there was that tension over there. We could not sleep. Sometimes we stay overnight waiting because people would come and attack us. Thank you.
Sorry. There's something. Kenyans are very
I know.
Now let's do this.
No, let me just say one sentence. Just one sentence.
What is it?
I want to be categorical. Very categorical. The last translocation was made in 1948. This is history. However, we want to sweep it under the carpet. Mark my words. The last translocation was made in 1948. And by the way, kuna mzee mmoja Msomalia ambaye siku hizi amekuwa assimilated na Wamasai na Wakisia, anaitwa Ole Kingi, anakaaga Nyangusu, was one of the people ambayo walikuwa translocated. This is history. We cannot hide it, man. Please. Thanks.
Okay,
Any question?
Yes, I agree with you. There are a lot of historical facts that would rather not be known for some whatever other political reasons, others for personal expedience. So most of even the history we are being exposed to, even in our school curriculum, I just noticed that it's being revised and being changed just to serve a political whatever conviction. But it's good we get our facts right and compile our records right, because twisted history will never change the identity of the people. And those things we try to sweep under the carpet will always emerge eventually. And one of the things I believe has derailed the progress of this country is that trying to twist historical facts to suit a particular political direction. And we trust that by these coming elections, we will be able to come out clear and be able to close the chapter of our past, whether it's bad or good. Let's just confront it, face it, clear it, so that we can move forward. Because this moving forward 5 years and then going back another 60 years is not helping this country. So that such information is very, very important, should be documented and well put together with goodwill of Baba and Mother. I think we'll get these things done right and let people get what is rightfully theirs. If there is requirement for compensation, wapewe compensation. History ya kuhepa majukumu, hiyo pia ndio inasumbua uongozi. Huwezi kuwa kiongozi kama unakwepa majukumu, hata kama ikuwe mbaya namna gani. Let's own up our past, our bad past, then compensate for the same. Let's move forward. We can't have people who are victimized and others are calling themselves victors because they victimize others. That's not how to have a country. For us to have a country, we need to have the same value system, and everybody should be the same before the law and before the leadership and below each and before every other person. I think it's about time we began to look at it from that angle, because I believe without us addressing our historical injustices, we will never take off as a nation. It doesn't matter how much we pretend. And this thing is hereditary from generation to generation, generation to generation. History mnasema sisi ni .com. We don't care about history. It will still catch up with us. You can't carry fire. Bible says you can't carry coals of fire on your chest and not be burned. It will still burn you. Even if you have faith that cannot be burned, it will burn you. So as a country, let's accept the responsibilities that our forefathers committed, even the colonial leadership committed, or own it up, make apologies where necessary, amendment where necessary, compensation where necessary. Let everybody settle down. Let's move forward. Nani, Alex, you had your hand up. Make it brief. Tunataka kwenda kwa huyu fighter.
Yeah, thank you. The reason we asked Kilgoris was not actually the history of it, but thank you for bringing the history, because there are things we did not understand in that Kilgoris meeting. When Conchelo was speaking, it was really, really good. It didn't resonate very well why that was happening. And your explanation at least is helping us. So I think this is what you're trying to say. Kelonzo saw an opportunity. He has capitalized on it. He has created a rift. Now, Kalonzo is still within the Wiper people, creating a rift within Azimio. He's taking a fight in Nairobi, taking it again to Mombasa. Now he has gotten an opportunity where he knows that he wants to create a rift. Now he wants to dislodge where? Our young senator from Narok. And that is the point you're putting here, and some people are refusing it. So the bringing in of the young Andrew Sunkuli is because of the historical injustice between the North and the South. So the South wants to have a senator because the North have what? A governor. And they are demanding that. And that is why you say in the podium, there was a negotiation. And the person bringing this problem is the one, Kalonzo Musyoka. And that is why we are insisting. These guys should go to the nearest political hell. Thank you.
Hey, God save Kenya from opportunists. Mr. Fighter, karibu.
And God save us from fighter.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Ben.
Fighter,
Ben, I'm here. Habari yenu wote?
Tuko salama, tuko salama.
Yeah, keep I'm a good man. So please don't just be afraid of me. I'm just saying it as it is. So sometimes you just have to accept me. I'm happy that I've been listening. I've trying to follow. I've been trying to follow, and of course I've gotten some things. Some of them the right way, maybe some of them I did not get them correct. But I'm going to start from a few things which I have noted. Like I can see you guys as a Mio group and partners. You have changed now the fight is not against Ruto and Raila. You have now shifted the fight to Mata and Gachagua. And this is very unfortunate because Mata and Gachagua, they are just in the ballot simply because there's Ruto and Raila. So when we look at the facts on the ground, your wish is not our wish. I know we as Kenya Kwanza, we know what you wanted from us. You wanted us to choose or to nominate Kithure Kindiki so that you can have it soft on your side. But that was not our way. As we knew your plans before, you voted for Kindiki on the polls, and we really outsmarted you. So don't be worried. We know what we are doing. Kenya Kwanza is smart, as you may not think. And we have outsmarted. We have done it the other way around to you. We pushed you for Kalonzo, who was the correct running mate for you, and you thought we wanted Martha Karua out. But us, we wanted you to elect or to nominate Martha Karua so that we can run over you. So for now, you may think that you have won because you nominated Martha Karua, but the ticket of Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua, you cannot compare them in Mount Kenya. As a matter of fact, I want to assure you one thing. Us in Kenya Kwanza, we are not looking for, right now, we are eyeing on that position of president.
Put me in the
That
category.
is-
You're not looking for clean people, yeah?
No, wait a minute. Mama Serena, please let me finish. You will come
It's
up
okay,
with
it's
your.
okay. Let him submit. Let him submit, please. Just listen
Because
to
when
him.
you lift your hands, you disturb my
Because-
submission.
Wacha tu aseme ila anataka kusema, tutajibu baadaye.
Okay, thank you, Penas, for that. For that. So what I was saying is, right now, when you hear Gachagua going to Mount Kenya, speaking his native language, our common interest in Mount Kenya, or our common interest to Gachagua as Kenya Kwanza, is to bring in the votes of the region to Kenya Kwanza. These other responsibilities which you are according to him, those are for you as a meal. You are giving him an opportunity or a responsibility of the whole country. Us as Kenya Kwanza, we have given him a responsibility of bringing Mount Kenya votes to Kenya Kwanza. Whether he's going to speak in Mbele, Kikuyu, whatever language he can speak to his people whom we want him to bring to Kenya Kwanza, that's upon him. Whether he's going to tell them about the polls and electricity.
So is the deputy
so
president
they can,
central only?
No, listen for a while. We have a strategy that is on board. Right now, we are going to all 47 counties, educating people, asking from the people what they want from each and every county. And there's none who is doing the same. So Kenya Kwanza, we have our strategy on how we are hunting for our votes. You have your own strategy as in how you are hunting for your vote. So don't look at our strategy and underrate it. What I'm literally saying is this: we have people like Mudavadi, whom we have given a responsibility of, and Wetangula and those other people from the Western region, to bring, by all means, if they are going to speak their language, if they want to speak whatever it is to bring the votes of the Western, it's up to them. So at this point, what we want from Mount Kenya is the votes, not which language did Gachagua use for us to earn the votes from the Mount Kenya. What did he tell his people so they can see the purpose of voting for him? So let us not narrow the Gachagua issue. At the top, we have the presidential, our presidential candidate, who, when he speaks on behalf of the whole country. He has forums across the country. He is trying to educate people or to ask people what they want. And in this forum, it means we are going house to house hunting for votes. I want to rectify one speaker here, or to put him clear, my words clear. I want to assure you, Kenya Kwanza does not hire anyone to come and attend any meeting. Those are propaganda, and for sure is some narratives which must be, not be given a chance in this platform. Let us look forward for a better Kenya whereby you bring forth what you have, the agenda, and that's why we say it's not about gender, it's about the
3
agenda.
minutes is over, Bernard.
Are you the one who gave me time?
It's okay. Selina ngoja. So fighter, watu wa UDA wote wako na uniform ya yellow kwa nyumba, wanatoka asubuhi wakienda mkutano.
Sorry, there are some who have the UDA uniforms. Like myself, I don't have any. So it does not mean that when I have a uniform, it means I'm a UDA candidate. There are people who are not even UDA.
Fighter, stop running so fast. I'm asking. You look at Mother Karua's rally, you will see organic crowd. What were yellow, what were green, what were black, what were indigo, any color existing. They are mix and match. But look at William Ruto's crowd or Gashagua's crowd. It's all yellow. Kwa nao ndio wana mahindi ya yellow ama what happens? That the whole crowd
you know, Bernard, let me answer your question in a simple form.
Mama Selina, I'm coming to you.
let me answer your question in a simple form. This one shows that on the ground, the UDA has cultivated the ground. It has some support on the ground on the basis that it has some people. You know, it's a strategy of winning. You know, this is about perception. When we are looking for votes, we go to the ground.
How does perception turn into yellow, Mr. Fighter?
No, what I'm saying is this.
Looking for goats.
What I'm saying is this. When you are on the ground, when you are preparing the ground, because our let's say about the forums which is going on, people are prepared. They are told that we will be coming here. We would want you to come and join us in asking whatever questions, whatever you want to be done. So there is a plan. There should be a plan. And of course, what I'm saying is this. They don't just come from nowhere with those uniforms. But at the end of the day, the fact is,
ngoja Mama Selina tunakuja kwako. Subiri tu.
The fact remains,
subiri Bwana Fighter. Sasa inaonekana wewe vile hauna uniform ya yellow, haujui vile inapatikana. Wale watu wako nayo wanasema mkutano ukiwa Tononoka ama Mombasa kuna kiosk, okay? Unapitia kiosk, unapewa 500 yako na t-shirt ama 1000 yako na t-shirt, ndio unaingia kwa mkutano. Wale ndio ground sasa. Leo nimecheza video ya Nyandarua. Watu wa Nyandarua leo wamesema waliwekwa siku nzima hawajalipwa, wamekaa kwa mvua, kwa hivyo wameenda na hawataki kusikia UDA. Okay?
Bernard, you are right. Reason, Bernard, you are very right.
Nimecheza videos, nimesema sijatengeneza video, nilicheza.
Bernard, I am saying you are very right. I have been in a campaign trail twice for my cousin in North Mogrango. Let me tell you one thing. Even as Mio, Raumoja, the other day there was an old man who was saying, you cannot give me 2,000. So these things are happening. Let me answer this.
Fighter. If I call we have elders in my compound right now, I will transport them from my village, bring them to my compound, wachinjie mbuzi, tukule, then I should transport them back. Those are delegates. But if you are paying people to attend and rally,
why, Bernard? Why are you so protective?
Relax. Okay. Thank you, Fighter. Ngoja Mama Selina, relax.
1 minute. Alikuwa naongea kwa funeral. Museki moja kikakuja ikasema weka yangu hapa 1,000, ulituambia tukuje. Gachagua in front of the funeral alitoa 1,000 akapatia hiyo msende akamwambia nenda sako. Ya pili, hawa mama wanalipwa. So usikuje kutuambia hapa ati Azimio ilifanya, unatuambia ya Kenya kwanza, okay? We don't have time.
Elina, wewe uko na mahasira zako, uko nazo. Sijui hasira zako ni za nini. Listen to me. I don't want to be sitaki kuingiliwa. Hapana.
You listen and then you are guided and you debate. Don't go person on anybody. Don't attack anybody.
I'm not attacking anybody, Mr. Bernard.
You don't talk like that to Mama
listening,
Selina.
Then you are not here to debate. We want you to explain to us, respond to our answers. Don't tell us what you want to tell us. Tell us.
But why are you waiting for me to explain then? If you ask a question and someone is asking another question.
Respond to the question. You don't explain yourself. So relax. So Mama Selina alisema tu vizuri. Gachagua kaonekana akipeana 1,000 mbele ya mataifa before international cameras kwa matanga. Kwa mzee amesema nipe. Ulisema tu.
What is the problem with that, Mr. Ben?
So respond to the question. Don't attack Mama Selina.
He must
apologize for what, Mr. Kip? Apologize for what? What have I done?
Keep hold your horses. Thank you. Fighter, just respond to the question.
Which question?
Okay.
You can ask the question.
Can you play the video?
I just helped you. I told you in peace Vendorare. You don't even get the question.
Stop initiating some.
Katika ulingo wa wanasiasa wa ule mrengo mwingine wa UDA hawako sawa. Juu hata wananchi kujitokeza hawakuwa sawa, hadi wameenda wakinung'unika juu mwenye alikuja kuwakilisha kama presidential candidate wa UDA amefanya aibu. Hata wamama wamekasirika. Yangu ni machache, acha mwenzangu aongee. Kasara tu tumeona kama ground ni hao watu kama 50. Ni ground gani wanasema? Asante. Ndiye watu waliodarwa wamshurukia nene okaga haha athamaki othe mokaga andu atukionokie kindu ana watu walikuwa wanajua tu hii timu ya kupoteza, kwa hivyo hawakujitokeza, hawangeacha kazi zao. Tumepewa pesa, tumepatiwa tumeambiwa pesa, tukaambia tukuje hapa tunanyeshoa bure, hatujapata hata shilingi moja, tumekaa hiyo masaa yote hata sasa hatuna faida, sasa hata tunanyeshoa bure, na si mara ya kwanza hii udia hata tunakosa. Kwa hivyo tumechoka sisi, kazi ni bure hapa hivi, tunakuja tunafanyishwa kazi ambayo haina matokeo, na kutoka upande wa Shamata wengine wametoka Narok, pesa haijalipwa. Sasa imedhirika kwamba ground sio sawa. Ground ndio kitu, tumeahidiwa pesa, tumelipiwa gari imekataa kurudisha. Hao watu ni waongo. Ile tunataka kusema, wamekuja hapa na maongo mingi watafanya, na wako kwa serikali na hawafanyi. Asante. Naitwa Anthony. Chenye hivyo ni kwamba sisi
shambani mwanyayo nazilimwe
One moment.
Rogai hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Muriega. Muko sawa? Hapa chama ni gani? Ile ya Wilbaru, ile ya William Ruto, ile ya Rigathi Gachagua. Hiyo ndio chama yenu? Muko na hakika? Watu ya Rogai, mtatuchanganya kwa sababu huyu William Ruto sio mnataka kuwe president. Mtamchagulia askari yake ya UDA kabisa.
So fighter, I want to those two whatever gatherings. Ile ya kwekwe all yellow. Okay. Then this other one, which is
Alex, Alex.
Has no uniform.
Ben, I can't hear what you are saying. You are repeating yourself.
I am what? Okay. I am saying the Rongai crowd, okay, and the Gachagua crowd in Nyeri, ile inaimba kwekwe, ile wimbo ya kwekwe, okay, it's all yellow. Then this other one, it's organic. People are in their normal clothes, zile za kutoka nyumbani. That's what we call organic crowd, ile imejileta yenyewe kusikiliza. Hiyo ingine imevalishwa uniform kama watoto wa shule. Lazima kuna wamebebwa wakavalishwa wakuje kudhibitisha hiyo, unasema perception. That's how we analyze it.
Okay, what I'm saying, can I speak now? What I'm saying is, the one that you showed us in the majority is in yellow, I want to think that's the incoming of Rigathi Gachagua, homecoming, I mean. So there were some people who are ready for him to is coming home after he has been named the presidential running mate. And of course, Rigathi Gachagua is from Mathira, from Nyeri, whereby he has followers because it's an MP that side. He has followers, and of course, when the uniforms come, he has been with Ruto for a period of time now. So we cannot match it with the one which was in Ngong. I think somewhere in Ngong, whereby they were just in a normal campaign. So what I'm saying is, when you have T-shirts, you don't know whom you are giving. Sometimes you can give, but that is a choir. The one who are singing, that's the choir who was choirs. Some of them are prepared, being a choir, going to sing. And of course, there is a support. That is what we want as Kenya Kwanza. Like, if you have 1,100 people in each and every polling station, you have written, they have your, like, you have called them security. You are assured that those 100 people are going to vote for you. So our strategy of getting votes that's one of our strategy of getting votes. In as much as you cannot predict that everyone whom you give the uniform will vote for you. So what I'm only saying is the way or the strategy of Kenya Kwanza is far away above the strategy of Azimio. We can argue here and we can fight in words here, but your strategy cannot be ours. The way you look at it,
it's okay. We are not even exchanging strategy, Mr. Fighter. We are just analyzing situation. Okay.
I'm literally finishing by saying that's our strategy.
You have well explained your case. Okay. There are places where your uniform is readily available, and other places uniform is not readily available. But you believe that your candidate has natural followership everywhere in the country. We give it to you. Let's wait for 9th of August. We'll know who is who where. Tumalizie hapo naomba. Roba.
Hey, Mr. Fighter, Abali.
Nzuri.
Yeah, this is my first time to meet you. I want to ask you some 2-3 questions. Do you know Nani and advise you, Mr. Ruto? Advisor, senior advisor.
You can tell me.
Okay. Do you know Nani advice from overseas and other places? You know, he has advisors all over the country and outside the country. See?
I don't know.
Okay. If I were you, I would try to get that. We have information. We are connected. Here, my phone here.
Choi.
See. I know what's going on that campaign. Just give it 2 weeks, my friend. It's going to be over. Thank you.
Mr. Roba.
Thank you.
I just want to add something on that.
Fighter,
because he
Goja Kwanza, relax. You will respond. Mr. Kamal?
Okay.
I want Fighter because his name is Fighter to fight a battle that he can win. Because when you talk about things that are rather obvious, then you wonder, are you in the same level of for lack of a better word, of understanding the dynamics of politics in Kenya? Because Azimio has not denied that they mobilize people. They have not. What you are telling me, and I think you also mentioned that I am the one who had said they hire people. I am in Kiambu and I know what they do. They do what we call mob psychology. It's a con man way of organizing a crowd to sing when you say UDA, they sing your name, and then everybody thinks that everybody is with him. And it is okay, it's a political strategy. But saying they are not hiring, that is behaving like a proverbial ostrich. You know, a proverbial ostrich. You hide in the sand and think that nobody is seeing you.
Okay, yes, yes, Andrew. Quickly, please make it quickly so that
Thank you, Bernard. Yeah, let me assist our brother fighter because he comes from our area, and Alex is there, he's watching him. So I think from the security point of view, the color yellow is a good one for crowd control. So Mr. Fighter, that's a simple question. Answer that way. Just the yellow color is good to control the crowd because your organization is doing a good job. Simple as that. You don't need more reasons.
Okay, keep.
Najua unaniignore kwa sababu nakuanga mkali. Sorry. Ni tu alikuwa amesema some things to Mama Selina and I have to be very protective of this woman. Sasa Alex, Andrew, Roba, hii mtu yenu bana, na tuya yuko hapa leo. Huyu na mwanajifichanga hata simuoni hata leo. Amejificha yeye na Nyakaka Penny Nyakaka wanajificha sura. Are you embarrassed of yourself, you know? You have to be proud of the UDA thing. I never see your face. Occasionally I see you driving, but nini. And mobilization of the crowd is so obvious with UDA. There are 900 women that have been brought by UDA that come through buses. Secondly, we have a video of Anne Waiguru teaching these people what to say. It's so obvious. The first time that this happened, with the first time that Mother Karua went for a campaign, she did it organically. She had a small crowd of people that came to see her for her own message. That crowd grew bigger, and that's why you see them with the same Wajavan Goyanak, Wajavan Goya Azimio, and that's what we're trying to say. In some areas, yes, there's a bit of politics, but it's not as blatant as what we see with UDA. We see yellow colors, and for months we've been singing about these 900 women that have been hired by William Ruto to sing. Very beautiful voices, by the way, to sing for UDA. And it's so orchestrated. We're not that stupid. So what's a embarrassed the Alex, Roba, Andrew? It's not looking very good for the Kisi people when I see you here, Fighter, because it really irritates me. And please, when you talk to an elderly woman like Mama,
Fighter has his own democracy. Let's impress that he can do it. He has a right to do what he does.
He has a right, but also he has to respect Mama Selina. The way he was talking to her like a little child, I did not appreciate that. Tafadhali, talk to her with respect, please. Yeah, naomba tafadhali, Fighter, and that really irritated me. When she speaks, listen, hata kama hutaki kusikia.
Fighter, we invite you to our thing on the 9th of August. Just come, we celebrate. You win, you celebrate. We win, we celebrate. So whoever wins, I'm ready. Let's sit down. We can sit down, and you can prove us wrong, or we prove you wrong that day. The day is coming. It's only 2 months.
Bernard, I want to add on something there.
Fighter, respond quickly. We need to move on.
Okay. I just want to remind Mr. Kip that I'm never in darkness. It's only today that I'm in darkness because my light decided to be a bit dark, and I don't know why you are relating that to be I'm always in darkness.
See,
I'm not.
You and
I just want to tell
brother
you.
Penny and Cosmo Choi.
Okay, wait a minute. So for that reason, I just want to remind you, Mr. Kip, I'm old enough to know what is right and what is wrong. I'm not a small boy in as much as you see me, you say I'm hiding. So don't say that I spoke to Selina. I don't know what did I speak about with Selina. I just told Selina to hold on and wait for me to submit. And even Bernard was telling her to hold on and wait for me to finish. That's nothing much I said. So you are being biased, and this dishonest is what is really killing you people of Asmio. You just want to hear what you want to hear.
So, Mr.
You don't
Fighter,
want to listen.
Mr. Fighter,
No,
that's where
please,
I go.
Ben, let me finish. I'm finishing. Please
Stop
let me
attacking
finish.
people and just
I'm not
respond
attacking
to the
anyone. They're
question.
attacking me. You know, no, Ben, they're attacking me.
Goodbye. debating is a matter of brains, facts, and it's not attacks. Please, let's make
Bernard,
progress. Where is this?
I think in Kisii we might also need to cut some trees there. I see now.
Okay, the contractor is here.
I have 1, 2, 3 kisses present here. Miss Keyo.
Alex, confession time.
Actually, you should bring a fighter back. Actually, fighter has really tried. The first time you left us with fighter, I don't even know why that YouTube video was never taken out, because the things she said about Selena that day, I don't think any normal person could have listened. But I think fighter is getting closer to Azimio. And I think very soon he's going to change his name from Fighter. You know, before he used to call himself another name, he changed to a different name. He came back with the name Fighter. He's known of changing his names, but he has toned down. Ask Mama Selena. He's behaving himself better. If you don't know him, Kip and Robert, he has really tried today. Let's congratulate him. Fighter, where you are, I think I will congratulate you. I've known you in a more bad way.
It's okay, but it's good to respect oneself and respect others. And to win votes or to win support requires you to be considerate. You don't just run over everybody and try to demean everybody by calling them names.
But what actually made me afraid is that he said he's on a campaign trail with that kind of bitterness. I don't know if an Azimio guy is there and say something wrong, what will Fighter do? I can't imagine what he will do to an Azimio fan. So that is really scary.
So thank you.
He said he's campaigning in North Mogrango in Nyamira Banai. That's what he said there. He has some candidates. Be careful.
Mrudisha Bernard if he wants to come in.
Mrudisha mtu yeyote hapa tafadhali. Anaitwa nani? Hillary Kiai. Bernard, you are not fit to be a moderator. Is it to be what?
His cousin to fight ya Makoyo.
Okay.
He is a cousin to Nyamweya Makoyo. Oh God, the guy behaves the same. Wallahi, I'm not lying. You are right. They look alike. No, thank you.
Hi guys. Hello.
Hello, who is that? Penny is here to defend him. Let Penny defend him. Penny, ukienda nyuma ya kamera tunakutupa nje.
Hello.
Who is shouting? Stanley.
Yes.
Relax. You just arrived. Thank you. Wewe Penny. Wewe nakuja na kuvunja sheria kwa nini?
Hakuna taabu. Habari?
Salama.
Sasa ni kusema
hapa amekuja kutusumbua alafu nasema hakuna taabu.
Hakuna taabu. Sisi uko na raha mzuri sana. UDA inashinda. August 9th UDA inashinda. Na vile Alex amewaambia huko Kisii, we are there. It is nothing wrong. Na ile nafanya mbaya Bernard, asa wewe unanipatia wakati. Ile nafanya ni debate. Who wins? Kwa sababu saa hii huko Kisii, where we come from, kina Machogu. Na Oro ananiambia ati Ongwae is my cousin. No, Ongwae is my buddy. Ongwae is not my cousin. The policies that we have watched is very clear and it is going somewhere. Vile Alex aliwaambia, everything Alex say is what we believe. You are questioning. Yours is even Alex alikuwa anauliza ni question. Lakini that's what we believe. Sisi nashinda. There's nothing there. Yani Ruto anasema kitu moja. And there is a shortage of stupid people in Kenya. Wagisi. Bernard. Wagisi. Niambie Wagisi umepata ambao wako stupid. Hiyo sio kusema like Uda will win or Zimio will win. But we see what is there and we make our mind at the end of the day. And we will go for there. I lost the elections in Yaribari when everybody in Ugusi voted for him as a national leader. So you have to understand that's very, very different. Kila mtu is very different. Na Kenyatta ametufanyia mzuri sana. He has told everybody to speak their native language. Yani, native. No. Mimi ni Mugisi. I was not comfortable with Mugisi all the time. But Uhuru Kenyatta has made it comfortable. And even his dad did not do it. Njero Mugisi, yeah. Abagusi was Molega Amolebuya. Lakini, abande barabata de konama, bejalate. Njero Magusi, you move the problem you're going to. So, Bernard, thank you very much.
So wewe unasema mnaamini kutumia manipulation ku manipulate voters to vote for you regardless of your the means. You say the end justifies the means.
No, that's a very good question, but it is politics and it is where it is. It's only less than 3 months before the elections. Because if you want to make that argument that you just asked me the question 6 months from now, it will be another different question. We are not supporting Ruto because he's a criminal, he's killing people, he's doing this. There are the reasons why we're supporting him. We understand. A lot of people in ODM say that we are supporting a thug, a thief. I mean, who would support somebody like that?
Penny,
Bernard,
if there is some truth in that, does it bother you?
compared to what?
Does it bother to you if there is any truth? I'm not about
It has to. No. You're right. You're
of
right.
all
It
the
has
things
to.
labeled against them. If there is some truth in it, could that bother you by you putting him in office, or is he material?
No, it has to bother you. But compared to what?
It's not compared. For example, Mzee Mteshi died, okay? After the court had ordered William Ruto to pay compensation of a trespass of 5 million and return the 100 acres of land that he acquired wrongly by what? Grabbing, taking advantage of the post-election violence, chase this man away, take the land into his possession, transfer papers in his name, until it was taken through the court process. He was found guilty and ordered to return the land and pay. Such a person, okay, is he a good example of what of somebody who can take care of the entire country now?
No, the argument you make is very good, because in a shamba, we have to look at the context of what it was. I'm not defending it. I don't know the details, but it smells and sounds bad. I agree with you. I have no problem. But what the problem is, we don't use that example to anybody else. We just use it for Ruto. So that
but Penny, kama wewe ndio ulipelekwa kotini, okay? Ukalazimishwa ulipe fine na urudishe shamba. Wewe unataka tuzungumze kuhusu Alex kama ni wewe ulikuwa kotini? Si kama wewe kama ulikuwa kotini ni wewe tutazungumzia, sio Alex, na sio lazima Alex naye pia ashikwe na shamba. Anaweza kushikwa na kitu kingine.
Bernard,
Whatever. What I'm saying that the argument you are making is very clear. That's an ODM argument, and I'm making a good argument. Where can we get somewhere where we can get a middle ground? I understand. What I'm saying is,
You
what
know,
I'm saying,
Penny mnanitishanga sana.
what I'm saying is an ODM.
UDA. Ngoja. Where is a middle ground between a case that was brought before the judges and the judge gave the ruling? So where is neutral here? See, just we read the paper. So and so was accused for grabbing land that belonged to
Can I ask
somebody.
you the question?
Yeah, it has neutrality. Does it?
Can I ask you that question?
Ask.
The stupidity of what you call what's his name right now, Kinoti, is just that stupid. How can that be any state running any government? No, I mean what we are doing is naive. I told you, Bernard, I came to America when Steve Biko was being killed, when Nelson Mandela was in jail. There is a reason why. Because what we are doing is naive. What we can argue right now, I cannot change you to be in Uda. You cannot change me to be in Azimio.
Penny, I respect you, but you are trying to take me for a ride, and I don't like it. Okay, you are not sticking to the case at hand. You want to take me around the world, chasing some goose that are nowhere. Okay.
Yeah.
If we are talking about Muteshi's land, let's talk about the wahusika wa ile Muteshi's land. Na kama after grabbing land from somebody who was a post-election victim, who is supposed to be defended by you, you make him a victim of you. Then later on, you now want to be the presiding officer of the entire country. And you want us to forget that story? It's not possible. And if it is hearsay, we can argue about it. If it's just newspaper reporting, it's something different. But this is a ruling from a honorable court, okay, with valid rulings, judges stamped and cleared. So it's something that's credible. It can be tabled anywhere. It's not a story ya what ODM walisema kwa campaign. We have the papers, we have the court case, we have the court number, we have the guilty party, we have the compensated party. So hii sio maswala ya kusikiliza kwa nini, kwa whatever political rally. Now that should be different from when whatever what is his name, Junet amesema na nini mwizi. That's different. But if it's the court, that's credible. We need to pay close attention to it. That's all I'm asking for.
Can I say a word?
Carry on.
All I'm saying is that I'm agreeing with you 100%. There's nothing wrong that you say that I can really critique for where I stand from, for where my knowledge is. All I'm saying is that, Bernard, August 13th, you said you give me time. It's a Zuma Sadaka. I would have to do that. And then we can answer that question that you are asking, or you are, talking about. Everything is politics, my friend. So if we fail, if I fail,
Let Alex ask you a question. Let Alex ask you a question, please.
Alex, Anko, Nyakaka. Anko Nyakaka. Moketoli via koranche ngoso kiora wan ga kipie kama kora ki limie kamera ga ndora.
Goran. Yago de.
Akinya limi. Kwa igwa. Tilimie kamera ndora.
Tigana ko de goli minde nenda. Lakini nyenale kwanjira na inu na ODM ya ino. Gwala ko de nyene kora. Lakini karongo bakanya na yote ke ko nanda.
Anko gosi. Ben, that's my uncle. Just get him off. My cousin just wrote me a text. Akaniambia tumtoe hapo. Yes, please. I know there is democracy, but also there is relationship and respect. Yes, Uncle Gendorad.
Okay, let's listen to who? Henry Sema. Unmute, Henry. Your mic is off.
Yes, good evening. How are you everywhere you are? Now, concerning the issues about what each of us is contributing is important. That's why the forum is there. We get the views of those who are contributing positively and negatively, which is okay. So you can't say that you people of ODM, you people of UDA, you are doing this. We see what they're doing. Look at their speeches and rallies, what they say. It is about whoever has done something in Azmio. Is something who has moved from Azmio to something else. So it's not a surprise of what some of the participants in this forum they are doing. With me, I relax. I don't have to we don't have to exchange because it doesn't make sense. I have one vote. I have to seduce another vote to top up, as the president is saying, to my vote. So what they are doing, I think it doesn't make sense. In their rallies, the agenda is talking about a certain scenario. They are formalities of just creating scenarios. Like, let me tell you guys, maybe from next week or 2 weeks to come, Gachagua is going to be dropped to the bring Kindiki because Gachagua is sinking the ship. So it's gonna be, maybe they say now we see, now we go, we come back again. Now this is what we are doing. Because they're just looking for narratives. I think this is not what we should be arguing. Maybe I'm talking good about what I'm supporting, by the way, as me. Because I support it, and I've been saying this in this forum because of what they are doing. Look, if they go to they were in Narok today, they listen to what those people say and say, if we take the government, this is what they're gonna do. But look at Huda, vitandawiri, mutakurayo. So every day, ukienda everywhere is vitandawiri, muchawi. So what is that agenda? Do we have that agenda? And surprisingly enough, and I think there's somewhere it is quoted in the Bible that Jesus came and found his disciples doing business and then he crushed them. And this has come to Kenya. It is starting in Kenya. You know, you can't come in the synagogue. I don't know when I was growing up, I've never seen this. You can't even if you, like me, I go to the church. I can't accept stand from the synagogue or from from where the pastor or a priest or a father delivers the sermon, the word, then start saying about politics. Where are we? Where are we? You know what? God is watching us. We are his people. Whether I'm a sinner or not, the truth will come out. Let us not do things like, I want to preach. And Atwoli, I have heard somebody talk about Atwoli. Sometimes I don't want to mention names. Atwoli said, look, some of you, if you take this money, we have paid 10, I don't know, priests. So we have to be very careful of if kama tutakuwa na shida Kenya after uchaguzi, sio mimi peke yangu ambaye ni wa UDA ama wa Azimio, ni sisi sote. So let us not play with our lives, by the way. If the economy has been spoiled, tuangalie ni wapi. I just saw one of the guys said, Gachagua, after he acquired billions in a short time when his brother started becoming sick. I don't know, let him rest in peace. Amechukua pesa 10 billion. Hata ukifanya biashara gani, making a billion is not like Raila was saying is a change. Billion people are playing, and as if it is only me who is suffering from the economy. All of us, our children, our parents, our brothers. So let us not play with our economy, our country. Kenya could have been third far from other countries in Africa. Look now, people are talking of billions in the bank. You ask him or how the type of job or business he was doing. People were questioning, okay, you have these billions, you are doing business. Which business? Nothing. That's why I said the pot is sinking for Gachagua. Maybe from next week, things might change. And we have to be very careful because I saw one of the guys comment online that these people are just grouping themselves. Hata Azimio kuna watu wameiba pesa ya serikali because hiyo ni ugonjwa ulipandwa na Moi. Ndio maana mwanafunzi wake sasa alifaulu, sasa ndio huyo sasa amefanya mbegu imesambazwa. So we want to suffocate it. Seriously asiamea wengine tupate tuweze kuona kama Kenya yetu itaenda mbele. So let us not tuzingatie na usikasirike. I see some of the guys wanakasirika. Sasa wanakasirika nini? Kura huko na yeye ni moja. Wewe sema tutachukua tu ina simple way na ukiwa umefurahi, sio kukasirika ati unaanza kutajataja ati kabila hii ati mimi ni ati nyinyi mnafanya hivi. Hapana, let us be people who are constructive, respective, so this forum can be of importance to the development of our country. Mimi nikiangalia watu wakifanya hivyo, mimi nasema kweli, have you been like some of us, like the guy who has been speaking there, tuko na yeye hapa, tuko maybe anatuma pesa, anatumia jamii yake, but what uchaenda huko ndani uone vile watu. Mimi I've been there, I was a teacher there for more than 14 years, so I've been going, I see children coming from families which are poor. Hata kukula hakuna, mtoto hawezi kuja shule kumuuliza ati si kukula, si kusafisha nguo. So then hapa unaanza kusema sisi tell us what you gonna do. Shida tulio nayo ni ya ufisadi. Kwa nini hawaongee juu ya wasianze kusema huyu ni mchawi, huyu ameweka sasa tunamchekelea amefanya hivi. That one cannot help. Hiyo sio sasa, kama ni watu wanachezea maisha yao, wanafurahia, wanapiga makofi. Nimesikia mmoja hapa amesema people are grouped, waanze kupiga makelele ati fulani. That's okay. That's a strategy, as he say, ya kupata kura. But if you get these votes, utazifanyia nini? Anyway, I'm very grateful for those of you guys who have heart for other country. And usianze kusema wewe ni Mkisii, ni Mjaluo, ni wewe ni Mkalenjin, ni wewe ni, we are all Kenyans. We are the title is a Kenyan citizen. Unaanza kuwa hata Mjaluo, wewe hata Mgirama, hata Msomalia, sisi ni wa Kenya. So let us do a brotherhood contribution. Sio ati pena dito huyo. Ati sasa mimi I know you are going to fail. We are going to take the government. Hata ukichukua hiyo government bado ni Kenya. Haitakuwa Kenya B ama Kenya kwanza ama Kenya, itakuwa Kenya ile tulipata huko na tutaiacha huko. But let us be straightforward and do the right thing. Anyway, thank you. Let other participants contribute too.
Yes, Robert.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Henry, for that long lecture. I really appreciate what you just said. I mean, I think also I share your values, and we should believe that democracy comes from the people. You can never impose democracy on people. We believe on that. But at the same time, some of these guys who come here from the other side, they go overboard. They are sometimes they're emotional. Some of them have not appeared of latest because they know they realize that they're losing. But that's not something we want to celebrate. I'd like to have a debate with anybody anytime in this network, if time allows. But the problem is, where are they? They used to come here prime time some weeks ago. They used to lecture us how things are going the other side. The man you saw there called Mr. Fider, you know, we talked to him nicely. We told him, even I asked him some questions. But with him, the way he was looking, I mean, I'm sorry to say that, it looks like he was ready even just to cut my head if he had the opportunity. But here's what I'm saying. We are all Kenyans. We come from a country called Kenya, and we should respect one another. I know when I started here, sometimes my emotions used to go up, but I've run it on the other way around. Sometimes now I just leave it. You know what? There's no need of shouting. Even if you shout or you do whatever you do, you are not going to change somebody's mind if they have decided to vote for Ruto. That's fine. But we have also a right to say what those people have done. So Mr. Nyagaga came here and said that we should not call Ruto a thief or he has not stolen. But yes, he was given a case and he didn't have an answer. So I wish people know that the way I see it, for the first time, our country is going to have a peaceful election. For the first time, we are talking about issues, not about people. And that one we should appreciate about it. So we are on the right track. We are not that bad. Imagine some other countries like surrounding countries from like Tanzania and Uganda. They don't have a forum like this one we have here right now. They don't participate like the way we do it right now. We are growing our democracy. But what we need to do is to try to accommodate the other side. I think that one, I agree with you. Let us try to accommodate one another so that even if it comes here, so like you said, it's only 1/4. Will it make a difference? I don't know. But at the same time, respecting one another, that we respect all of us be on the same page. We can disagree on issues, but let us not just show some emotions that it's as if I get you out of this network, I will even cut off your head. Some of them is what I was just saying today. But at the same time, I respect everybody's opinion. So let somebody respect my opinion. Let us argue. And we like to tell Ben that this for us is a privilege to have this kind of platform. And let us make use of it in a positive way for our country. Thank you.
Thank you both of you for your counsel on the same. I want to repeat once again, we reserve the rights of admitting or dismissing anybody on this channel. The purpose of this channel is to transmit right information to Kenyans so that Kenyans can make informed decision. It is not a transmitter of transmitting anything, especially when somebody obviously wants to twist what is right. Like if we're discussing a case that has been ruled in a court that is in public domain, then you want to push it under the carpet as if it never took place, and you want to fool everybody, and you're asking me to be neutral because I should give you equal hearing. Equal hearing over what? We are all here adults, and that's one of the conditions why this forum is for adults, people who are old enough to judge matters. That makes us elders. For us to be elders, we need to provide leadership. We can't provide leadership when we are lying openly or supporting lies openly. We should be able to call what is wrong, wrong, call what is right, right. Now, when you are confronted with it, you now go personal, you begin now to attack people personally. That we will not tolerate on this platform. Like I've said, there are many channels on YouTube. If you are not comfortable here, join where you are comfortable. It is that simple. But don't ask us to broadcast what is wrong. We are not here to mislead the country. We are here to help the country know the direction. And if we all remain here and we are supporting Azimio, we don't talk about Azimio all through. We look at the whole Kenya and what is good for Kenya, what is not good for Kenya, what should be done to correct what is wrong in Kenya. Lakini mtu kuja hapa kutumia hii platform kupropagate propaganda vile amepewa script na Itumbi akuje kutusomea hapa. We can, if we are looking for what Itumbi has said, we know where his channel is. We can go and collect that information. But we will not be party to anybody who wants to intimidate somebody simply because he wants to transmit what he wants to transmit for free on this channel. Afadhali kwenda kulala kuliko kukaa hapa na kusaidia mtu kudanganya Wakenya. Huo ndio msimamo. Thank you everybody. Now, naomba turudi kwa debate. Yes, keep.
Unajua ni wakati wangu wa kwenda kulala kwa sababu ni 2 o'clock. Unaweza nipatie dakika 2 tafadhali? Nimepatia ruhusa, nimepatia dakika 2. Sawa. Okay. Unajua Bernard, siku hizi ulinitupa kwa background siku moja nikajua yani you're a serious moderator. It doesn't matter if you're friends or not. Ukimisbehave unaenda nje. So thank you for your permission. Today I just wanted to say 2 things, and where I was a bit fired up, even if it was a small thing that you may have thought. I think that sometimes my age sets. I'm a bit on the midlife area, you know, of my age set is with like an Alex. We might look young, but we're a bit older. But tukiona our younger brothers misbehaving, we get a bit offended because tukiona watu wakiongea na mtu kama Nyumba ama Mama Selina ama Maggie, because I've seen some people talk disrespectful to Maggie or Maggie here, and you know her daughter also watches the show here. Mama Selina's actual grandkids watch this. Nyumba's daughters, now I've been hearing from these people, watch this show, and when you're disrespecting their grandparents, it's not good. These are people who've earned their badges to talk however they want. And if you have disagreements with them, do it like Martin Detto. Martin Detto will listen to them. And there was an argument, a very healthy argument, that Mama Selina and Martin Detto had about Ukambani. And it was very respectful. They had a disagreement, but later on they realized that they were speaking from different points of it. Because the younger man listened to the older lady. And that's how it's supposed to be. There is history that is spoken by an older generation that we're not privy to. So tafadhali, if these people come here with opinions, and I see some people also disrespecting one of the patron of this channel, which is Jakindo Bay, tafadhali, please listen to them. They have history that we need to listen to. These people saw our independence. Some of them saw our independence, and they might have been young boys and girls at that age, but they saw it. So they know what they're talking about. They saw their dads and grandfathers and grandmothers fight for independence. So tafadhali waheshimu and talk to them. It might not be something that you said wrong, but it's tonality that you might have spoken to him. Bernard was not very happy about it, because even when Bernard is talking to Mama Selina and trying to say something, or to Jakindo Bay or to Nyumba, he usually says it, anasema mom, like huo ni mama yake, ataongea polepole na kumwambia, can you relax, I want to say something. Even Jakindo Bay sema mzee, you'll ask it in a very respectful place. You can see, even if he's a moderator, hawa ni wazee wake. And Bernard comes with respect because these are his elders, and he will try and speak to them with respect. And this is a whole reverend, by the way, he's a minister. Now, ameona eldership is a very important right in our African community. So when I feel a bit energetic about it, I have to defend about that, because I felt very bad about how Nyumba came today, because he felt like you people do not want to hear them. Mama Selina feels sad sometimes, but she keeps coming back later on because she knows how important this forum is. So please respect these people and listen to what they have, even though you disagree with them. A recent example, just 5 minutes ago, Alex listened to his uncle. And it got to a point that his uncle was acting in a disrespectful way, and got a message from his cousin. And that's when he said respectfully to Bernard, tafadhali, My uncle is not, and I don't want to do family affairs here, but you can understand where we're going here. So please, heshimu watu wa wazee hapa, and we do it. And my final message is if Kalonzo does not behave, the Iron Lady behind me, apate kiti ya chief cabinet secretary or prime minister, and if it's not constitutionally there yet, tumpatie speakership. So thank you very much. And Bernard, I will stay for 5 minutes before I leave, but respect our elders, people, please. Tafadhali. And if you can add a little bit, Bernard, I know you've got wisdom when it comes to that.
Okay, thank you very much. It's the Bible says we have a generation that curses their fathers, despises their mothers. Now that is a very, very, very sad generation to be. But all is not lost. Let's all get back to our senses. Because if we don't, you will forever be lost in life until you have somebody you respect to help you order your steps. The Bible teaches that if you have your teachers in place, that's the only time you will hear a voice behind you telling you, this is the way, walk ye in it, when you get to a crossroad. So when you outgrow respect for the elders, you outgrow respect for anybody. The moment you have adopted that as a way of life, getting lost for you is guaranteed, and you will never make headway in life. So some of us, we are where we are right now because of the people we respect and hold in high esteem. My mother, she's still alive right now. My mother can call me anytime and call me to order. Despite the fact that I have my own family, I'm doing my own business, living my own life. Respecting the elders is the way to go forward. So our vijana ambao wanataka kurukia kila mtu, take your time, take your time. There is nothing you are that those elders were never. And there's nothing you're trying to teach them that they have never experienced. So take your time. Every time you stand before an elder, it is that way. Ogopa kichwa chenye mvi, Biblia inasema, heshimu uso wa mtu mzee. That's Leviticus. Ili uishi siku zako dunia zikuwe nyingi na zikuwe za baraka. Fanya nini? Ogopa kichwa chenye mvi, heshimu uso wa mtu mzee. That's a principle of living. So when it comes to exchange between you and an elder, you take the second nini and apologize, even if she is wrong and you are right. That way you'll be safe. But this one taking on, throwing this, throwing that, you dig your own grave before time. Let us, I think, leave it there. And just move forward. Let's respect one another, do what we are required to do, and ensure tuko hapa kwa sababu ya Kenya. Tuko hapa kwa sababu tunataka Kenya bora kuliko ile Kenya tuko nayo sasa hivi. Hatuwezi kuijenga kwa msingi wa uongo, hatuwezi kuijenga kwa msingi wa propaganda, hatuwezi kuijenga kwa msingi wa kila mtu aseme chochote kila anataka. I'll go back to the Bible again. The Bible says after the death of Joshua in the Bible, there was no judge, there was no prophet, there was no leader in Israel, and therefore everybody lived the way they saw right. Okay, everybody lived the way they saw right. And then what happened? They all deviated away from the Lord God who took them from Israel, from Egypt. So the moment everybody's left to define what is right in their own way and live the way they feel in their own way, will all deviate from what is right. That's why there is constitution. That's why there are values. That's why there is word to be followed. So you can't say we are in a free Kenya, we allow everybody to do whatever they want and say whatever they want because that is what you call freedom. There is no freedom without responsibility. And any person advocating for freedom must first of all take responsibility for all they say and all they do, especially if you're asking for a public office. From presidency to MCA, the moment you want that public office, we must hold you accountable. Lakini kama wewe ni muongo, unaongea uongo, alafu unasema eti hiyo ni siasa. Siasa doesn't give you permission. The force of gravity, I've said here before, the force of gravity will work whether you are doing politics or you are doing preaching. Uwezi kupanda Times Towers umwambie mimi saa hii nataka kufanya tu politics, nitaruka chini, but it's just politics. Don't take me serious. It's just what? Politics. You will die. So let's not take this politics too far, whereby we're now giving permission for people to lie until they are lying to their children, their children's children. Nobody's respecting themselves anymore because they are playing politics. No, we need to go back to those family values, whereby elders refrain themselves from saying something because children are around. Yes, refrain themselves from saying something because children are around. Or they chased away the children so that they talk things that were only pertaining to the elders. We need that back. We can't allow everybody to be a child. Woe unto you, O people, if thy king be a child, and that he eats in the morning. That they say that land where the king is a child and he eats in the morning, he say, woe unto you. So we can't be children and still want to be leaders. It doesn't work. So please, let's not twist things just to suit our environment. Let's do what is good for this country and for one another. Naomba tusonge mbele. Mama Celine. Mama Celine, are you still there?
Yes, Bernard.
Yes, Bernard. Yes. Tusonge mbele ama uko kwa simu. How are our Ugandans doing, by the way?
Oh yeah, the Ugandans are doing good. Walikuwa PC, walikuwa campaign mahali inaitwa Omoro. That is not Uganda. I think I sent you starting, and then the watu walipata accident wakienda Mashishi, so they were so PC, but otherwise they are okay. Wanachoin wame communicate na ofisi yao, and they are very happy. So they will come in, and then wamefurahi sana. Actually, ile uoga walikuwa naye iliisha. No, sometimes it is good to keep people up. Kwa sababu wanaona Museveni akishikana tena na Kenya, they will die. Of which hata sisi atupendi Raila with the history of Mukingo na mambo mingi imeifanyika, sisi wa Kenya tunajua hawezi, but otherwise asante kwa hiyo maoni mumesema. Us also as leaders, Martha Karua anatuambia kila siku heshima ni kila upande. Usikue msee ukatae kuheshimu wadogo. So it is both traffic, two-way traffic. Ni kuheshimu uniheshimu. Na ndio nchi yetu itaenda vizuri. I think that is correct. But shida ya watu manduku zetu pia, unajua pena tukiishi kwa nyumba ya uongo, baba yako anasema uongo, mama yako anasema uongo, kila mtu around you anasema uongo. It will be so difficult for you to go out there na useme ukweli, because kama kwenyu ni unajua na unasikia watu wanasema, so ukisikia TV baba yako anasema uongo, what will you do? Utajaribu kufikiria hiyo uongo inakusaidia, but inawa destroy. Kama sahii kuna hiyo nini, naona clip ya Langas anaambia watu tumewapatia barabara, yani ile uongo kabisa kabisa, lakini ni kwa sababu amesema sasa sahii ako serikali kabisa ndani, amepeana maji, anapeana barabara, amefanya sometimes unakuta inakuwa ngumu kwa sababu uongozi ya uongo usuri hata Mwenyezi Mungu anakataa. But our people coming here wanataka intimidation kwa sababu watu, nafikiri watu yote wanaongea kuhusu Azimio ni watu wamechipanga, na nafikiri tumeconvert watu wengi na ndio inawasumbua, but otherwise tunakushukuru Penat. Mnatuhurumia saa ingine tukienda out of order, na mimi huwa nasema kila siku, najua tuna compete na watu wanashika ma PhD kwa mamkono na sisi tunashika ile yetu ya samani tulifunzwa na mwalimu na ile tuliambiwa ile wisdom. So I think the young people wawezi recognize wisdom, but mungekuwa na hiyo masomo ya hali ya juu kuongeza na wisdom, Kenya ingeenda mbali sana. But watu wasee wanajaribu sana kufikiria mambo ya wisdom because you don't have anything else. We don't go to text, no, hatuwezi enda kuangalia. Na nyinyi unaona mtu mzima akiwa pale mbele ameandika kitabu, anasoma points, anangoja wengine waongee. Those are the people. Wisdom ni ile mambo Mungu amekupatia. Ukiona crowd, you know what to tell them. Otherwise, pia mimi nashukuru Mtembei TV. We have learned a lot. Na wale wamekubali advice yetu pia wamesikia. So tunashukuru Penat. As tunaendelea kuongea, tunajua tunakosea, lakini ukiwa pasta unaendanga unatuombea, na tunaamka asubuhi tena tunakuja uchoki, na hiyo ni Mungu alikupatia. Kama labda ungekuwa kama sisi ingekuwa imeisha, but kwa sababu uko na wisdom na Mungu ndiye sababu bado tuko hapa. Otherwise tuendeleshe hii mpaka after August, but again after August kwa sababu hatutakuwa na siasa, tutakuwa watchdog. Tutaangalia serikali yetu vile inafanyia watu na tukue na mambo ingine. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina.
Before I go, Bernard, you forgot to address.
Yes,
you forgot to address Gabriel about donations. He's been asking Gabriel Nyamu.
I sent the whatever the details.
That was on the private.
He also asking for pay bill number for Azimio.
You sent it on the private chat.
We don't have it yet, and I don't think we'll be able to do that.
But you sent it on the private chat, Bernard.
Us to do that. So kama ni Azimio, utaongea na Azimio headquarters. Usichanganye Mtembei TV na Azimio saa hii kwa masuala ya hela.
Okay.
We don't want trouble. And Azimio are yet to contract us to broadcast their number, if there is one. I'm not even aware. Although I have some whatever. I can get it if I want to, but I wouldn't want to ask for it.
All right. Good night, brother. See you later. Bye.
Thank you. Let's keep it up and proceed. Yes, Roba.
Yes, Bernard. That also echo what Mama Serena amesema. To our viewers, those who view on us and those who watch us on this network through Facebook and other things, sometimes some of us might just think, who are these people or whatever it is. When we come here as a united Kenya. Some of the people you see here are learned people who have won universities, have master's degrees, some are teachers. I see somebody's buzzing some ice cream, I don't think it's some noise. So some are teachers, some have worked different, some are working different networks or different jobs in all over the country, either outside Kenya or inside Kenya. So when we come here and whatever opinion we give out, some of us we might be connected. We know what's going on for the good of the country. We don't come here and make some stories because we want people to hear who we are. More especially, I'm talking for myself. When I come here, we prepare ourselves just to make sure that whatever we speak or whatever comes to our mouth, it's good for the country. And at the same time, we support evidence. So when we hear something we say here from our mouth, it's not like we make up stories. Some of us, we are very serious. Some of us, we have run campaigns inside our country or outside the country. So we have that kind of experience. We don't come here because we want to be seen or we want to argue with people. So when we disagree, accept it. We also want to accept it. I mean, this is what we want our country to be. I remember when President Uhuru said, and I keep on saying, when election comes, that day after you go, you fought, just come out. You just come out. You know, you are never, maybe you know who you voted for. Come out and have a share meal. Come out. Well, wins, wins. We move on. We don't want to go back some of the things which happened some years ago, like the 207, maybe 2017, all these things. As long as it's democratic, as long as it's true, and everything's just like everybody's satisfied, some of us, if we lose, if our candidate lose come election night, someone like me, I'm ready to move on because we believe in democracy. We are not here just one-sided, just because we support so and so. No, we are just here to exchange ideas. I want to hear what Mr. Ruto says, whatever he says from his side. Let them also try to accommodate us what we say. But most of the time, it looks like whenever some of these guys come here, it's just like they want to come and make points to get out. And sometimes I feel they're being sent with some propaganda to come and try to do. That's not the way we should go ahead, the way we do things. Just come prepared. Let's argue. But at the end of the day, we are not to say you won or I won. Let the people decide themselves so that when they go to vote, they said, I had it from Mr. Robert, I had it from Alex, or I had it from Bernard, I'm going to vote this way. That's what we want. But coming here, exchanging or making that my candidates, elections is not life or death. Elections is the democracy for the majority. If they win, they win. If they lose, they lose. Then we move on. Our country is better than anybody else. We were born there. We will die there. We will live it. Generations will come. Kenya will always remain. And that's a fact you will never change. Thank you, you guys who are out. Just keep on tuning in. Now, we would have more information. Some of us, we are connected all over the country. Even if we are outside, we know what's going on in Kenya. So whatever comes from our mouth, sometimes trust the sources. We know what's going on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Roba. I want us to bring in Nani. PK. Peter. Naonekana Peter ametoka. Hosea pia ametupwa nje. Yes, Alex. In the meantime, as PK comes.
Yeah, Bernard, thanks for your umesema. Mimi nitarudi bado kwa siasa. Mimi napenda siasa. Hiyo ingine naweza sikia YouTube. Bernard, wakati Gachagua ana confirm kuja kwetu, anasema yes, we wanted to impeach the president authoritatively. Alafu unaona kuwa katika mrengo wao wako na maspika wote, and then unamuona Kalonzo anataka kuwa speaker na amekuwa akitusumbua hivi sana. Ametaka kuwa running mate has become elusive because I think Raila understood what he wants to do, because I think you are the running, you are the presidential candidate, and by all means, vile Martha Karua alituambia, one of the most important decision a candidate has to make is to choose a correct running mate. And I think in her speech, that was one of the best things that I had. Sasa huyu Kalonzo anataka kuwa speaker. Already tunaona iko deputy president ambayo amekubali kuwa they wanted to impeach the president. Hata kama tunataka hizi kura kutoka Ukambani, are we that desperate? Can we continue begging for those votes? Because, I mean, we just have to get to a point. We are preparing our people, because I think the debate we are having here is, we need him, we don't need him, we need him, we don't need him. You know, and we had that debate for so long until we got to a point some of us said, yo, we don't need him as our deputy president. Maybe something else. For now, it's a finality. We have to make sure that we are choosing somebody that campaign and work for the agenda for Baba. We made the right decision. That woman came for 5 days. She has gone to Central. She has made everything possible for us, that which seemed very impossible. What was impossible for us to make a decision, because we kept going here and there, and finally we decided he cannot be. Now he wants to come back. Now sasa kuna debate ingine inakuja kuwa, oh, sasa wacha achukue sasa hiyo speakership. I want us to remind ourselves about the history of our country. In 2007, these two people, with all honesty, the people that prevented us from taking the leadership, ODM, from PNU, was not Martha Karua. It is Kalonzo. Because Kalonzo went and joined. And the numbers that they did not have, and constitutionally now they had them. Martha could have made every noise she wanted to, because she was a member of that party. Because I have that right. If I'm in ODM today, lazima nitetee party yangu. It is my constitutional right. And there is nothing wrong about it. Now, after that, the Grand Coalition was formed. He became a beneficiary because of the law that was crept in, because we did not have a benefit. Even if he had switched off, they still had to go to parliament to bring him in, because there was no agreement of a coalition government that time. So Kalonzo became a beneficiary of the negotiation. Now, you saw the problems he gave us in parliament. You saw the problems that he gave us, to a point that at some point, the man called Marende had to hide from Raila, from Mwai Kibaki, from the media, go lock himself in the house to make a decision who is going to be a leader of business in parliament. And the person causing that simple problem was Kalonzo. And he knew the work of a prime minister. The constitution had changed so that we should have a functional premier, head of politics, and the other one was to be head. The constitution had been changed, crafted so that power sharing could be. And the guy gave us problem, hell to the end. And thank God for Kioni, who about 2 months ago was able to come to morning news and said, even with the difficulties that the Grand Coalition from the PNU side gave to Raila, when it came matters of running the country, making important decisions, Raila never gave PNU a problem. In fact, he rubber-stamped anything that was progressive and was making Kenyans better than the politicians. Now, Kalonzo has been erratic, and everybody knows, and I don't want to make him a topic, because I think we are exhausted and he has depleted us of the energy of speaking with him. I think Kenyans, we need to move on with finality. In that, whether he be there or not, we must push the narrative that Kenyans are more important. In the coming 5 years, you can see that already Mudavadi, who has been sent to be a spin doctor, has started crying foul, kuwa we are going to rig, as an admission that we have already won. Okay? So if we have already won, what must we do? The first thing we must do is to put our government clear and make sure that our agenda is fluid and oiled to the point that when Baba gets in, we have 5 years of history that no country in Africa will have. You read the historicity of Sankara, the history of our neighbor here, Magufuli, which we don't want to talk about. In 5 years, they were able to finish their debt. He was able to eradicate corruption totally. He will go to the contractors, kwa barabara, whether you are a Chinese or not, and say, give me your passport. Na uwache ujinga. Hii barabara nimekupea, wiki mbili. And we saw all those clips and we thought the guy was, crazy. We are 5 years, Bana. Kalonzo has no part in the history of making Kenya great. Anybody crying about Kalonzo is living in past glory or past hell. If we are serious about Kenya, we cannot get a person like Muturi who will admit, and Gachagua, that they were ready to impeach the president. In fact, we are setting ourselves in trap. If Gachagua today says openly, and we are seeing it, you know what are they trying to tell the president? Utadu nini? What are you gonna do? Now we will tell it as it is. We have both speakers. They are here. They are going to confirm this is what we wanted to do. I'm telling you, we are not losing these elections. The excitement that is on the ground is very simple. People have started being excited with just the nomination of Martha Karua. We are not in the election day yet, but people are changing the way they are talking. Women, mothers, civil servants are speaking differently today. When Kibaki came on my finishing point in 2002, we were able to stop a police officer from taking a bribe to a point that we pushed them. Even we took policemen to police again. But Kibaki disappointed us. Kibaki did not put the law and the excitement that we had in the Kenyan people. So the hope was lost because immediately there was another corruption scandal of a bigger magnitude than Goldenberg. And now we started again a chapter of corruption. What we are saying is this: we have a new wave, a new hope, and a new Kenya. In the introduction of the speech of unveiling our candidate, Raila said this is the 7th election after multipartism. Like in a creation week, it's the 7th day that marks a new earth and a new Kenya. If it's so, we must think differently. We must not think about Kalonzo. We must think Kenya as an entity. And those people talking to Kenya as an entity. Martha Karua has talked about corruption, watu kupora mali yetu. She has talked about education. She has talked about school child program for lunch. She has been speaking about, for the first time in our election, we are having idea-based politics because Martha Karua is pushing a narrative of idea. She's not abusing anybody. We are we are not going to degenerate from going from hotel to hotel that we are now having a pact with Kalonzo. Siasa ya hoteli imeisha. Siasa tuko nayo ni kuenda kwa watu na kuambia ni nini kitatakana kifanywe ili Kenya iwe Kenya mpya na nchi mpya. Yule ambaye bado anafikiria juu ya Kalonzo, wacha aende Kenya kwanza, kwa sababu hiyo ndio Kenya ya jana na Kenya ambayo hatutaki. Asante sana.
Haya, yes. Roba, iko nini?
Yeah, Alex, just a few minutes. I agree what you say, but I disagree with you with when Magufuli was a dictator. That's not the way you handle things in a country where you go to contractors on somewhere there, you threaten them with passports. No. We want a democracy where institutions work, like the way our country things work sometimes. We might be the other way around, but things work. But to go there, you are the judge, you are the jury, okay? You are the prosecutor, you are everything. That's dictatorship. Magufuli was a dictator. Tanzania with their whatever CCM's dictatorship. We should not, never compare what we are with Tanzania's dictatorship. That's the way I just said. Thank you very much.
1 minute response. When Jakaya Kikwete was coming out of the leadership of CCM, the person who was supposed to take over was Lowassa. The internal struggle was the one like Jubilee is having. Lowassa was too powerful, a corrupt person that, remember, even when Bush went twice to Tanzania, gave money for energy sector, and the guy bankrupted the energy sector. So when Jakaya Kikwete and the people of CCM were speaking about the politics of CCM, Lowassa had bought everybody like Ruto had done. Remember that. Now, they went to 3 conventions to choose a leader. 3 they could not get. When Lowassa realized it's going to be hard for him, he went to the other chama immediately. And then the chama became very powerful. CCM was in the verge of losing, remember, for the first time in the history of Tanzania. Then Jakaya Kikwete, Mukapa actually intervened. What did Mukapa do? He said, if we are going to lose, it is going to be bad for our party. In the convention, when they did not have a leader, when Jakaya Kikwete wanted to tell them, now we don't know what to do, come back next week, erratically he said, hatuwezi kwenda nyumbani. Go look at that speech. Lazima tuchague mtu. Ninawapa mtu ambaye ni mweupe kama pamba na mchapakazi. Na huyo ni nani? Magufuli. That's how he was chosen. And when he was chosen, remember, that was the first CCM president who was not given the presidency of CCM. He became a president. 3 months later, he was not given even the presidency of CCM. He was being frustrated because walimuogopa kuwa he was too strict. And CCM had a problem. By the time he becomes a president, you are a president without institutions. Totally. And you know how CCM is powerful. Ilikuwa imeshika, there was institutionalized corruption. Na kuambia mtu anaitwa Jakaya Kikwete alikuwa na gas station, petrol station in every town in Tanzania. Go ask those people. Hakukukuwa na dawa katika hospitali yoyote. Go ask Tanzanians. And I hope the other Tanzanian was here. I hope he's listening. The Tanzanians were mad. Now, when he came to power, he's in power, but the police commissioner is not with him. He's in power, but the intelligence is not with him. He's in power, but he's a puppet president. He had to work his way to take over. Later on, they realized it's a losing game. And 6 months after the election, they gave him the chairmanship of CCM. And they feared corruption. The same people in CCM. That's why the guy was acting erratically. Because when you have the tool, you are president, but you don't have the tools to use it effectively. Because the way the hierarchy of CCM works, it is a true communist party, my friend. It is not like other parties. Remember, CCM was a communist party for years. It works like the China People Republic Communist Party. So the ranks was too powerful, that guy. So he had to find a way to get his agenda out. And he rattled the establishment. And sometimes when you're given power without the tools, what do? Do you cry foul? My friend, if I was Magufuli, I will do what he did 3 times better than that.
Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Alex, you cannot come here and start just like promoting the dictatorship. I would just say no way. No way. We have come a wrong way. If you talk of CCM, a party which leaked the election in Tanzania 2020, if you talk about a party which has killed its own people. It's the own members of parliament. Just look what happened to Chatema. What happened to Risu? Risu was shot 17 times. He was treated in Nairobi and he was rushed to Europe. What happened? Excuse me. what has been happening to opposition. Opposition, they cannot even hold a press conference. They cannot. So, let's promote democracy. But Tanzania should be at the tail. It should be at the tail when it comes to democracy. These are dictatorship, but there are people that are also fighting to come out of it.
Okay, thank you, Roba. I listened to both of you. I understand both of you. Both of you are right to some degree. It's just that democracy grows, okay? We are miles and miles ahead. But we cannot call what is happening in Tanzania not democracy. It's democracy at their level. Our own is democracy at our level. They are far away from where we are. And I would say that Magufuli lost an opportunity to institutionalize what needed to be institutionalized. He turned it into one-man performance, which what he has left behind, it's very difficult even to perpetuate it because he did not build institutions alone. He did not enhance party politics. He turned everything back to single party, and that was his focus. I understand he had vowed that by 2020, there will be no other party in Tanzania except CCM. And so he was focused on ensuring that they go back to one-party state.
Bernard, you better finish before Kasut comes in.
Which
Bernard,
in my opinion, was
Bernard,
wrong for him.
Bernard,
Hold on.
you better finish before Kasut comes in.
What I'm saying, Roba. I'm saying it was wrong for him to do that because he has left the country where democratic space that had been cultivated by Kina Kikwete and Mkapa has all been eroded, and now they are 20, we will say they went back another 20 years in terms of catching up with where we are as Kenyans. But not all is lost. There is always hope when people are talking.
Now, I was saying let us finish before Kasut comes in. If he hears that topic, he's going to kill me.
Hey, kumbe nyi watu mnaogopana hivi kama nataka nimuleteo Kasuti akuwe chairman wa leo. Mato is here. Ngoja Mato, nitakusalimia tu hivyo, hata utaongea, hata usiongee. Niko na mzee wangu hapa anaitwa Peter. PK himself. I've been trying to get him to talk for the past 3 hours. He has not said anything. Are you now there?
I'll be able to talk. You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Unanisikia Bernard?
Yes, nakupata. Asante sana, karibu.
Okay. Salamu kwa wote, naona Alex pale, Mato. Asante. Panelist wote, akina Alex, akina Roba, Selina Sego, Hosea na Bernard na wasalimu wote. Wacha mimi niende kwa mada haraka. Na pia Henry Stanley. Let me begin by what I've just heard you guys concluding about democracy. Democracy doesn't work in Africa. Democracy is equals to theft. It's equals to people stealing billions and billions and not being pronounced guilty until proved guilty. That is what democracy has demonstrated in Africa. That's my own perception of democracy. For me, I think Africa should be able to look at a hybrid, hybrid sisi kwa sisi formula that will be able to help us, because you can't talk of a 60-year-old country like Kenya. Alafu tunasema we are very far away. Sometimes I see when I've traveled and when I see what we praise ourselves, you know, when you compare yourself with Adigiri, because you are when Inzi, you will think you are very big. Okay, when you hear 2 billion getting stolen every day, and then we are happy about this democracy that is not able to jail people, honestly, it is sickening. And I don't sympathize with thieves. I don't care whether their rights are trampled on. For me, I would want to have a Kagame for a while, 3 hours, so that at least I go. Then I say, you have to prove. Today, if you look for evidence whether Ruto has stolen, you will hardly see it. You will only see 2, 3, 4 things. We are only talking of who? The land that he stole, which he admitted, and then the hotel. Okay, and he's here running with his democratic rights. So for me, democracy is very frustrating, and it's what will kill us. It was brought to us by the Muslims. Them, they are doing very well. Okay, they have breed ahead. We can never reach where these guys are. And so for me, to some extent, I would say people should brew their own system, how they want things to happen. If we say the mtu akiiba, akiwa suspect, we hang, be okay. It is us who have people deciding. Sisi kwa sisi. We do a hybrid so that we can still our self-discipline, just like the way we run our families. Look at when we start running, unataka kurun family yangu kama ya mwenzako. You'll have your kids calling you all the names. Disrespect comes in, all in the name of democracy, human rights. Somebody comes blaring a gun to you, huwezi kumuua, because utaambiwa they will have to prove you the gun first. That aside, I would want to talk about, I know I've deliberated so much on some of these topics, but there are things that I think maybe has not been touched. We are debating so much about Baba, Uhuru, it's Kenya Kwanza saying that Uhuru is not going to campaign for Baba. And it has been made a subject, and as Azimio, we are being sucked into that nonsense Kenya Kwanza. You see, Kenya Kwanza is playing some very stupid game, which sometimes we are dancing to their tune. You know, they start a very useless and silly narrative, then we are tempted to go and counter it. Like, for example, now, we've spent days and days talking about Kalonzo. Kalonzo tungefunga hiyo chapter that time, Bernard, when we discussed 2 weeks, sijui ni 3 weeks ago, tukasema tuachane na mambo Kalonzo. We should have stopped talking about Baba. But I'm so happy Baba does not in one moment think about Kalonzo anymore. Okay, it is other people, other players, other handlers who feel and empathize with Kalonzo, because Kenyans we pretend to be so empathetic. Oh, unajua kwani Kalonzo akienda kuchunga ng'ombe kwa Ikulu itakuwa ni shida gani? So many people retire out of politics. Akina Mudi Awori wako nyumbani wanachunga ng'ombe. I like the way Alex has articulated about Kalonzo. Kalonzo has not changed an inch. That is Kalonzo from the day he was called to Siaikulu to go and contest for the parliamentary. I neighbor Kalonzo, I know him very well. Okay? Kalonzo can never make a decision hata kwake nyumbani, even where to do a borehole for Kalonzo. The only thing Kalonzo that did that is a landmark is water him from Mbere people and it go to his people. That is the only thing he did. And how did he do that? It's because he had a German friend who pushed him when he went to him. Akaona maji inachotwa na punda na huku ni kwa a honorable president. Then the guy told him, well, my friend, you come and we look for funds to pump water from Kiambere Dam. And that was meant to be water for Mbere people. But Kalonzo took advantage. That's the only landmark. What I'm trying to say, not to discredit my former chair of our party, but the truth is, you wait for Kalonzo, chelewa kule unaenda, hautafika. And if you take stock, there is nowhere where Kalonzo has ever said as a leader, let's go. because a leader has to say, let's go. Kama ni mbaya, ni mbaya. Okay? So for me, that is sad that we have to really engage ourselves so much about Kalonzo. The other thing is, when we talk of the mobilization, I had people comparing Martha with Rigathi Gachagua, that Gachagua is a mobilizer. Excuse me, give me money. Because in Kenya, we believe mobilization is money, unless this forum can tell me something different. Give me 2 million, nasimama pale, watu wapange laini, I'll pull every small villager in, na watakuja kwangu, and that meeting will be. So I don't see where we are praising at Mother is not a mobilizer, and then Gachagua is. Gachagua is not a mobilizer. He's just a dictator of the worst order. He behaves like the colonial chiefs. All right, he's bitter with everybody. Okay, and that's why he cannot even mobilize people in his own constituency. He can't. They know him. They know him very well. And thank God, Mulima got an alternative in the name of Mother. That was a relief. In fact, the most people who got the best relief are Mulima people. They are the ones who are celebrating, because they would have been forced, because of tribalism card, to hang around Rigathi Gachagua. They would have been forced, not by willingness, but because they have to go the way Kenyan politics says. Politics in Kenya lazima unakaa na mtu wenyu. So they would have swallowed that. There is a proverb in my tribe which says, when you see a dog chewing ile shit, kinyesi ya binadamu, it chew it grimacing, because it is not haipendi, lakini inakula kwa sababu kuna otherwise. So basically that is where Gachagua is. It should not be given a lot of credit that he's a mobilizer. And a mobilizer nani? Wezi? Those governors that he has stolen with. In fact, that's another point I want to say. Baba should deal away with those thieves, the governors. Even if Baba loses, God forbid, by rejecting thieves, by rejecting these governors who have stolen these billions, it would be better for him, other than winning with them and then they start undermining him. I mean, personally, that's what I think. There's no need of winning, and then you have terrible 5 years that you cannot move. That is what will happen if Kalonzo is even given anywhere near. The Kisii governors, the Embu governors, those who have stolen all that money. You put them in government, you are gone. You cannot talk about corruption. You cannot talk about jailing people. Even if you strengthen these institutions, hata ulete scholar Dian, hata ulete nani strengthen DCI. It is so simple. Strengthen or not strengthen. If you are part of the thieves, you can't act. So basically, number one is clean. Like for example, when you stand with Martha, you can talk confidently. Unaweza ita mtu mwizi because your deputy is clean. She might not be 900%, but she has the highest percentage of integrity. Okay. The last one, I would want to the issue of this issue of Moses Kuria. It relates because it is what has also generated some of the comments Mudavadi is making. I think Moses Kuria also, we should dump him. We should stop taking Moses Kuria seriously because I'm not a doctor, but I have my basic observation. I think if he's sent to some analysis or to some observation, the results might be positive because of the statements that he makes. And the most recent statement, the same thing with the Gachagua, because Gachagua now has become erratic. Because how do you go confessing that, yes, we wanted to impeach this guy in public? What do you call that? Si lazima atoe nguo akitembea kwa barabara uchi ndio mseme ni mgonjwa. That weakness. I mean, so what objective do you have? What is the end result that this guy, has? You're just telling this president, who is the president of this country, that you are just nothing but the S. And that is at the highest degree of insanity, So What of if they don't win? Look at the provocation on the poll that was done. They are going haywire. They are going mad. And honestly, I trust that poll, because you see, it is like when you have a dollar versus Kenya shilling. Like if there is a riot in Nairobi within 1 hour, the dollar, I mean, the change you see within that short time is just like a snap of the finger. Same thing. Azimio pressed the right button and the momentum had been built. We were here on this platform saying mother, mother, mother. That is how it was in the villages. So when Baba did that, then everybody was here. We saw it at the KICC. So you could imagine if you ran, I wish Mutembe, you ran that quick survey, it would have been shocking. You would have been those 60s, 90s of percentage, because Baba had hit, where it maybe I should call it G spot, with all due respect. Okay, so basically, again, let's demystify ourselves from thinking that Baba is a villain in politics. Baba hajaanza siasa leo. Sometimes we look at Baba, na hii Kenya Kwanza ndio wanatu confuse. As if Baba ati saa hii leo ndiye ameanza siasa. Tumesahau, this is a veteran. This is a man who has his own support. So what he's doing is just go through the motions. Most is fewer. These guys who pretended, and I say pretended because it was not genuine hate. Mulima did not hate Baba. Mulima had to pretend to hate Baba because of their interest. And there is no way, hata sahi, if there was any other presidential candidate from Mulima, Baba would never get. Apo tukue Baba is not beginning, and this I would have if we had guys here they are pretending they think Baba and Ruto are on the same level, and the rest. The fact that 7-8 years, Baba has been there as presidential candidate, and we should remind them, Baba has won elections 3, I mean, okay, confirmed 2, but basically we know it is 3 times if elections were to run, were to have been run well. So this is somebody who has been winning. Anyway, let me stop there. I'll come in to our other colleagues. I don't want to lecture so much, but I think I think we should now be geared towards kind of demystifying some of the issues. Karua, yes, Karua is a big plus, but Baba also, it's a big plus. Okay, Baba is talking to people well, and it's good that most of these people like Mudavadis are not there, because this would have been muzigo kubwa sana kwa Baba. I mean, it is God's guidance. I think this time for Baba, for him to have gotten by natural selection, to have the Mudavadis and the Kalonzos out of his way. Thank you very much, Bwana Bena. Na namuona Temba, hujambo ndugu yangu bana. Siku nyingi.
Yes, Bwana Temba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Naona uko Jubilee, mimi niko DAP.
Mimi bado ninachunga ng'ombe.
Hawa ndio watu sitaki karibu na Azimio Center. Wale watu bado wanachunga ng'ombe. Yes, Roba, what is it?
Hey, Peter, I agree with you 99.9% of what you just said, except one issue. The fact that we are embracing our democracy and there's corruption, we should not stop doing that. Even in a democratic country like United States, they have issues too. There are problems. I'll give you an example. Outcomes trucks come from Mexico and other neighboring countries, and it gets in the country. You can't say because there's a democracy, everything's solved. The way I just said, let's embrace our democracy, even if we still have corruption, and we cannot entertain going back the Moi era. We have the democracy, let's be proud of it. Let's continue building on it. As long as we keep going this way, things will change. But we should not give out because of corruption and give our own values. But everything you just said, I agree with you 99.9%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Themba. Do I hand over?
Yes, I'm here. If you want to rest, it's okay. I'm here.
Thank you very much. I am officially handing over. Osero has not made his submission. Yeah, he's the only one. So give it to him, alafu hao wengine wote wakiinua mikono, jua vile utawatenda. Mimi nimeenda.
Ambia Themba asifukuze watu hawajui Kiswahili. Mimi na Hosea tunatoroka kwa sababu ya hiyo. Ukitoka tu hivi ataita watu wa Kiswahili.
Samahani. Sasa. Najua mnaniwekanga in a very very awkward situation. Ngoja nimalize kesi moja ndio nianze nyingine. Tutakuwa na kamkuji baadaye, lakini kwa sasa hivi jitahidi tu Kiswahili kitukuzwe, ndio lugha ya taifa.
Hiyo ni ngumu kidogo bwana, ngumu kidogo kabisa.
Si mnajitahidi tu. Lakini mfanye Kiswahili the last 10 minutes, not the last 2 hours. The last 10 minutes.
Sometimes you get embarrassed, you want to run away.
Don't run away. You just stick in your language. Unajifanya ujui. Okay, Joseros, karibu Themba. See you later. Thanks.
Okay, Hosea, karibu. Go ahead.
I have a question. One of the questions is that why does Themba insist on Kiswahili? We should be allowed to use vernacular English and Kiswahili mixed. Because some of us have never learned Kiswahili, but I can naweza kuongea Kiswahili vizuri sana, but I mix all the three.
Okay, Hosea, tumekusikia, but hiyo haibadilishi
kuendelea mbele.
Ngoja Hosea, hiyo haibadilishi mustakabali ya kwamba baadaye tutaongea Kiswahili. So wewe toa hoja zako, just get your point, make your submission. No, just make your submission.
To start with, I had something I wanted to ask PK. Is to do with the campaigns in Central. There is this common saying that which I think somebody like Sabina Chege, somebody like most of the Central Kenya MPs, Kanini Kega and a number of them have been saying that, in fact, I remember even Kiraitu also mentioned it one time, that if only they had realized, or not that they had realized, but if only they had stopped demonizing Raila in Central, they think things would have been much different, which is actually the case. So now, at one point, I think the chairman for Jubilee was saying that now their work is to go to Central and try to put matters straight, to straight up things, which they said they would do, and that they've started campaigning and explaining that all those bad things that had been heaped on Raila, they are all lies and they were just fabrications, propaganda. Now, if these are the leaders from that place, and now they're telling the same people that, look, all these things that you have heard in the past, they are not true. They are all falsehood. Why is there resistance to accommodate that? That is what I wanted. If BK could say something towards that. If I'm the one who told you so and so, Themba is so bad, and I'm coming now to tell you that, look, I was all lying. It was all fabrication. It was all this and that. Why is it so difficult to change that? And everybody can see for true, all those things were wrong. And in any case, look at the history of Raila and Central. It speaks the opposite. It speaks the opposite. Why the adamant refusal to accept that, well, you guys, we told you lies. The matter is like this, like this. So PK, could you, why is this such a difficult job?
Temba, can I answer? Can I go? Okay. Can you? Okay. All right. Now, Osea, there are two folds here. One, there is a generational, there are two generations here. There is a generation difference. Now, there is the generation that has been there, and these are the 45 plus, who have been there all along. I mean, some of them were very young when Raila, Raila politics became very, very, very intense. And sasa ndio ni wakubwa, ni mature, they are our age. Those ones, that generation has accepted Raila. That this I'm telling you right from the grassroots. Okay, so for anybody above, 40 and above, mainly let me talk for 45. Ukiongea now, those people, they are okay. Whoever you hear him kind of doubting, atasema ngoje tu, okay, but they are already convinced that they will vote for Raila. Now, and they are not the majority, remember. They are not the ones going to the streets. They are not the ones, being given a t-shirt and 5 and 200 shillings. Okay? The bigger majority now, who are these vijanas of 90s, for them, they just came in and they heard that Kikuyus don't vote for Luos. I'm being blunt. That is what they had. From just that. Then this man called Ruto comes immediately na anaingia hiyo shindano. And he comes with poison. The poison in the name of money, intoxication. All right? Then, who are in the churches? Who are leading in the churches now? It is this younger generation. The church who to drive a Prado. Somebody who wants to have a 4 or 5 bedroom house in the name of church house. Okay? Somebody who wants to be seen to be presiding in a kwa kanisa ya mawe. So what happens? Ruto comes and pumps in money there. This guy, from zero, he has 5, 6, 7 million in his account. Will you tell that guy that Asemi Mbaya? No. And that is in the church. So the guy, every Sunday, will be preaching about Ruto for the last 7 years. Okay? So by that time, the fire of Ruto was spreading with this very vibrant vijana, because they are getting handouts, they are getting, every time Ruto came, he was giving them money. So they became totally intoxicated, and those are the people who are, singing as they move along. But again, it will reach a time, pole, and we have started seeing. You saw the clips that Bernard was playing. These are indicators, because our vijana ukiwazoesha kila siku shilingi 100, the day itakosa inakuwa shida. For us who campaign, we know that. If umezoesha ukisimama, every stop unasimama, unaambia wazee panganeni line watu watatu, unachota. The day ukipita, unaulizwa muheshi sasa ni leo ni aje utuone. If you don't remove, they will forget you've been removing for the last 1 month. Okay? Na hiyo imeanza kubackfire. And it backfires very badly. Very badly. You have seen even the numbers in the meeting are reducing. But the analysts don't want to look at it that way. They want to lie that Ruto is still very popular. But the truth of the matter is, Baba is accepted. The only place is my place where there is still difficult. And for us, I can tell you, we are the minority tribes are, I don't want to use a strong term. The minority tribes are always back. They remain behind when others are moving, because minority tribes don't know how to make decisions quickly, like Kalonzo. Mbere people, we are 250. And you can see how JB Muturi is behaving. He's behaving as if we are 2.5 million Mberes. We are behaving as if we can elect a governor on our own. I mean, that is, you wonder when somebody tells you he has a master's degree and he has done politics and he has done all these things, you wonder, and he has been a speaker of a national assembly, that he cannot be able to see hiyo hesabu kidogo. You go run away from somebody who made you and who would have held your tribe, because as I said in Kenya, unaangalia mahali watu wako wata benefit, then you run haywire. Okay, so Baba has problem in Mbere, Embu, Tharaka, okay, and especially because this girl that we love so much called Cicely, you know, left Jubilee, so and she's very liked, she's loved, but there is a card we are playing there, the card that she's married in Western. Okay, so she's being told to go and vie in Western. Yeah, so but she has a following. It is a tough job to remove, to shed off her following over very many years, because she comes from a family that has been very strong in Embu. The father was a long-serving member of parliament, so he had America Mizizi. So that is the trouble that Azimio is having in Embu. Meru will start turning. Meru observes and then they can turn just by overnight. You have seen what is happening right now with Kiraito, Mwangaza, and Munya. You know, that is a card that is so dangerous, and Kiraito will lose the governor. He might lose. He's about and he's at the verge of losing that, because if Munya declares publicly that is supporting Mwangaza, the lady, Kiraito will be cooked. His goose will go, you know. So that is the dynamic, okay? And what you've seen Mother Karua doing, that is the medicine. Yes.
PK, then in that case, you are saying that the main issue here really is money. Because if you look at, check Raila's position and Ruto's position, if you roll back to 2008, 2009, is it 2007, 08, and the teams were able to sell Ruto despite all that. Yet those are facts that they are aware of. Yet to wrap the falsehood against Raila is proving so difficult. It is a lot of some selfishness, because once somebody has received money, that is basically what matters. And of course, taking advantage of poverty.
You got it. You got it right. It is selfishness on both sides. Mulima wanataka kukama ng'ombe. Yeah, they want to take advantage, and also now the Ruto also wants to take that. So ni kulana, ni kukula. You know, that is what is happening.
PK, maybe I can piggyback on the questions that have been asked by Hosea. Now I'm trying to make calculations. The voting since 2007, 2013, and 2017. Those are 3 voting cycles, and that is 15 years. 15 years ago, the person who has voted in the 3 is around 35 years now. The person who started voting he started voting at 18 plus 15 years, is around probably 32, thereabout. So in 2007, who indoctrinated this person who is 32 years now? And who is this indoctrinating the person who is coming after that 32-year-old? Because if you take that back, 15 years back, the person who, the next steps, there are people who are coming after them who didn't know anything about tribalism and stuff. So is this something that is passed by the generations? Do they pass it to the next? Because we are saying I think maybe we are attributing this to Ruto, and maybe it is actually inside work, because if someone was barely of a voting age at that time, how has it managed to be that Ruto is the one who has done that? Because in 2007, someone was calculating. I think I listened to. I don't take Moses Kuria seriously personally lately, but he was saying that in 2007 we rejected him. 2000 and whatever 13 we rejected him. 2000 and whatever and 17 we rejected him. So those are about 15 years. So add that 20 years. So 20 years back, that person voting today, who is probably 18, probably had not been born. Someone who is 25 today was only 5 years. So where someone who is 30 today was 20 years back was only 10. So how did Ruto manage to do that? Or it is internal? I just want to hear from your voice the dynamics inside there, because it doesn't make sense. In my view, it doesn't make sense. Or is it a propaganda that is being pushed? Because it doesn't make sense. Someone who was not able to vote, who was 10 years old when these people came to power, how was that person later indoctrinated? Yet they're saying that it is something that has been sustained. Yeah.
I'll explain something here. I'll explain that that is very very critical here. Now, our country, we do things superfluously on the top. Tunapanguzanga juu. We don't dress the wood. Okay, that has been our style of managing our politics. We want to sugarcoat. Tunafanya ile ya juju. We don't want to address the serious issues, and this goes all the way of independence. The truth of the matter is, when we gained independence, our politics was not. I mean, it was initially it was going towards ideology, but that was scattered because of selfishness. The idea of following ideology was killed and scattered so that some quarters would manage and remain in power. Now, here they killed the idea of, if Stone PK has an idea, whether Stone PK anaongea something very developmental, na si wetu, Stone PK cannot be seen. So we entrenched tribal card so heavily that we even said hatuwezi ongozwa na watu fulani. Now, hiyo iliingia kwa damu. Okay, let me fast forward. When it came to now the central, the narrative, for us who understand that, we know what we have grown hearing and listening to. And unaisikia kutoka kwa guka, umeisikia kutoka kwa baba, unaisikia kwa mama, unaisikia kwa ba. Those of us who go to places, it is demonizing other people. Hatuwezi ongozwa na watu fulani. It is na ikasink, and that is what Kenyans we have refused to address. Kiba would have addressed it very well, because that's when we had the chance to really reverse that very, very negative narrative. But unfortunately, he did those other things, and he thought this was minor. Just like most of us are thinking that kumaliza siasa ya ukabila ni rahisi. Siasa ya ukabila can only be addressed by equity distribution of resources and leadership, which is very tricky. Unaona, if we get selfish leader, anataka watu wake. Jubilee, they entrenched that by making sure they control and everything. So coming quickly now, Kikuyus never believed that uongozi wa Kenya, and sorry to use that term, I'm from the mountain. They never believed, and it was indoctrination. It's a doctrine which has been entrenched that they were not going to be, Ororiwito will not be ruled by somebody else. Sorry to say this, it is only the mountain that believes and calls Kenya Vororito. Tell me any other tribe that calls Kenya our land. That's homework I'm giving the panel. They are so patriotic. They are like the Americans. Americans say, oh, our land, you know, America. They are so patriotic. The people from the mountain say, they ask, who will take care of Bururi? So to them, Bururi is theirs. And they also had propagated this narrative that they are the ones who fought for independence. And that has been sunk so deep that when you start talking about it, even professors, they don't want you to go deep. But that's the truth. So that's why it is so hard to uproot that seed, Themba, to uproot that seed. And, you know, because mtoto ameingia tu, anakuta that is the atmosphere at home.
Okay.
Yes.
My question was coming from your statement. You said that people who are 45 and above have been convinced. They are not convinced. But 45 and above, if you take, let me take the minimum of 45.
Above,
if you mind
and above.
Hold on.
They are convinced. 45 and above are easy to convince.
Yes, that's what you say. But if you take 45 and above, let me take the minimum of 45. If you remove 20 years, the person, when they were voting in 2007, was about 25 years, right? So if that person was 25 years ago, was 25 at that time, and you're saying that this person 25 when he was 25, 20 years ago, he could make a different choice in 2007. And this person couldn't make a different choice in 2013. And he couldn't make a different choice in 2017. What is this making him make a different choice in 2022? That is one question. And second thing, if you're saying this person has been trained not to vote for another tribe or maybe other than themselves. So at this time, you're saying him is easy to convince. Yet he has prepared another generation of hardliners. So don't you think, therefore, this is not necessarily, I think it is safe to say that young people are being convinced easily, but that's a safer statement as opposed to the idea that these people, the preparation of that revolt has been done by this generation that has moved up. Because I don't think someone who has voted 4 times is easier to convince than someone who is going to vote for the first time or the second time. And for the same reason. This person didn't vote for Raila in 2007, he didn't vote for Raila in 2013, and he didn't vote for Raila in 2017, but now in 2022, he's easy to convince. But someone who is going to vote for the first time is harder to convince. You see, the logic, in my view, does not make sense. You have made the same reason, the same judgment 3 times. Now you are easier to convince at 45. But a person who is going to vote for the first time is harder to convince. Alex, I don't know if you get my question. Just a second. Let's hear Alex, and then maybe you can. Kidogo PK, Alex maybe wants to add, and then maybe you'll come.
Yeah, you are asking a very good question. I have always asked myself that question. Why is it? Because the people who are voting for the first time are inheriting a tendency that has been passed down to them. It is an inherited tendency, because in terms of how politics is spoken on our dining table or in a private place that others are not able to hear, there are things we have been told maybe about this community about this leadership. And but we are seeing that shift. So I have my own answers now, given the fact that what I am seeing. But I would like to know from the horse's mouth, because I mean, I don't want to preempt, because it will do an injustice. I want to know from Stone PK, because I know he's very vocal and honest when it comes to that. Why is it a person that is voting for the first time, who has been indoctrinated, passed on by these three generations? By generation, I say cycle of elections. So we can convince a person who is 45, as you said, who has voted 3 times and against the same person, but now they are willing to vote. But the person who is voting for the first time, who has never voted against this person, he's going to be against a person that they have never voted against.
Just to add on your question, Alex, for PK, remember, the person who is trying to campaign Ruto is the same person who is now, who told them to vote for him. Now, the person who made them not to vote for Raila is the same person telling them now vote for him. In other words, the generations have not moved that fast. It is Uhuru who convinced them to vote for Ruto. It is the same Uhuru now trying to tell them, no, because of XYZ, don't vote for him. And they are not prepared to listen.
Let's Robert before PK comes in.
Hey, PK, I want you to have this big picture before you answer our question. Whatever they've asked you might be the way I'm headed to. Before independence, we know there was Kenyatta, there was Jaramogi. And the people you are saying of creating this vacuum, they know very well they got the presidency because somebody somewhere stepped down for them. And they ruled for 15 years. So from what you just said, these people, they believe leadership belongs to them. But there's also this vacuum I want somebody to talk about. These people who says they believe the leadership belongs to them, on the other hand, which means to me, they don't fight the other tribe. I know, let's talk, they are talking about the rules. Let's be sincere and be just straightforward. What I was wondering, the same people, you want to tell me they have never went to school with the rules, they say how they are? The same people you want to tell me they don't prescribe or they don't have a rule doctor who treats them? You want to tell me the same people, they have never went to court of law and rules protect them, or they just fight their cases and fight for them? It's not the same people who are cheering the first rule man who became a president of the United States, and yet they despise them, and they should not be given this opportunity. I mean, there's that vacuum which is just like some of us, we just think, I mean, what happened here? Now, going forward, has this vacuum been eliminated? That's the question. When we are talking about 2022, this vacuum, has it been eliminated? From that point, you can understand where I'm headed to.
Okay, PK, you can come in. You are muted. Eh?
Yeah, thank you. Let me endeavor to explain. Now, let me begin with the issue of the two age differences, or the two generations. Now, remember when we the 3 elections, we had, or rather Mount Kenya had their candidate in the 3 elections. That fact, or that factor, you should always put it together. Number one, I said, and I said we underline, there is heavy selfishness. Mulima and his friends, talk them, they value leadership more than any other community in our country, Kenya. That you can bank it anywhere. They know the value. They grasp that value very quickly and cherish it. Look at these guys. These guys can raise funds for somebody vying for a position in 10 minutes. Which other tribe can do that? Which other community does that? In other communities, it is difficult to raise funds. Somebody giving you money, go and burn it, go and campaign it. These are indicators to tell you that these people value autoria. They believe in it, and their language also, you know, when you listen to them talking, they value it. So anytime they have an opportunity, they would want to keep it. This time around 2022, this one I'm just saying as a passing one. It's only that the odds were against, because the narrative of no more, you know, the way they were saying to end the mountain, from mountain to this, to this, to this. That is what iliwatega kidogo, ikachika kizungumkuti. Otherwise, there was going to be a presidential candidate from Mlima. That hiyo imepita. So now, because they've been having their candidates from Kibaki all along, so anybody else who was coming to compete with one of their own, my friend, there was no way that would go to the other side. Even Raila's votes in all these elections, he was getting from other areas. Very evident. Okay, so trajectory here is if they have one of their own from that region, hesabu hiyo. If today Martha Karua divorces baba na aseme anasimama, itakuwa nini? Itakuwa tena dance ingine kubwa sana. I mean, that's a quick example. They one of their own, given the opportunity. Now, coming to the age difference, this for 5 now, because they are being told, and they are being told through this, they're having night meetings, they're having fireplaces, they're having songs, they're having sermons. They are being told now, they are the ones who own business and the rest. They are being told the person we feel we can be safer. These are the 45s now who kept on voting for Kibaki and the other one. Weighed, and they have seen what Uhuru has told them. And that's why they quickly adopted that. Now, the first-timer voter, as they called him or her, this first-timer, yeye ajali anaangalia chapa iko wapi. Okay? And it is chapa which they, you know, if you ask them quickly, how will you get this money? For them, they don't know. Wanakuambia tu si hatutaki kujua, hatutaki wazae, because there are those 2 cards that are sold to them. Kwamba wazee na historia waende, na sisi tutaleta pesa mfukoni. Of course, that generation, they think money will just fly from anywhere na ikuje mfukoni. And they are very quick. They don't want to know it. Okay? You just mpatie hiyo yake na anaenda for the day. That is what I've observed, because I've been dealing with them in my home ground. You know, you sit with them, you try to talk to them. Hawataki kusikia, wanakuambia bwana, umetuitia nini, leta ile ulikuwa umeleta, hiyo story ingine tutaongea. All right? So that is the difference. The 45, they know the risk. The first voters hawajali what will happen. Now,
Bwana Themba, I've just come in.
Hold on, Joe. Joe, hold on. PK.
So Roba, nataka kujibu Roba.
PK.
Yes.
Ukiendelea kujibu, kuna hii kitu unakumbuka, tumetoka analog to digital.
Yes.
That was a generational change, right?
Yes.
I'm still PK, you're not bringing out for me the real core reason why that in my view, maybe I'm lack of understanding, but as much as you're trying to paint it as you were, I can, if you go back to campaigns in 2013, you go back to campaigns in 2017. Actually, if you go back to Ruto campaigning in 2013, the things he is talking about right now were the same things he talked about in 2013. The same things. I want to challenge you to go back and look at his campaigning and messaging then. Then there was a time they talked about tumetoka analog to digital, right? And he talked about mechanized farming, where women will watu wataletewa vitu ziko organized. He talked about internet in every village, right? So there's even when you're talking, and in fact, if you go back to his campaigns in 2013, their campaign in 2013, you hear the same thing about empowering Mama Mboga. Actually, there's Mama Mboga. The first time even hustler is used is in 2013. It's not even right now. For those who are keen, you can go back to their messaging. So instead of blaming really this generation that you're saying that they are usually only interested, this person who is 45, when he was 25, or maybe say 30 or thereabout, he was told to metoka analog to digital. 15 years ago, he only 30, yeah? And he believed, because according to them, all these things you are hearing right now, by the way, go back then, you'll find the same messaging. Nothing changed, all right? So how is it that 20 years later, the same messaging, but in this time, the only thing that has changed is that now we are bringing you back with the analog equipment. And it is, you're so convinced with the analog equipment 15 years later, when 15 years ago, you are ready to embrace the technology, right? So I'm trying to understand, and even the reasons we are giving right now, saying that Mutua Saizi, the issue of loans that you're talking about that you're interested in Pesa was mentioned first 2013. If you go back to their campaign, they are the ones who introduced these issues za kupatia watu loans bila security. Ruto is even telling people that you'll be getting loans without giving security. Ndio akaleta hizi vitu waka-introduce mambo, what you're seeing right now in terms of watu wa Shylock na nini. He's the one putting the people, young people, into that process. So what is this that lost? It seems that either I have two theories. Either it's a well-crafted propaganda that has to pass and has to be pushed, or someone is not telling us the truth. Who is this youth? Yeah, I'm yet to find that. Yeah. So, PK,
yeah, let me speak. I actually came in because of this debate, and I find it.
Hold on, Joe.
Yeah.
When you are away, we became a little orderly. Yeah. So just relax. You raise your hand. You allow yourself to be given time to speak. Yeah. You are an honorable man, and I know you follow rules. I know you to be an honorable man. So just hold on, relax there.
Yeah,
for
I had a burning issue.
Everybody has one. Even Alex, you see him there. He has one that is yours is burning. Him is finishing him up, but he's just relaxed. So PK, kindly.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, and I like this. Anything burning, kitu yoyote ya ukweli, it's really burning when you put it as it is. So Themba, that's science where whatever you are going round and round trying to dig, you will not get it. Because number one, the dynamism, the kelele you are seeing, it's not about Ruto's ideologies. It's not about Wilibaro. Those guys are not even, hata saa hii hawakumbuki maneno ya Wilibaro. Okay? The following he has, those people who are around him, they have nothing to do with the wheelbarrow. And that's the truth. Just, I wish you could just commission some people to go interviewing these guys. It's not about the wheelbarrow. Okay? It's about Ruto having come early and showed people, this generation that is suffering, by the way, they are suffering most, that one, you are suffering because this muzee there and your president, this one here, they are not good people. They shook hands and they changed things. And that is what he's selling now. He's not talking about CGI, we will do this. The loans, they don't even listen to those theories of loans. Quickly, let me answer Roba. Roba, the vacuum you are talking about, I can see your worry. That vacuum is now why we are debating here so much. That is the story of Baba and a climb Mount Kenya. Oh, Karua Tatan. Oh, it's getting difficult because that vacuum has to be lazima tuijaze na kitu. That issue is there, is still there. These guys are not, they are not really embracing because somebody came and took advantage. Took advantage by first of all saying what I've just said, that your president abandoned you. This man they went and shook hands with. They are not Siwazuri. I'm the God. I'm your angel. So he is already there. What we are trying is we are trying to suck him out of space which he has occupied, and for us we are trying to go into that space with. Ako na hiyo confirm, and when those pundits are saying the most that Baba will be able to get from Central, if we do very well, might be 30%. Why are people saying that? Is because they know the rot that has been ile kuoza imewekwa pale, that period ya 7 years that the president let this guy go loose, he did more harm than good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, PK. Andrew Moriasi.
Yes, Bwana Themba, karibu. And the panelists, I greet once more. PK, wacha tusaidiane hapa. There are reports in the self about what is going on in Kenya. Reports have been put by researchers, have asked the people what is happening. So let's say the truth. Wacha tusema ukweli. Ile Themba ameuliza swali, kati ya that period and now, there were narratives that huyu mzee anakuja kulipisha. Ya kwanza, yeye si watu ya kanisa. So let's take what is in the ground. Sasa kulikuwa na group makanisa zote Kenya. They picked leaders. They robbed mahindi, mafuta, all those things were supplied to people. This word mobilization, somebody asked it there, but they have never explained what kind of mobilization you do. Mobilizing people, give them things. Ask a question if you have been in Nairobi. You cannot put a matatu in the route to that place without paying a certain fee. But I don't know in your area what you do. Even this circle, how did it come? They started from there. That is exactly the narrative. He's not one of us, so he has to pay for this. This is simple things. We are living with them. We have stayed. I've stayed in the center for the last 12 years. I've done what you call free medical camp, the entire Thika, Kieni Forest, kwa kina Murongaru, or South, the Gatundu South, near the president, Gatundu North, all those areas in the ground, we know what is there. Now, one of the time, there was Mororongo time, kind of voting. Do you remember? People, why Mororongo was changed to the ballot box? Start from there. We want us to tell the truth. We could run against somebody, they mark you. Those people are the ones wrong. So you not sleep. You have to leave that place. So the Mororongo was cancelled. Now they came to they know who are these people here for this museum. So they find, they know, no one will vote. They go and they check. They find 10. They started, who are these people staying here? Voted for this old man. That is how they were coming. We were working there, so we could vote for. They know how many are we are 30. So more than 30, they need to know who is their own, who voted. For us, they were not. They didn't have a problem with us because they know where we are looking for. So their own people, they could search and know where they voted and who is that. So they were fearing. That's why they could. So the fear started put from that time. Why mobilization? The word mobilization started not only money in goods to get people together from these organizations. That's why the church is very strong supporting. And this is a truth, but no one will say. They are just quiet. So these things are there. So what I can say is that the language narrative, one, there was a religion. That this old man maybe may try to bring in a religion that will take care of us. So they were fearing. There was a religion issue, and then there was kind of revenge. That was the main things that changed the people to say we cannot do that. So that is the thing. So go back to the report, read what is there, and that's the much I can say.
Thank you, Moriasi, for adding that. I see you are bringing an angle that was missing from PK's submissions. You know, that sense of indoctrination must have been gradual, and I think there's a point that PK is missing. That you might need to for purposes of argument. It is not just these people are poor and Ruto went in early before elections and did whatever he did. There's something more. There's a reason as to why the DP's wife went with her Joyful Women, whatever, to a church in Central. And she's preaching in church and empowering them and telling them that you need to form yourself in circles and there's 60 billion that will come through the church. I mean, there's a reason as to why. And that will bring me to the next question that I'll ask after I allow Joe to speak. The connectedness between religion and indoctrination. Yes, Joe.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been following these talks from the background for a long time, and sometimes I put in comments. I came in today because I heard what you're arguing about of how age can change and make somebody make a different decision. Largely, psychologically, I tend to agree with what Peter has explained. In fact, I wanted to come in to explain that, but when I came in, he was already explaining it. Making decisions, sometimes we go with age. And people can change as they grow older towards 40, as you're saying. Some of us have brought children and they're teenagers. Some are even going about 30 or above 30. But you find that the things that you used to tell them in early 20s, they could not believe you. Ukisikia wanakuita Buddha, it's like what you're telling them doesn't get into their head. They want some quick things that works for them, not for you. And so anybody who was making that decision at early 30s could have made it because of the age. But what I believe is as you grow older, just like my son now, he can now see the reality. Maybe after making several mistakes and seeing some evidence, hard evidence, that he really now need to maybe live his own life. He's no longer much of a dependent. So he must take this evidence into actually reality. That I'm now old, and he can see the mistakes that I was telling him that he couldn't see at that time. So that can influence his decision now. Just like PK has said, when you're at that age, and you see Ruto was aiming at the youth, the young group, people who can be swayed easily, people who cannot listen to history. And that's why one thing Ruto did not want history. He wanted those people to make their decision on what he's telling them at that time. And he was actually putting a bait to them that I'll give you this much money, this much money. But when you come at 45, you have seen what is happening. You can go back to history and you can see the mistakes. You can see the propaganda that you were given at that time. Because you have correctly said, this baiting of Ruto saying, I'll give you this, I'll give you this, it started earlier. But the people that fell for that trap, they have lived up to this age and they have seen that these are actually mere words. They have never happened all through. And here I am. I'm now old. I have business. I have a lot of interest in the security of my business. And this guy has been lying all through. So he is likely to make a different choice because of age and experience. Unlike the young ones who can also who can still believe on the propaganda because they don't have anything to, they don't have any experience. So I largely believe PK when he says through experience somebody can learn something and change. I think most of us were teenagers, and I think we were told a lot of things by the old men and we couldn't follow them. But as you grow older, you tend to follow the same things now that you're being told about 20 years ago, and you see them as sensible. So it's easier now to convince the older guys who have seen the mistakes, who have seen through Ruto, and who are now being told by some of their own that that was propaganda. They're likely to make an informed decision now, other than the young people, even in the central, who still may not believe what they've been told that this was propaganda. Because what Ruto has given them, they're seeing the money, maybe in the next few months. And they can actually fantasize what they're going to have. But this is all a mirage. It's not true. So what I want to say is, unlike the 40 above, they have seen it, the mistakes, the lies, and now they're being told by some of their own, and especially the president himself. So they're likely to change their mind. They're likely to make an informed decision more than the younger ones. That was my contribution, and that was the burning issue. I wanted to support PK on the way he explained it, which I think is very, very correct. It's even happened to some of us, and including you, most of you people here. When you're a teenager, you don't listen to the old ones. Unaona ni mjinga, unaona hajasoma, because labda wewe umesoma kidogo, unajua mambo ya sijui digital, unaona kama this guy is just talking. But as you grow older, you get experience and you have the evidence. So you're likely to make an informed decision. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Dempa.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Jose?
Well, I think Andrew and PK have answered the questions that we put, but there is an element of the questions that are asked which they have not answered. I gave you an example of, you realize for a number of times, these people had said that it is so difficult to sell Raila in Central. I think especially it's like selling pork to Muslims. Now, my question is, the fellows who brought that narrative, because I'm sure you all agree with me, it must have been very difficult to sell Ruto to Central. It was. It was. Now, the same person who made them change their mind and they accepted Ruto have now turned and is telling them that, look, do not elect this fellow because of XYZ, which everybody can see. Forget about the narratives of the old days. Everybody can see that, and if you bother to check, actually, Uhuru has got very genuine reasons why he says he doesn't want Central to accept Ruto. And they can all see it. Then secondly, the campaigns now that all these bad things, I remember Kiraitu actually saying the same. All these things that we said about Raila, it is actually, to say the truth, it's the opposite. Now, why would people continue to be so hypocritical to an extent whereby you don't want to hear, and you're being given the facts as they are, and yes, you don't want to pay attention? Now, I think PK had indicated earlier that a proportion of it is to do with the poverty and the umaskini which is in the place. To some extent, that answer is. But even if you are the president and you tell these people that, look, this is my deputy, he tried to impeach me, he undermines me, he does this and this, please, I do not think he's the right person. Nobody wants to listen, even when facts are laid bare. That's what I wanted to add.
As Rob also asked his question, then we'll give today. PK, we are on you. I think you are going to really. We want to nataka more information yote ile uko nayo. So don't worry when we keep asking. Just write them down. As we give follow up to that, I want also to give a follow up. Then I give Robert, then Alex. Now, make me understand. 2002, Raila says Kibaki tosha. Kibaki gets into an accident. Raila campaigns in Central and everywhere, and these people get out and vote. That, for a reason, did not capture the imagination of that generation. 2007, they vote differently. They voted for their own person. 2013, they vote differently because according to them, there was no senior person in the other side, similar to 2017. So I want you to capture that. But in the 3 voting cycles, there was contestation. In the 3 voting cycles, there was contestation. So I want us also to have that in the back of our mind. So as you're giving us the answers, because I think it is not as easy, in my view, I hypothesize, it's not as easy as saying that these people are not interested in this and they are not voting. There's something else that we are not being told. Right now, I think Alex and anybody can go and check today. Look at Nation NTV crowd in Nyeri and look at Citizen crowd in Nyeri. The same day. They are giving news, but look at the crowd in Nyeri and the Citizen crowd in Nyeri. You will tell me if it is the same, the same place or different place. One crowd is made up. There's a sense in which there's also propaganda that is coming up. They are making the crowd to look big. Why? If indeed there's this that we are being told that these people have been indoctrinated and they are here, could we also be? I'm just PK, we are just thinking. So don't worry, we are just hypothesizing, we are just giving our views. Is it possible that these people who have continuously said that these people have been indoctrinated are the ones also who are also propagators of that propaganda? I'm just thinking. Let's hear Robert, then we hear Alex.
Yes, PK, I'm sorry, I mean, today you are a guy. So if you can, there's something that I've been asking myself for all these years. And maybe you might be the night, at the end of the day, you can tell me whether I'm right or wrong. Let me give you a few background about myself with Central Kenya. Then from there, I'll tell you exactly the story. And from there, you tell me whether I'm wrong or right. I went to school in Kiambu, Kikuyu, Arans High School. So I know the place called Othiru. I know a place called Musagitau, Kikuyu Campus, Arans Girls. I know that place is there. So I was there for 4 years before I came to the US. So I was familiar with the environment, and you can know from see when you go, you can have that kind of feel for 4 years. You can know who the people are. So I come here. It happened back home. We had 2002. There was an election. All of us, we were very happy what had taken place. Democracy, Kibaki coming in. Then we were so excited. Some of us, we came in before. When they were being shown in. Some of us, we traveled from where I was in New Jersey that time, and they came in to Kenya. And this is what happened, and that's where my question is. You can just get me the way maybe I feel on my heart. I think I'm at I was not driving. I think I'm at the same week. That's time when Kibaki has just come in. I think I'm at from town to where my sister was staying. The guy there was the conductor. Dabin was a Kikuyu. The guy is asking me to give him money in Kikuyu. I couldn't even understand what he was saying. I said maybe he made a mistake. Then we kept on going. People started complaining that bus. Then even some Kikuyus came there and told the man, why are you trying to be so rude to other people? Not everybody understands Kikuyu. That one went. I thought maybe the guy didn't understand Kiswahili or Kizungu. Then when I'm still on my stay there, the same now, Kibaki is a new president. You see that instant. Then the same, not the same guy, but I took a different bus, whatever it is. The same issue happened to me. Then I kept on asking myself, before I never saw this one here, because I was in Kenya before. I never saw people just changing all of a sudden overnight. They want everybody they should just talk Kikuyu language. And we are in Nairobi. Nairobi is a city with all these different people from different backgrounds. Then you know what? I just left it like that. Now I've kept on asking myself, I've won places, even in Kenya, even some clubs or whatever it is, some situations there. So I've had some people even from Central Kenya. Sometimes, there's a situation where when you want to do something, they feel that they are more superior than other Kenyans when it becomes issues. So I got to your point, the point you said that people, when they look at the leadership, that's what they believe on that. So my question is, am I wrong to say that maybe these people, when they were speaking all this language, when they feel that they are superior with this one, it's because they just believe am I wrong to say they believe they are more superior than other people and other tribes in Kenya? Because that's the way now, from what you say, that's the way I just feel now. I think I've got my answer. That I feel like because of this leadership that has been trading in Central Kenya and all this, they just feel like they are top of everybody. Am I wrong to say that?
Alex.
I think the broader view of the issue of what we are looking at is that I was raised in Kisumu, but strictly as a Kisii. Strictly as a Kisii, unfortunately. And at some point, if you were found even dating a Luo, it was an abomination. There was a taboo. And these are unspoken issues that we think they're only found within the structure of the House of Mumbi, because the House of Mumbi has many, many other subdivisions, which I come to know that in themselves too, there are many other contestations, if you have to call them, that are beyond even our knowledge. And now, at that time, even though I was a Christian, I was an Adventist and of good standing, if I brought a Luo lady at home, my father will not even allow that talk. Now, it is unfortunate that, or fortunate or unfortunate that the Kikuyus took the leadership of Kenya early enough. The uniting factor of our fight for the so-called Kenya, which did not exist until we were told now this is Kenya by the colonists, was the land. Before the land factor, we had all our tribal clashes. They didn't start today with Moi. Moi just used them for political expediency. The Luos fought with the Kisis fought with the... In fact, I will use my own people that we were surrounded with Nilots. We were the only Bantu people. So we had Kipsigis here, we were Luos here, we had here. So by the time we get our independence, we go back again to the originality of our problems. Because we had a leader who was threatened by the intellectual capacity of another tribe, and therefore to solidify his base, he brought back things again that had already been dismantled because we were fighting for one land. So what the problem with the Kikuyu nation is that it took leadership and it showed openly the problems they had been having with other tribes. But the fact is that those issues exist even within us. I went to Luo schools. I was called Okembo. I was called Jamua. And you know that. And those things were really burning. I was regretting why I was circumcised, because as a young boy, I was called Okembo. And I felt bad. So those issues went by and they came to a point where politically, now they were being put on the platform of politics. These are taboos that we have inherited that we are fearing to talk about. At some point, even recently, and anybody who is in Kenya knows this, the Maxwell Seventh-day Adventist Church in Nairobi was closed simply because the Kisis and the Luos were fighting for eldership. My friend, for just a pastor Kikuyu became a pastor, a Kikuyu became a pastor, they are a minority in that church. For them to rule over, they put a Luo elder so that they can maneuver Kisis who are many, including Matiang'i and the Chief Justice. And we saw the police come and do what? Close that church for 3 months. Let us not act here as if the Kikuyus have done something that is not even beyond. These are things that we fear talking when it comes to our religion. And I like how Temba said, we'll speak this, then we go to religion. These things tie hand to hand because our beliefs becomes our religion. I'm here to say Kikuyus are not doing it in any different. It is only because they had opportunity to wield power and lord over us. Had the Luos taken over, they could have questioned, Okembogi, Gitima Koni, Kosejo Mwagi. So, I mean, we must come to a leveling block and realize power is something that can change people to a point they use their both religious and their cultural values to intimidate others. And the danger is this: you pass it to a generation and people hold to those values. They think that that is the truth. And they have that belief that truth is incontrovertible. And now they pass it to generation. And that is why even we were talking of something we should not even talk. An oath that was taken that was irrelevant. An oath that was irrelevant. An oath, first of all, that was said, leadership should not pass River Chania. It passed. It passed. What happened? Thereafter, if it passed, it can go anywhere then, because Mugumo tree was cut. What happened? So we are here because I think we were held hostage, and we are still being held hostage by our own religions. I swear to you. 2007, it was funny. Some of us even decided to go to church here. This lady, we can't even vote for a senator today. We went there to pray for God to hear us. A lady that Ruto can't allow to become the governor of Nairobi. Some of us were clinging to the cardinal in Nairobi because he was a Kikuyu. We were almost torn apart by religion in 2007. So these are things. It's only unfortunate that Kikuyus took over power and they showed us openly what they think about other communities. Had Luos taken over, they could have also shown us what also the seared nature of our cultural values. But I thank God that we are superseding that. And that is my perception of it, because that is my experience. Because even me, I've experienced being called Jamua or Kembo by people for years. And I thought it was wrong to be circumcised.
Charango. They called me Charango even though my grandmom is from Mabay. They called me Charango.
Let's I like what Alex is saying. Let's not imagine that this is unique to Kikuyus in Kenya. This is the same context in which you can read the Tutsi Hutu problem in Rwanda. Is the same context in which you can read the Baganda and whatever in Uganda. Is the same context in which you can read the caste system in India, where there are those who feel that they are better than others. So let's in every political and country you have such kind of contestation. Now I want us to, like when I piggyback on what Alex has said, as opposed to what PK is saying, it is not that other communities don't know the value of leadership. Just that the Kikuyus became louder, and they have for some reason. And even when I hear most of the people coming to talk, they still progress the same narrative, even though they want to make it sound like it is not what they're progressing. For example, when you hear Julia talk, she will say the mountain has decided, and it is made to look like the other places are not part of Kenya. Is like the mountain is actually Kenya. All right. So and that is, and even those who are progressing the narrative, they are either consciously or unconsciously progressing the same kind, propagating the same kind of discrimination. There's positive progression, and you can also progress it by negative doing it. You are not positively doing it, but you're negatively still progressing the same narrative. So there's a way in which that I like what Alex has said. We still have that narrative that sank. There's a reason as to why I picked out that generation. And it is the same generation that is progressing the idea that this younger generation has been indoctrinated by who? The same people. All right? And it is the same people saying, these young people have been, and they're the same people who in 2002 celebrated Raila. The same people, 2007, 2013, and 2017 voted against Raila. There's nothing else they were told. Actually, the voting in 2013 was an anti-ICC vote, not an anti-Raila vote. I think we need to appreciate the contextualization of the voting. In 2013, it was anti-ICC. It was not in fact, Raila was not even the basis. The story in that time was, let us save our children. In fact, they were saying, do you want to allow your own to go to ICC? And even then, when they voted, the voting was contested. What is this that makes us think that because the youth of Mount Kenya have decided probably not in one direction, therefore the youth of Kenya have decided? Now, as you're commenting, PK, I wanted to give that comment, and it's good also Julia has joined you to come and help us. We are just getting into your mind, so don't you mind us. And we are soon going to also, as we progress, delve into the concept of religion and politics. Because you remember when the white man came to colonize us, he came in the name of religion. And the churches that they came in, when the churches they brought, when they came to Meru, the Methodists went to Meru, took lots of land, and there you are likely to find Methodist Church. Kenya Methodist University is in Meru. The Presbyterian was in Central, so Alliance.
Don't mix it, just watch here. That's a big topic. Well, watch how your answer, then we come to the religion one.
Aye. What umeshasema. Wacha tuanze na I think PK you are writing. Leo tuko na nyinyi na Julia amekujoin, so muko wawili. You want to
endelea na Andrew.
Okay, wacha nianze na Andrew alafu Julia.
Thank you Themba once more and the viewers. Kwanza kabisa kuna kitu moja Alex amesema hiyo point vile iko, na kuna kitu inaitwa structure in all sectors, in education, in what, in business. Now you will find from the mountain they have a structure how to do business, how to do most of the things. For example, if you go to the Thika, you have pineapple farm. Most farmers have pineapples. So if you want a pineapple from there, maybe you want to buy, even if they are on the farm, the farmer will tell you, sorry, I will not sell you from here. Go to the kibanda at the roadside and buy from there. Why? Because it is controlled. But you go to Kisi, Robert's place, there is avocado, 3 kilos. Somebody has stood a truck outside the road and he'll come and take by himself, and even some say, give me free. See, we lack structure. So these guys are smart in the sense they have put structure in place, so you can't penetrate. That's why we have this strife, conflict in between. But it's only we can copy it, like the Sako, Matatu, the way they have unified everywhere. Things will go smooth. So in the sense as we are looking at, look at the structure. So they are already exposed, while here we don't find it, as normal, or put it in place so that we can be able to control. So I think that is we look at that also. Thank you.
Okay, Julia.
Thank you, Demba. Hello, everyone. I like the discussion so much. I think we are being candid with each other. And now you don't want to hear the Julia the Azimio person. You gonna hear Julia the Kikuyu, so that going forward you'll understand where we are coming from and what we need to do to address all these issues. First, I want to address, Robert said that kind of Kikuyus feel superior. Robert, I didn't think we had a special place in this country until I went to work in Kisumu. You know, the way they treated me, and at one time the kids called me, Mwalimu Mzungu. I didn't even think I was light. I mean, I didn't think I was fair. My color was fair until I was being addressed in Kisumu. And then when my son was born, they said that my son is kind of very fair. They said, "Uyo mtoto ni Mzungu." I didn't feel any special until I went to work in Kisumu. And then I began wondering, what is this big deal about Mkikuyu? And then they could say Nyarikuyu, and then they could call me, I think, Nyakarabon, I think the woman from the land of potatoes. But somehow I was held with high esteem. You see what I'm saying, Robert? I was, for many years, me and my children, even my kids went to school, they were held with high esteem. And they used to think, but I never thought what they thought. The people who said things, they used to say, you surprise me, because I didn't feel any important. That is one thing that Kikuyus, I think the other communities also have made it look like that. And so when they make it look like that, the Kikuyus also now take that place. And they are like, okay, that's what you think about us. And then when you say these things, you say, Wakikuyu na pesa yawa. Wakikuyu pesa ni yao. It makes us look for that money. We want to maintain the status quo. And then when you say, Wakikuya wanapenda uongozi, we also struggle to make sure we are there, like, So, and then, so those kind of statements, I think we are going to be overcoming this year with Baba. And then the other negative part of it is that I think 2 times in this country, or 3, Kenya has said it's 41 against 1. That makes the Kikuyu feel very insecure. So they'll do what it will take them, including rigging, to make sure your 41 against 1 doesn't go anywhere. And the other thing, Robert, I want to surprise you. Kikuyu don't know the difference between Akisi, Aluo, Aluya. Nyinyi wote are people from the West. And we must deal with you accordingly. Kama ni power, tukisema, we never even, the colleges we knew kind of, because Kikuyus have gone to Rift Valley. But at one time, we also grouped you in the same group, all of you. Then the people from Coast, we saw them as fools. Wakamba. At Wakamba wakipewa mahindi na Moi, ndio hao. Wamefuata Moi. They are so hungry that they need anything they are we even used to say that the Luos married the Kamba women. That's why the Kambas can't think. They just follow Raila. You know, we had every justification for every small, stupid thing. But it was not genuine. It was just, I think, prejudice and all that. So in other words, my point is, the Kikuyus have felt insecure in Kenya against all communities, and especially the Luos. Now, why don't the Kikuyus vote for Luos, for Raila? One reason is that the Baba supporters have been seen to be very arrogant. Yani, they can't shut up. I mean, if something small happens that is pro-Baba, you'll think now Kisumu has become the capital of Kenya. For example, when I was in Kisumu, in 2002, when Baba said Kibaki Tosha, the Kikuyus were happy with it, but they didn't trust him. Now, let me tell you, I was working in Kisumu and I was living in Maseno School. Now, do you know all the people I met went around talking, saying, this is the first time Arua is a president. You are saying Arua is a president and the Kibaki is the president. You are coming to tell me, ati serikali ni ya Baba, ni ya Raila, and Kibaki is the president. You are trying to give me a picture that Baba will decide everything. And for sure, that's why the conflict came in. And when the cabinet was selected, the Luos were up in arms because the people I talked to, they were expecting Baba to appoint the cabinet. That was so annoying and so aggravating. So from the moment of 2002, Kikuyu set an agenda. We need to humble these Luos. And I began by saying, Kikuyus, Luos, Luyas, Kisis are the same. So when they say humble the Luos, they include all of you there. They include, first it's ignorance. By the way, hata wajuangi tofauti. Hata mkiongea, Aluya na Luo, they don't know the difference. They just say this man from the West. They don't know the difference. So the behavior of the Kikuyus all those years is mainly because of insecurity. And I think it's like the way I tend to feel that's what Americans are feeling, the whites and especially the whites. I'm seeing that kind of behavior now because maybe the white population in America is feeling threatened, especially because of the immigrant population, because the immigrant is coming in to support the black man in America. And you can see the voting trends in America that the immigrants are on the side of the black man. So I think the white population in America is feeling threatened. So I think the Republicans will do what it will take them to make sure they remain in power first because they feel threatened. That is what the Kikuyu do. Anything to do with Raila, and Raila has, since the Kikuyus began knowing him, they didn't even know the difference between Raila and his father. They just perpetuate the problems of Kenyatta and his father to Raila now. You see, the two are the same. There's no different. Jaramogi hakupenda hata kama tunasikia aliachia Kenyatta uongozi, it means Kenyatta didn't trust Jaramogi, and now comes Raila. So we need to teach these Luos a lesson. And I said the Luos for Kikuyus is Luos, Kisis, Luyas, all of you who go around supporting Raila, you are the same tribe. It doesn't matter. That is how the Kikuyus see it. Now, going forward, what happens? In 2007, we had that conflict, and you can see that it was 41 against 1. That was a very serious thing. So the Kikuyus became insecure. So they support anyone who promises them heaven. Now, 2013, Ruto anajua hii siri. First, Ruto and Uhuru are taken to Hague. So the Kikuyus must protect them from Hague. And now Ruto is going around. Let me tell you something. However many times you tell Kikuyus that Ruto made them suffer in Rift Valley, it doesn't make sense. Ruto tells the Kikuyus, Raila told me to do these things. He's the one who planned. I did it on behalf of Raila. Your enemy is Raila. Sio mimi. Yeye ndiye alifanya hizi vitu zote vitendeke. You can't trust him. You're not safe in his hands. So 2013, he took advantage of that. And so Ruto rode on that. He rode on that you people, you are not wanted in this country. It was 41 against 1. And now I have brought one more tribe, mine. So I'm on your side. Now we are 2 against 40. So we're going to teach them, we're going to do what it will take us to remain in power. So when you people say here the Kikuyus are tribalists, I think first we are not fair because I think even other tribes have treated Kikuyus as they behave like tribalists. Kabila hii kabila imeongoza sana. And the more we keep saying hii kabila imeongoza sana, it is not that Kikuyus want to be in power, but if somebody can assure them they are safe and secure and their business will go on, they may not really care about power. But the more we say hii kabila imekuwa kwa power sana, the more they say wanatuchukia. We need to find a way. We need to find a person. Did you know there was a time that Kikuyus could say they could vote for anything but not Raila? Anything that they could trust, because they were like, we need to make sure they don't get anywhere because we are not safe. And then there's this foolish statement, which I think it is foolishness. It doesn't even make sense. If Raila becomes president, that Kikuyus will be forced to wear kaptula. You've heard about that silly thing that people say. It doesn't even make sense. How do you force people to wear what they don't want to wear? That one cannot work. But that thing was like, if Raila ever becomes, in fact, some people of my age now in Mount Kenya, they are arguing that if Raila becomes president, we are done, we are finished, because they think he's their enemy. They are tracing him from independence. So that conflict, some of it is really prejudice, doesn't even make sense. I mean, there's no basis of all those things that we say and believe if we really analyze them as we are sober as Kenyans. So the point is the Kikuyus, in fact, PK was saying about the youth, and I liked Alex's argument and Themba's argument. This youth, kwani wametoa hii attitude wapi? hii attitude wametoa from their parents, okay? And we are their parents. All our life we have felt insecure in the hands of the Luos and other communities, because according to us, these communities have fought very hard to put us down. And these communities keep saying, wakona pesa, walisaidika, kwao kuko developed. Mpaka you keep wondering, I didn't apply to be born in Mount Kenya, I just found myself there. So I have nothing to do with these roads, I have nothing to do with Kenyatta, the president. But they still keep saying, ukiangalia hospitali zao zimejengwa, ukiangalia mashule zao. I mean, they don't like that. They feel victimized. So I think that's where the biggest problem is. And even the people of my age, people got to walk door by door and make them trust Raila. That's the biggest challenge, Mr. Demba, is the Kikuyu to trust Raila as a man. That's the biggest challenge that mother is having. That's the biggest challenge she has in Mount Kenya region. Then what does Ruto do? He comes, he rides on that. He knows it. So 2013, he proves he's our friend. So 2017, he still proves he's our friend because he goes ahead and backs Uhuru, and Uhuru wins presidency. So when Uhuru decides to talk with Raila, Ruto goes back and says, "Mnaona, I backed him for presidency. I made sure he wins. Now he's supporting your enemy number one. You see what he's doing? He's working with the enemy." So Kikuyus revolt. They see Uhuru as a traitor. That how can he support our enemy number one? How can he, his normal senses, support our enemy number one? So now the biggest struggle is that I think we need really to establish trust. And Ruto is riding on that mistrust. He's not even bottoms up, he's riding on. He's not even riding on wheelbarrows. He's riding on that mistrust. And I think now that is the task Baba and Mother have. And I'm telling you the truth. If Mother achieves that trust, this country will never be the same again. You may never even see Kikuyu wanting to be presidents because they just need to be sure that they are safe in the hands of Raila. That's what, even these things things of Mchawi. Okay, Ruto adds that. I think there's a discussion for another day. Demba talked about it. That's another thing that he has. That these people from the West, they don't know God. All they value is their traditions, and then they quote the wife inheritance and all that bra 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 in Nyanza province. You see, hawajui Mungu hata hawapendi Mungu. So they bring the church again. They don't even know the door of the church. You see, and then Ruto takes advantage, and then he keeps saying Bwana asifue. So he takes advantage of that, and he's lying to them. So what I'm saying is trust, Mr. But trust one, trust to A to Z. That is a point here. If we got to move another step. So that is why Alex, I always avoid that topic because I know the moment, I even discourage people here saying, people from Mount Kenya region are like this, especially if you are from the western part. If you say that, you hit back the mistrust. But me, if I say, they may look, okay, this is our daughter saying this, I think we need to listen to her. If Karua talks about it, they will pay attention. This is our daughter talking about it, telling us to trust Raila. I think we need to do it. But you people, if you say, people from Mount Kenya region, they feel superior, they feel this, this independence, that trust rebounces back and is like, okay, we knew it. We knew what they think about us. We knew it. They keep saying it, even in Tembei. So that's the point, Demba. Trust. Asante.
Now, you've really spoken well, and I've listened to you. And for me, I don't pick trust. And that is where we need to start. I mean, these conversations need to continue. We need, for me, I pick selfishness. Because what would happen to someone in a different area whom you are talking about? For example, when you say that those people don't do this, what do you think? Get yourself in their shoes. How do they view it? Because for you, you are saying, when you are coming, you're not coming from Mount Kenya, then you say people from Mount Kenya, then they say trust. When you are not coming from, say, Kenya has 46 ethnic communities. When you're talking badly or you're saying something about them, don't you also feel they have similar reaction to your statement? So for me, I pick selfishness and sense of self-protection. Because let me tell you, Julia, I have relatives in Central. I've traversed Central. I have relatives in Murang'a. I've traversed Nyeri and I've gone to all those places. I struggle to find a grass thatched house in Central. The infrastructure that has been put up in Central Kenya is so developed compared to other parts of Kenya. So developed. You have, like in Gatanga, you have tarmacked road everywhere. And right now you can come from Nairobi, go through Thika Superhighway, then leave Thika Superhighway, and you come and join again Naivasha, Nanyuki, and you get to this other side and go to Kitale. I mean, the infrastructure is so amazing. And then we are having this debate, and we are saying that you need not talk like this because we will mistrust. How can you trust people you don't care to know? So what you're bringing is a conversation. For me, I think it's a conversation as Kenyans we must have. And by the way, I want to correct you, Julia. It is not the other people who have said that. It is the same people. I remember Anne Waiguru, when she was in Azimio. I mean, not Azimio, BBI, around that time. She's the one who came out and said, right now we realize that we cannot continue having a Kikuyu as a president. What is this selfishness that when Waiguru says that, and then when we repeat it, now you don't trust us? You know, that's the conversation that we need to start having. What is this that the Kikuyu is free to celebrate when they win and is free to appreciate, but other people should not celebrate if they win in the way they know how? You know, those are the conversations we need to have. Why is it that one community wants to feel like wanaweza kuzimia the other country? In my view, I mean, I'm just giving my opinion. Because I think we need to have this conversation. I don't think at any point, you cannot trust someone you don't know. So yes, it's a conversation we need to have, and yes, our leadership. And that is why there's a day I made this comment. If there's someone who left us more tribal than any other, is Mwai Kibaki. He is gone, but he failed to build a nationalism. It is time that we started even getting to know. It's good, Julia, you were able to travel and go to other places. There are people in Central who have never gone beyond that, to get to know that there are other people who exist in Kenya who are also part of Kenyans. And so when you talk about trust, that we don't trust you, therefore we don't want to give you leadership. So it's like, this is our thing. We give whom we choose, we think we can give. You know, someone in Turkana should also feel that this is our thing. We don't trust you, you Kikuyu, we don't trust you, we won't give you. Someone in Northeastern should also have the same feeling. We feel hapana, hatuwezi kupatia. That should be, it's not like there's this person who is the, like he's the one who will decide niko nayo, decide nipatie nani. I think there's a conversation we need to have as Kenyans. Before Julia talks, I want to bring in Alex, then I go to Robert.
Yeah. Themba PK has not responded to the questions we raised.
Yeah. He'll come in. He's around. Yes, yeah, Alex.
Yeah, 1 minute. I think what Julia was trying to tell us is their perception and their opinion and their honest position in regard to the issue of a national conversation. And I think let us handle it from their view and also give Julia our view, so that we don't have a common denominator. We meet them in the middle, because I think that is a very interesting factor that she has brought in. I never knew that we are all a concoction of Westerners, I thought maybe we are brothers for one way or the other. I didn't know that, and that's very interesting. I didn't know we are all Westerners. There is no difference. So let us take Julia's statement seriously, then handle it from there, unlike handling it from Themba's place, because we have always thought it was from our position of selfishness. Maybe we will be able to meet in the middle, because that is what we have always thought, that this is pure selfishness and egoism and blank gross manipulation from the people from Central. But if we try to meet you maybe from there, maybe we can understand. Because I'm afraid if we go Themba's way, we will continue to have the same position that we have been having, because that is what we feel about you people.
Ruba, before we bring Julia.
Yes, Julie, thank you to see you. Thank you. I mean, I'm not shocked, but it's just like I've learned something new. Because remember, we from Kisii, when you guys talk, we understand you because we are all Bantu. I want to tell you that, because then from there, that means there's one thing I want you also, you want to research. Kisii community. Let's talk about the Kisii community. That we have intermarried with people from Central Province, a lot of them. That one I can tell you that. So when this Western here, he says it's Western. Okay. Another thing is, when it comes to religion, before I come to the main point, Kisii, we are Seventh-day Adventists. We take our religion very, very seriously. We are even more than people from Central when they talk about religion. Maybe they have not come to us to learn who we are. Maybe that section is some part of part of Nyanza, but also some Seventh-day Adventists are very serious. Religion is all over the place, and that's a lot of followers. That's something they should also understand. The one thing which has surprised me is one thing. Since Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta, we had elections, proper elections. Julie, I want you to ask yourself, why do you think every time Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto, they were in Kisii, Nyamira, Kibaki during Kibaki's time, Kisii, Nyamira. And when the election was done, it was 50-50. But even we did all that, we were still victims of Westerners. That's where I'm just coming from. It's just like, so even some of these things we did, more especially like, and another thing, I'll tell you one thing which is very, very important, very, very important. 207. You could not go end circle. Either you go left Fari, the other side to Mansai land, the other side is Karenjin land, the other side is Ruoran. So all these Kikuyus who were somewhere in central Kenya, in western Kenya, in left Fari, in Ruoran, they were all brought in Kisii land. Because in Kisii, they said, I don't care what people does for me, I care the services. And you know what? Most houses in Kisii, they are occupied by, the Kisii own the houses, but most people does the business there, they are Kikuyu. So the people from Western Kenya, it's not like all of us, we are in the same ship. But I wish, if you could have just said, at least you just, you know what, there are some of these people here, because we had elections, we have voted for Uhuru 50-50. Kibaki has come there, we have voted them 50-50. We have just taken care of us, we have intermarried, we speak almost the same language. You don't even, I'm surprised. That has shocked me. But it's good. I had it. Now I know what it is. Thank you.
Julia, then PK.
Yeah, I know it sounds funny. It's just kind of, I don't know, ni kutoenda, ama ni ignorance, ama ni closing our ears, or I don't know what it is. But it's so funny if you talk to people in Mount Kenya region that they don't want even to open their eyes or ears. That's I think it's lack of information. That is one. Because I totally agree with Robert. I think I've seen some very liberal people from Kisii. I also, Western Province. There's a time Western really voted for Matiba. I have not forgotten that. What Waluya, walipigia Matiba kura sana, and Kisii. And in fact, Kisii, even when you come to Coast and all that, I think the conflict has mainly between three tribes that bring everybody else on board in this country and hold them hostage. I think the Luo, the Kalenjins, and the Kikuyus. That is it. But now the Kikuyus, they're like, you people from the West, you were voting against us in 2007. You saying for one against, and you know these politicians, that's how they go around saying that. That's really may have brought a lot of mistrust. But I think going to them, I think we should not continue talking about this selfishness thing. I want to disapprove you. I want to tell you this: Kikuyus, they only have one problem with one person. Not even now a tribe. One person called Raila Amolo Odinga. And Ruto is exploiting that, and he knows that. So you'll be surprised if you brought the people like Akina Matiang and all the others. Kikuyus would easily vote for them, because they really don't seem to be afraid of even Kalonzo. They don't think Kalonzo can do them any harm. They don't. So they are only terrified of one person, Raila Amolo Odinga. In fact, the first time people talked about that Uhuru is trying to, I talked with my brother one time, that is, I think 4 years ago, and we were talking about the handshake. And then he was saying, the only thing I'll not take if Uhuru brings Raila for us to vote for him. You see? So it is not even them, but they want to be president forever. They don't. They only did not want Raila to be president. That is what Raila and his team needs to know. It's not that the Kikuyus want to be president forever. Is they only did not want Raila to be president. And therefore now you understand why Ruto is exploiting that so much. He knows that Kikuyus do not want one man only and his family, Mzee, Jaramogi, Raila the son, and even if he brings his own son or his own grandson, they don't want them to be president. That is the biggest thing in Kikuyu land. So that is why many of us it's hard to understand why it has been so hard to sell Raila in Kikuyu land, because they don't feel safe in their hands, and also they look at the community. So when they see the Luo community celebrating Raila here and there, they're like, no, we need to teach them a lesson. We need to make sure this man doesn't win. Then now the ignorance comes in, that these people from the Western all the same, they are all the same. That now where the ignorance comes in, that they are together. They want Raila to be president. So I think we need to look at it from that point of view. So Mr. Demba, I want to correct you. It is not that Kikuyus want to be president forever. They just don't want Raila to be president. And I think we should be real about that. So when we now, Azimio is going on with campaigns, that is why Mother is working so hard. That is, I heard Njiru say something the other day, and people were up in arms. I think that was yesterday, were mad with him when he was saying, ati Wakikuyu wamegundua, kumbe huyu mtu si mbaya vile. You know, when he said that, kumbe Raila is not as bad as we think. People are saying, so you think Raila is bad? You know, he was trying to put it this way, that Kikuyus are waking to a dawn and see, oh, this guy, we didn't like him, we didn't trust him, we think he's not so bad. So that's the messaging that is going to Mount Kenya region, that you can trust him. You can trust him. He will not do you any harm. So then, but please correct, it's not that they don't want to be president forever. They don't want, they understand that. That is why even we heard that Kibaki had proposed Mudavadi to be president. And I think Kikuyus would have voted for Mudavadi if Kibaki supported Mudavadi. And even now, if somebody convinces them that they can trust Raila, they're not even, I don't think Kikuyus are stayed somewhere hoping to have the next president after Raila. I don't think so. So it's changing. That is why you see now people like me will come to this TV and talk about, Azimio, PK, because the views are changing. The trust is coming. The trust is coming. The trust is building slowly, but it's slowly. The trust is building. And I think going forward, if Mother and Baba achieves that, I think now this country will be ready for anybody to be president, irrespective of their tribe.
I hear you. Stone PK.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Julia. You've really helped to give the insight that Themba, it is like when you want to eat muogo, you have to persuade to remove that cucumber, which is very poisonous. The one that contains cyanide. Actually, that's the jigs of it, because people don't want to talk, some of these things. And now the conversation is there. In fact, the best that has ever happened to this country today is having Martha as the running mate for Baba. And people didn't see. Martha is doing, she even wants to be there up to until June. Uhuru doesn't have to come there. And this is another narrative that people are trying to push. Oh, Uhuru must come. That is KK. It's Kenya Kwanza that wants to bring Uhuru there so that they start doing some, embarrassment and all that. If I'm Uhuru, I would never, ever, kind of step in a public rally there. As a president, you have many ways of campaigning and talking to people. You have those halls, you have those, can meet in hotel, all that. Meet the who is who, then you release the people to go and meet. And that's how Mulima needs to be there. Mulima is like when you're tuning a very difficult girl. I'm sure many here, all of you, you must have gone through that. A lady that unafikiria leo umemuingiza box, unafika home, the message ile anakuandikia, with us there were no phones, ilikuwa ni barua. After 6 days, barua inakuja, unafikiria mambo ilienda poa. Unakuta you are going back again. You have to, unangojea kama uko boarding, the next time you are meeting at during this science congress or something, unaanza pale. Yeah, because you see, the disease has been long, 60 years of trouble. Just the way Julia has put it. It is since independence, the same story, the same perception that huyu mtu, in fact, hawa watu ni wabaya. So to undo that, we need to first of all do like what we do in conflict reconciliation, truth and justice. Tunakubali, yes, it is true, mulikuwa munasema sisi wabaya. Just like the way we are doing, we are conversing here. It's calling a spade a spade. That's the truth. I'm happy amesema ameelewa kitu. Because for us, sisi mtu kama mimi nizangu, wewe ulipewa na nini Raila? From 2013 when I was contesting. You are contesting on a ticket that is haitakikani kusikika, and your vehicles umebika baba huko unasema ikue. Can you campaign for code in a TNA area, na unaenda huko na wewe umetoka Nairobi, you have huko na jeshi yako, wakileta shida kinaumana. So that is what we have gone through. Now they are telling me, kumbe you had seen something. Now if I call people at my home, na tunaongea even loudly, we talk very openly and candidly about Raila, and watu leo wanakuja, it tells you we are gaining. So last question that there was a question, this one of Uhuru. No, Themba, you handled this one of 2013, what the vote was about. So I'll not talk about it. It was about The Hague. So there wasn't so much, kind of desperate there, because the thing was to save our son. Yeah, that's why that card ilikuwa ni hiyo. Hata Raila watu hawakuwa wanaona, walikuwa wanasema tuokoe mtoto wetu. Yeah, so that's how it went. And that's why it's the first time, and I don't think it will ever happen, when they brought this Kumera 2013 and 2017. 2017 was to ensure that our son goes back, okay? And that's why they Kumera. This time around, I don't know. Things might change by June, depending on how Martha performs and the backup she gets. There was this issue that now Hosea asked about the same people who are talking and saying that this man is very bad. Now they are the same people. In fact, I'll give you the example of Kioni, Jeremiah Kioni. He says, I am among the people. I've never voted for this man. Okay? But ninawaambia. And the good thing is that we are talking in vernacular. By the way, guys, vernacular does miracles. Those people, I know people when you live outside, sijui nini mnaanza kudispute your vernacular. There is mahali vernacular inakutoa, Kizungu iwezi kutoa, Kiswahili iwezi kutoa. Roba ukifika Kisii, when you tune to Kisii, watu wanajua Roba anaongea. Ukiongea Kizungu wanasema tu ni msomi tu. But when it gets serious, unaambia abantu baito, they all listen. If they were making noise, they keep quiet now to listen. So the same thing is happening in Central. Some of these meetings, and we are doing so many meetings now, they have been revived, the one round the fire. The Ingira meetings are there day and night, and they are just talking about Baba. Okay? Now that is why the changes are there. Themba mentioned about the crowd being manufactured and all that. They have to do that. KK has to do that because the crowd is gone. Ile crowd ilikuwa inakuja imepotea, and that's the truth. Okay? So because every morning kukuchapo kuna message mpya. And I said one time on this forum that the day Mulima will start mutikia songs, nyimbo zinatungwa every night, every morning there is a new song. Songs will start playing in matatus or in motorbikes, and they are not just hip-hop songs. What's being thrown up on a pale? It is being advised what you're supposed to do, ni nini kunaendaje, rodere nero kogitero, yani sayings ambazo zina sink. And that is now when you know the mountain is turning. As I said, we may not get 50-60% as we are targeting, but we will do 30 and above if we are doing badly. But if we look at the trend, that the way it's going, and especially with Martha, we will definitely do well. Which other question have I not? Roba, the matatu issue, Julia Mwalimu ameeleza hapo. It's not well, it's always, hata kama ni Masai, the president is a Masai, utasikia Masai akianza kusema sasa lugha ya taifa itakuwa Kimasai. We have that problem as human beings all over the world. You know, you feel that your own now is there. Unaambia watu ati sasa tuongee Kikisii kwa sababu Matiang'i ndio president. Unaona? The same thing unasikia walikuwa wanaharibia Ruto jina, not Ruto, Raila, ati if he becomes president, people will not pay rent. I mean, these were just smear campaign. Ati Wajaluo watasema sasa serikali inatawala, huwezi kulipa rent, you know. And some of these jokes are bad to landlords. Kikuyus they have many houses, yeah. So they got scared, and that's why they're saying these comments or to jokes are bad because beaten wana feel ni kama itakuwa inaitwaje, once beaten twice shy. Yeah. So some of these two jokes we want to kind of demystify them, and you know, so that we can reverse that very negative feeling. And so we are so happy because if you challenge, like we were in one of the meetings, kind of a workshop, and the presenter, this professor, this Muranga guy, he told us to sell Baba, just ask these people who are so much agitating against him, tell them, give me 3 things. 3 things that makes you hate Baba. Alituambia, we point it blank like that. Unauliza tu mtu, huwezi votia Baba, hebu niambie makosa yake. Give me 3. Hakuna. The truth of the matter is, we did what do we call it? We synthesized it. We tried it out. Hakuna mtu unasikia unajua tuliambiwa wanangoa reli, sijui tuliambiwa akitawaliwa kila mtu atakojolewa, you know, those kind of things. Then from there we pick to start to tell people. So is there anything else I have not said, Bwana Hosea?
I think you've responded to much of it, and those who are feeling uncomfortable, the moment you feel uncomfortable with the topic, that's a sign that yes, that's an issue that you still hold. So in psychology, we say anything that makes you uncomfortable, it means that you still have a problem with it. Now, one thing we need to appreciate is this. I'm not going to run away, Julia, from the selfishness, and I still hold it, and there for obvious reasons. Moi was an unlikely president because the people around Kenyatta then wanted to preserve the presidency within themselves. One of them being this one whose daughter wants to be a governor right now, Kihika Kimani.
Kihika Kimani.
Yes, and that was a step of self-preservation where they wanted to change the constitution to ensure that Moi doesn't become the president. Moi became the president, and for 24 years, yes, there are those who remained and still enriched themselves, but for some of them, they still believe that they were not close. And PK is right. Once someone is a president, you remember for a long time, even we thought policemen are being taught at their their training, they are trained to speak the accent of the Kalenjin. You know, because you could go everywhere, and even police like kijana kuja hapa, kuja hapa. You know, that was how you could tell a police officer. Because Moi had ruled for so long that it was part of what we thought was you know, the way of, we could not separate, you know, leadership and you know, power with the Kalenjins. And then of course what has happened has happened. So there's a sense in which I am speaking from an informed perspective, where I think there's a sense in which there's some selfishness. It is not necessarily because, yes, indeed, even with that conversation, there are Kikuyus and Central people who have not necessarily even benefited from those leaderships. Poverty still lags in some of the homes. So we are not blanketing everyone. We are appreciating that, yes, there are still some people who have not even been captured in that. That selfishness, I think, has to do with also a failure of the leadership. You know, our leaders, and that is what Kagame came in and consciously and deliberately decided that we are going to cut this out, you know, to bring nationhood, you know, to make a country of many nations to be one nation. In Rwanda, they don't, after the genocide, they don't talk anymore about Hutu and Tutsi. You are Rwandese. We need a change in our DNA to move away, to bring Ukenya, you know, so that we can now move away from discussing the 46th tribe, because you are saying it is Raila they do not want. Assuming, I think also our history books probably did not teach us right. When we talk about independence, we have brought in a great, you know, we have blown out the Mau Mau. We have forgotten if there was any other people from any other tribe that fought for independence. Now, assuming there was a person from Kisii, say Musoti, who fought for independence, would we still be talking about the Mau Mau? So you see, I think history also has not served as well. So I still think there's a change in DNA which should involve all the people, the Kenyan, so that we start teaching ourselves Ukenya, the same way they did in Tanzania, Utanzania, you know. Tanzania has, I think, more ethnic communities than Kenya has. But they have achieved some level of acceptance of togetherness. The leadership has failed. I'm thinking when we have this conversation, beyond this and we continue, we need to build a nation, not small nations. We need to move away from having a conversation of we don't trust. We don't trust. No. Those are Kenyans, and a Kenyan from anywhere can lead in Kenya. That's why we're having this conversation. And I think those who are saying that is the wrong conversation, the wrong time, we need to talk. It is a clear thing that we need to talk. Yes, we have an election to win, but we have a nation to build. I don't want my daughter, who is 14 years right now, some time to come and vote, and still the same conversation will be going on. Let us start with this conversation so that we build a nation. A nation. Why should we have this conversation 50 years after independence? Alex will speak, and then I allow Makiadi. Makiadi has been waiting here for a while.
Yeah, I see in the comment section many people are saying that this is a very bad conversation. I don't know why is it so. I mean, we are here speaking about our country. I don't know why they are complaining, Temba. I don't understand. And these are regular panelists here. And we speak these things, but we have refused to divulge deeper into it. But today, I don't know why you took this angle, but what's wrong with what we have discussed? As you said, and I will quote what Bob Marley used to sing, rise up, falling fighters. Rise up and take your stand again, for he who fights and runs away will live to fight another day. This is what our fathers ought to have spoken, and they refused. We refuse it, our children will speak about it. And unless we speak about it, we get hurt the way we are hurting. Because I've been hurt, because I've been, kumbe mimi ni Westerner. But that's a fact. That's how, that's a view. And that view is important. It's gonna heal. So nobody should dictate us that this topic is bad. It's not. Even if it's coming during the election, the right time. So let's continue. Don't take the pressure button.
Thank you, Alex. You know, when you feel discomfort when something has been mentioned, then you have a problem. That's basically normally it means that there's something that needs. Yes, PK, I think you have a burning one before I bring Makiadi.
Yeah, just one point. You know what Alex has said, and also to dismiss, kind of dismiss those people, the keyboard warriors. What has ailed this country and Africa is refusing to address what is the innermost thing. Ask this guy who is writing. You are there in Central, unasema, we say Baba is climbing the mlima, and then we have underlying problem. People are still suspicious. People are still wanajificha, wana pretend. Shall we achieve the goal? Or even when Baba becomes the president and still a section of this country is suspicious about his leadership, is that what we want? So please, in fact, we want when Baba takes over, we also address the land issue head on. We solve that problem because it has been coming and coming and coming. Thank you, Themba.
Thank you so much, PK. Personally, I think for those who are thinking that I'll budge on having some conversation, I love having hard questions and hard conversations because that's what makes people know each other. That's what makes us heal. You don't heal. Even kidonda, if you take a kidonda kwa daktari, you will not heal when they just place it without first of all cleaning it, removing it. And when they are removing it, it will be painful. But after that is when that wound will heal. It can't heal by just being covered the way it is. You must first of all unpeel it for it to be healed. There's no need of us pretending. We don't need to pretend as Kenyans. We need to face each other. We need, in Rwanda, what they did, they had Gashasha courts. And in courts, people were facing each other and even facing those who could have killed them. And they were talking. Gashasha courts, if you guys read about that. And that has helped them even building Rwanda. You know, we need to build Ukenya. We need to move beyond. If you listen to people, you know, it marks of, you know, like pretense. When someone like Moses Kuria can still stand in front of people and say, can I tell you something? Na nikishikwa mtanitoa huko ndani. And people are clapping. What does that tell you? That there are conversations we still need to have. Kenyans, we need to build Ukenya, such that you can even stand up and tell someone, yes, I love you, I'm going to vote for you, but stop. Don't say this and this. We need to reach that level where when someone wakes up to insult another politician whom you don't agree with. And I think those are the conversations we need. When you start saying here, you know, those areas we should not talk. When Julia comes and says, you know, when someone else talks and says people born Kenya, no, let's talk. Let's say what we feel so that we learn to say, okay, fine, we don't agree with that person, but that person is a Kenyan. Let's say the truth. Why should you go to a place where, why would you want to tell someone that you know ule ni mtu wa kutupa mawe, you know, and someone is agreeing with it? Why would you want to say that I know that this person is this and this? Because there's something they have noticed hatuna Ukenya. Let's make it hard for politicians to galvanize and mobilize us using our perceived differences, so that they galvanize using their policies and things they want to do for us. Our mobilization should not be based on how much negative mud you throw against the other, but what you do to us. We can never reach there if we keep pretending as Kenyans. That is what I can say. And for those people who think that you think you fear, if you fear the topic, don't worry. Just step aside, go and sleep. Come tomorrow, we will be clapping for certain other topics. Makiadi, karibu.
Okay, thank you, Ndemba. I want to say hi to all the panelists and all those that are watching us. I think I came in, but I was not actually prepared for this. It's a shocker for me because I don't know what to say. But then I'll just make a few remarks that I have right now. Julia made a very important. I was listening to Julia speaking, and I think she was very honest. I'm surprised Alex, Roba, and the rest here have never encountered a situation whereby they are called Aduarurere, you know, Aduaruguru. Julia, you should have given the right word that is used, because you guys have been called Westerners here. I think you think Westerners means the developed countries. In the aspect of Kikuyus or the Mount Kenya people calling Luyas, Luos, Kisis, Aduaruro, it is not an impression that you people are Westerners in terms of sophistication and you know, being civilized in that manner, for lack of a better word. Then it is it portrays some kind of people that are still entangled in old traditions. And you know, I have lived, like I say here, I've lived in the general Mount Kenya region for a long time, and it begins even when you get into a matatu. Before you get into a matatu, you're asked in Kikuyu, "Ni radhi town." So, are you going to town? You say yes. You get into a matatu. Then, when you sit down, and somebody else comes into the matatu, you are told the other how, you know, move to the next seat so that you can create room for the next person. When it comes to asking for money, you hear Besha how do that, bring money from back there. It goes on and on and on. And these people that are doing this don't care whether you come from Central Kenya or not, because to them, as long as you're in Central Kenya, you are Kikuyu. They don't care. They don't care whether you speak any other language. They don't care whether you understand what they are telling you. They just move on. And you go to the next stage, you are about to alight from your matatu and they are kwena modora umira how is there somebody alighting in the next stage, eh? So it goes on and on like that. I once even visited Nyeri and I was very surprised. You know, business in Nyeri is closed at 7 p.m. If for you who have not been in Nyeri, ukienda huko by saa moja kama hujafanya biashara yako hakuna duka itakuwa imefunguliwa. And I was walking into a shop and the person who was supposed to be the shopkeeper there did not even care to know if I understand Kiswahili or not. I was trying to pay money and we had a communication. Fortunately, I'm fortunate enough to have a little understanding of the Kikuyu language. So I just had to communicate in Kikuyu for me to get what I was supposed to get. So these kind of topics that we talk about here, sometimes they are very uncomfortable for most of us, but we have experienced this, and you'll find out these conversations are out there because I have friends who tell me when we Mau Mau were fighting for independence, nyinyi mlikuwa wapi? I don't know kama umewahi ulizwa swali kama hiyo. Wakati tulikuwa tunapigania uhuru, nyinyi mlikuwa wapi? Kwa hivyo msikuje kutuambia. So these things are there. These things are there. And it's going to take a very, very long time for Kenyans to understand that we are all Kenyans and there's no tribe that is superior than the other. I don't like most of the time to talk about this thing even in the open because I have so many friends and I know most of them are even watching right now that sometimes when you try to mention these things, you actually look like you're trying to create enmity between you and them. But them, as you said here, it is very crucial that people understand that as much as you think that you cannot trust other tribes, you also have some portion of blame on yourself because it comes out as you look like you are sort of selfish because most of the time people say that we don't trust this tribe to rule us. We cannot allow this tribe to be president or to let me say it in Kiswahili, hatuwezi kubali hii kabila ikaribie urais. But then you understand when you say these kabila zenye unasema hautaki zikaribie urais, hizi kabila pia zimekuachilia for all those years that you have ruled. These people have felt comfortable, even though they would have loved even their own to be the president. They have also allowed you. And it is not a matter of interest because everybody feels like when your person is a president, then your interests are taken care of. So if it is about selfishness, then most of these tribes that have never ruled in the Republic of Kenya would not allow the other tribes to rule because actually they will also feel that their interests are not taken care of. So we are supposed to be looking at a country whereby at some time we'll have a discussion on the aspect of tribe. And I think this matrix that came up with Raila Odinga naming Martha Karua as deputy president is bringing out a very important aspect. And you can see the conversation going on right now on social media, in the streets. Martha Karua and Raila Odinga's relationship has been not very, rosy, springing from the time when they had a dispute between Kibaki and Raila Odinga because of the elections. But then Central Kenya people are beginning to see Raila Odinga in a different aspect, because if there was a person that Central Kenya has been against as a president, it is none other than Raila Odinga. Look at the language right now that is being used in UDA, especially the deputy presidential candidate. It has come out that as Martha Karua campaigns in Central Kenya, people are accepting her. Even people are asking, is it Martha Karua that is running for president or it is Raila Odinga? And Gachagua now is coming out with this mantra of, you know what, this presidency is not between me and Martha Karua, it is between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Why? Because Raila Odinga is a boogie. He's the easy person to, you know, to throw stones at. He's the easy person to paint black. He's the person that when you sell fear in Central Kenya against Raila Odinga, it goes very well. And if this conversation is going to stay the same, because people are now starting to accept that Raila Odinga is a different Raila Odinga from the one that they are used to be told. Everybody in Central Kenya knows that Raila Odinga alijaribu kupindua serikali. It is all over the place. Raila Odinga alijaribu. Raila Odinga alisumbua Kibaki wetu. Raila Odinga ndio huyo amehangaisha Uhuru Kenyatta kwa miaka 10 mpaka wakati alikuja kusalimiana, na wakati alikuja kusalimiana ndio huyo amevunja serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta. You can even go to look at the video that is going rounds today of Gachagua telling people that ile salamu ya Raila Odinga ndio ilifanya barabara za Central hazikumalizwa. Pesa ilikuwa imetengwa ya stima, yote ilibebwa ikapelekwa huko. So you should be asking huko ni wapi? It comes back to this thing that we are saying, Rogoro, Adwa Rogoro. They are called also, you know, Rorere. Julia was very economical with the words that they are used, and remember, I know if you have relatives in Mount Kenya, you know these words. They are very strong words. PK, they are very strong words that are used there, and these words just generally paint people from the western side, Kisses, Luos, Luyas. Those people, you are painted as people who are still in some stone age. Hawa watu waga wanarithi mabibi. There's some kind, you are in wife inheritance. So it is going to take a long time. It is going to take a long time before this conversation actually hits the streets of Kenya and people start accepting that we are moving on from there. And I believe that if this ticket that has been presented right now of Raila Odinga and Martha Karua goes through, then Central Kenya might have a different thought, you know, picture, perception about the people from the western side. And Julia was very, very categorical here, and I agree with her. Our brothers from Mount Kenya region, all I'm trying to find that a good word for that. It's like they have already categorized the country into different sections. Yeah? You know, they say Ikaba. Ikaba is the Kamba nation is called Ikaba. Ikabarere, you know, these Kambas, they are these kind of people. Aduarugoro, even sasa Luyas and Luos, there's no difference. Munaekagwa kwa group moja inasemekana wale watu wanabeba mizigo wakienda nyumbani December, you know. So this notion and this stereotyping is a very, very very, very hard. I don't know why I'm lacking words, because I don't want to trend on people's toes. But then we are really in trouble. We are, what I can say, almost 60 years down the line after independence, we are still in deep trouble. If we don't change what is happening right now, this thing goes down to our kids, and the perception that comes from their parents is still passed down to the children. And I believe that we should be looking at a situation whereby people should be open to talk about these things, because these things affect everybody. When you go to hire people and you look at their last name, you'd rather not have that person because they do not identify. If you look at an O and the position, the hiring manager comes from Central Kenya, for example, and they look at an O, they don't give them that post or that position because they feel this person, there are these conversations that will go on for a long time. And I hope just moving forward, at least something is done so that we can get back on track. Thank you.
Response from Robert, then Jose.
Makiadi, thank you. I think you have said that's a very good conversation. But you know what I believe? What happened with Martha Karua and Raila Odinga? I mean, parts of Kenya, they are waiting for her. And that's a very good sign. They are waiting for Martha Karua, to exploit. I mean, they might not like Central Kenya. I don't know. They might just like, we know him. But I think if they take the campaign outside Central Province, then they take it to other parts of the country. That's when you realize how much she's loved, how much maybe from there, the people in Central Kenya might be educated of what's going on. The rate we are talking about, she has changed everything in our country. I think this is a moment. This is the moment we have been waiting for, and that's why we should not be shy to say some of these things at this moment. Let us just take in our hearts, say what it is, but because we want to build a better Kenya. She has made a difference.
Jose? Gaja, Alex. Gaja.
Thanks a lot, Temba. I just wanted to point out that there are certain quarters who see the Martha Karua Raila ticket as some kind of divine disguise in the making. And people normally talk about the issues of chemistry between the deputy president and the president. And it looks like a number of people are now like saying that they do not see the sort of thing which has happened between President Uhuru Kenyatta and the Deputy President William Ruto that would take place between Martha and Raila. Maybe if you look at it critically, maybe they have a strong point for the reason that you cannot miss every session that Martha has been attending rallies. She has not missed the opportunity to pledge loyalty of sorts to Raila, which I think is turning out to be very good. Then secondly, even the way she appears to be campaigning is so structured, it's more or less like selling a product the way you normally do from an academic point of view, whereby you want to know the strengths and the weaknesses of what you are selling. If you listen to Martha talking, she will outline to you all the positives and the strengths why, and they are quite convincing why you. In fact, it's like Kenyans have no choice but to elect Raila, and she goes ahead to lay the points bare. When she starts very early, like what they had done in the second liberation. Now, for those who are enjoying the benefits now, it is quite clear. She puts everything so clear. Then she rolls down to the issues of devolution, how Raila fought so hard for the same, how she fought so hard to have a free press. You know, in the past, the way President Moi used to lock up the opponents. Now, these days, I think you cannot stay in a court, in a cell for more than 24 hours, I think. Now, she brings that live to the crowd. For those who are witnessing them today, they can see them as they are. Then she brings in is the role that he played so hard regarding the issue of the roads, the infrastructure. And those who care to listen would actually see that if for true, this is all that Raila has done, she would bring in the issues of the Section 2A of the multi-party democracy, how they fought so hard and the role it played in the same. Now, then she quickly changes to the current 10-point agenda of Azimio. And if you look at it, she doesn't waste time abusing even the other side. In any case, she has a lot of humility. She literally begs for those people to see the point and to see the positive things that Raila is fighting for, and how the 10-point agenda is going to change things. Things to do with the social protection fund for the vulnerable, the issues of Baba Care. She goes ahead to explain it much better than sometimes even Raila himself do not go into in depth to explain so much. The issues of trying to rejuvenate the production in the country towards the economy, this point dealing with one product, one country. She is challenging each country to think out of what product you as a country, as a county, that be proud of a product at least from your area, which is manufactured in your area, and let that be a starting point, so that each country, if they buy the idea, they will all be on the same thread. Then, as I think Robert said, it's interesting. There are a lot of invitations from other places that they want Martha to visit them. Something you hardly hear of the likes of the Regadis and the sort. Now, that is as far as the Martha issue is concerned. Then yesterday, I would just pick up. There is, I think I went off before I could do a contribution. There was somebody who had brought up a question regarding the influence of the press in our system, the presidential system. Whether the president still has meaningful a lot of influence on the development with regard to in the country at the county level. I think Richie did answer that, but I had some points to add on the same. And I just wanted to point out that the county government and the national government, the county government handles issues which, according to the constitution, had been devolved to the county level. Now, there are a number of issues, in fact, almost 50-50% of issues to do with water, health, roads. Roads, you do realize there are two types. There are county roads, and then there is the national roads, which falls under Kenya. Then there's the issue of education, the issue of security, recruitment, and employment. Then, of course, agriculture. Now, all those issues are still, I think, from the national level. And when it comes to influencing development, as far as the same are concerned, you realize that the president, they are still controlled from the national level. So to that extent, the president actually still do and has a lot of influence on what happens in the counties. Then, of course, never mind, don't forget that the funding and the resources for the county to manage the counties comes from the national government. So to that, again, the president is very, very influential when it comes to what happens at the county level. If they are starved of funds, of course, there will be almost no development at the county level, even if you have a very good governor. That is the end of my contribution.
Is that entirely true?
That?
I think there's some sense in which, but let me hear first from Alex, and then we interrogate your comments. Alex.
Yeah, it looks like your topic was started earlier by our friend Mohammed Egg. We were talking about the issue of Kilgoris, and he brought an interesting issue of how the Kilgoris area and the residents of Kilgoris, which I didn't know very well, the people from Western and Nandi people and how they were brought in Kilgoris and under what circumstances. And he said something that was very powerful, that the history of that was concealed. And we don't find that in books. We don't read that in history books. And because of that, we do not know the historicity of some things that happened in Kenya. And I will add, since you brought that in, I will add that after independence, it looks like, going through my primary and my secondary education in Kenya, I wasn't lucky to do my post-secondary in Kenya. I did it out of the country. The history that we studied was skewed. And I think it wanted to preserve, the history that we read was Nyayo history. Its intention was to preserve Nyayo era. And it is sad that I'm learning more history here than of more that I should have known as I was growing up. Makiadi has articulated here, Julius articulated, and we should not be afraid to learn this history, because this history ndio itatukomboa, kwa sababu kuna vitu vingi tunasoma kwa gazeti ambao it's a narrative of journalists that sometimes they are to rise our emotions. But when we sit down and start thinking of what Julia said, how did they come to a point that they call us Westerners? Did somebody not purposefully come and put that in them so that to preserve the leadership that they had gotten in independence, so that we will never be able to come close to power? So when these things are said, now we understand the geopolitical, even economic, as Temba has opined here, honestly. Some people have also never gone to Central in per se. They read about these things, they are told about these things, but there's somebody who will say it correctly, as Temba said. As you come from city center in Nairobi, you will go up to somebody's village without seeing a thatched house, without I think it's Makiadi who said it yesterday, some roads in Kenya are called all-weather roads. I didn't even know that there are roads called like that. Wanakuwekea maram, alafu wanasema that's all-weather roads. I didn't know that. And we are learning these things here. So let us not be afraid. People like Ndeto saying wrong topic at a wrong time. There's nothing wrong with that. We are putting people into perspective here. You're not coming to my village and tell me this is an all-weather road. Na kuna road inatoka kutoka city center mpaka kwa kina Julia. It's not called all-weather road. It is tarmac road. So this is the history here. We are deconstructing and knowing that the economic disparities that we are seeing in our country is because we are fearing to talk about history in conjuncture and in reality. How did a country become to a point where David indeed doesn't even fear to say that we don't need bottom-up economics? He tells his wife openly. And we refuse to talk about that. Why is that true? Yes, it is true. Why? Because of ABCD. Some of our businesses close, Mama Mboga na close at 6 usiku in Kisii Makiadi. Kama Nyeri na close at 7, man, that's a developed economy. It's something that is worrying, that some economies by 7 p.m. it's closed. When we call 24-hour economy in Kisii, I'm telling you, from Daraja Moja to Daraja Mbili, we have like 70 bars, and that is less than 5 kilometers. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that the history that we learned in school was not enough for us to talk the politics of Kenya. Now we are getting the real history. Now we are able to relate with the history we are getting here and relate it with the politics of today and come to the right solutions. The history ya Nyayo that was skewed, hiyo inaitwa GHC, muna geography more, civics less, a little bit of history. Tunafikiria we are learning history. It was skewed towards preservation of Nyayo era. And I think, unfortunately, Kibaki also did the same. What we need is a pure debate and articulation of our curriculum in terms of government, history, and civic education, so that we can open our hearts and minds to know the truth, because that truth is what will set us free. So when we criticize our leaders from Central, it should not be on the basis of what we have been passed down, which is propaganda. It should be based on truth. I have learned today more from Makiadi and Julia than I've never ever, honestly, with all truth. It's not even a shock. I still don't believe what Julia said. I don't. It's going to take me time to believe it. But you know what?
You don't believe you're a Westerner.
It.
You don't
So
believe you're a Westerner.
And that is not a good Westerner, as Makiadi said, as an advanced country. It's another Westerner.
It is the civilized one.
It's an uncivilized one. So we are talking about our country and the truth about our country. And if you don't know the truth about something,
no, it's Western Kenya. Western Kenya.
No, we understood it. Don't make it worse.
Okay, it means West, people from the West. Actually, it's Western Kenya. You know, where does Rogoro means West? West. That's what it means. And okay, but still, what Makiadi says, they don't think that you are so civilized. But the word Western, it means the Western of Kenya. That's what
United Kisumu.
Actually, let's say this. To pick the ideological implication of that is there is Kenya and then there are other places. So Mount Kenya is Kenya.
I think Themba, you are spending a lot of time victimizing yourself.
No, don't run away. Don't run away. I know you are getting uncomfortable, and the more you become uncomfortable, the better, because there's now Mount Kenya, which thinks they are Kenya, and then there are other places, right? So that's a conversation that needs to be had. And normally, it is not only happening in Kenya. Of course, even where Julia is and others are, the systematic marginalization is something that has happened across. So it's not something that is unique to Kenyan case. It has been something that has been done in policy level, the way even you're teaching. You know, you can imagine someone saying we do not want history, and the same people are sending children to school who are being taught history. So what history are those children in school being taught? Now, the same person you are telling that does not like history. You know, I sometimes shudder when I listen to the argument we progress. This person goes to school and is taking history as a subject. You cannot become a lawyer without understanding the history of Kenya. You cannot do some of the subjects people do in school without understanding the history and philosophy of Kenya. You know, so are you contradicting yourself? Are you telling this person that these youths do not like history? Now, this youth, is he going to school? If this youth is going to school, is there a subject called history being taught in that school? So have they petitioned the government to remove the subject called history? Because if you're telling these people, one thing you come like even in the US schools, you have to be taught history. You have to understand how the US became the US. And anywhere you went, that is something that is taught. Because you can't build, hold on, Osea, you can't build a nation if people don't understand the foundations of that nation. Why do we celebrate Mashujaa Day? Okay, you don't have history. You don't want to teach them history. We don't want anything to do with history. Why are we celebrating Mashujaa Day? Why are we celebrating Madaraka Day? So when you come and say that we do not want history, what are you trying to say? And this youth that you're saying, you know, the youths do not want history. Are you sure about that? You know, it's no, those are the things that personally I struggle with, and even those of us who embrace such a kind of a narrative. That, you know, the youths of right now, they do not have history. They want, which is not true. They are not stupid. They are going to school. And I like what Alex is saying. This particular narrative and ideological indoctrination has been put across and has come from where we started, by celebrating Mau Mau over every other person who brought in independence to Kenya. And the leadership across board has not undone that history. Someone says that for as long as the hunter is the one telling the story of the lion will never be told. So as long as someone is writing that history, there are other people whose story will never come out. And the more we keep talking, the more we keep having this conversation, it's an uncomfortable, because it is opening somewhere we don't want. Why is it that we don't want to question? Why is it that when D says that Kiambu, this bottom up is not for it, we don't answer? I want us to question. I don't question, you know, the mountain will feel unsafe. Yeah. Why is there inequality? You know, we need to face that. And Julia, I beg to disagree with you that if you don't talk about it, you know, the mountain. Julia, for 3 voting cycles, Kenya has voted, and the election results have been contested. So that means, therefore, you cannot win an election in Kenya without across-board support from all the 42 tribes in Kenya. And that is what we want to build. We want to build a nation where everybody matters, where everybody feels what PK was saying. PK was saying that, you know, Akikuyu will feel like this is our, until they reach a point where they say that it should not cross River Chania. You know, like it is their thing. They give it by, for you, watawapatia tu na, you know, when they feel sufficiently philanthropic, like Marende said. So when they feel sufficiently philanthropic, they will distribute the thing to you. That's a recipe for disaster. We need to have that conversation in this generation so that we can pass to the next generation a new conversation. A new conversation where we are building Ukenya, where we will not be saying, you know, people from the mountain. No, Kenyans. When we say Kenyans, we mean Kenyans. I don't want us to have a situation where what Julia is saying, that, you know, when Mount Kenya people feel comfortable, they will not care who becomes the president. No, it should not be. It should be everybody in Kenya when they feel, everybody, whether you are coming from you know, the Turkana or where, you should feel comfortable that whoever, even if it's someone from Mount Kenya again, becomes the president. Nobody, even a person from Mount Kenya, even if they would become president, it shouldn't be an issue. As in, we should reach a point where it is not an issue, whether you are from Mount Kenya, whether you are from, you know, I don't think Kikuyus don't deserve to be presidents again. They deserve to be presidents again. But once we have built Ukenya, but for as long as Julia, you keep having this, no. Let's not say that. It's uncomfortable. Let those people from mountain discuss. I want to bring in Robert, and I bring in Magiadi before.
There was a point that I was finishing. You guys got excited. 1 minute. Now, from what I was saying about that history, I've learned what now I'm connecting the dots to form the line. So if I'm wrong, you will correct me. Stone PK told us that it is only in Kenya that the community from Mount Kenya calls Kenya our land. If I was not wrong, he said that. And from that, I also listened to Julia, how the central and the closed Mount Kenya area, is looked as the epicenter of Kenya. Now, this is now what I got from it. I got that when we fought independence, the narrative that Mau Mau is the one that fought for independence, and therefore they were the sole campaigners against colonialism, which means they have a right over Kenya. Now, this question now comes, is this why you have this entitlement, whereby you are willing and capable and be able to fight to stay in other areas? And I want you to give me these statistics. When you look at the whole central now, I don't know, 5 districts, the provincial administration, when you look at the percentage of the Westerners who have come to buy land and build there, what is the percentage there? Because I can say, like in Kisii Town, I'll give a statistics that I'm 100% sure. In Kisii Town, the businesses center in Kisii Central District area, about 70% of dukas and others are owned by, are rented to Kikuyus and people from Central. And the industrial hub of us, which is Darajambili, 80% is rented, and the people who do business there are Luos. I want you to give me the percentage. How many people have come from Westerners and be able to buy land within the Central? Because I'm not so familiar with Central, and be able to build there and completely live there as their home and never be able to go back. The same way we go maybe to Kitale, we go to Coast. I know our people to Utawala, our people have gone there. How many people have gone, maybe Luos who have bought Kiambu or Muranga, lived there and settled there? The statistics. And what can we do to improve that?
It's my time, yeah? Can I come in or?
Makiadi.
No, I thought Roba's mic was unmuted, so I thought he wanted to say something. Okay, Alex, let me just go briefly over these. I think in terms of living, Central Kenya are very accommodative people. That's one thing I can tell you. I know very many people who are my friends have bought land, 50 by 100, karibu na barabara. The plots you hear ziko karibu na barabara na ziko na stima na maji, and they live there. So there are so many people who they are very accommodative people. But then it also depends with the county. Kiambu is an integrated county. It has everybody from everywhere, and you know, if you live in Kiambu, then there's no difference between living in Kiambu and living in Nairobi. But then when you go down deeper into counties like Nyeri, I just want to be honest with you, it would be very difficult for your business to survive among the competition that is there if they know that you are a person from somewhere else. That one I have to be very honest with you. But then it's just this kind of what do you call it? You know, like grouping people. Julia is back here. I can tell you for sure. You know, just like we people from that side are called Westerners. You know, the people from Ukambani also have their own thing. I know there's a saying in Kikuyu, Julia, if I'm wrong, you can correct me here. They say, Moikaba oria mwega ni uria wirima. I mean, the best kamba, ule mkamba mzuri ni mwenye ako huko chini, a dead kamba. Or it's said, dogeya na muikaba, Julia. you cannot steal with a kamba. Why? This is a person you can't trust. So these things, it is a division that has been there, and it grows, it keeps on coming up. I had another friend of mine who used to say, we Kikuyus are wana wa Israeli. So I was asking him, what is the relationship between the Kikuyu community and the Israeli? They said, we are like Israelites. People don't like us, but we are able to prosper and do business in every part of the country. And if we talk about these things, that's how we come back to heal. I I feel that the more we talk about this thing, the more it comes out in the open, and we begin accepting each other. Another thing that I also think, the issue also, Alex, that you said about businesses. Where I come from, the town center, I love Kikuyus. Kikuyus are very good friends of mine. The town center, these people can go anywhere, live anywhere, and do business anywhere. They don't care whether they came from Mount Kenya or what. They can integrate and intermingle and settle down everywhere. And I think if this thing applies in the reverse, whereby people from Western can come to Nyeri, Mukuruine, they settle there, buy land there, marry there, start business there, do farming there, then we begin to have a country where people learn other traditions, and that is how our country is going to go forward. But if we still have these barriers whereby it is very difficult for a certain community to live in a certain area comfortably, then we are still having this problem years to come.
Robert.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I have a few things here I want. Let me start by saying, Alex, you talked of about opening up. I mean, the people in Central and other parts. Like I said, I told you guys before. In fact, the one thing here, I think all of us, we have to agree. Some of us went to, like I told you before, I went to school in Central. And when I came from Kisii, when I went to Central, I didn't know anything about Central. So I was there for 4 years before I left to whatever I went to. But there's one thing I think we have also to bear in mind. And this is very, very important, and as the main reason why Central Province is more advanced, is more ahead than anybody in the country. Please remember, when the missionaries came, most of the best schools you get in the country, they are in Central Province. Yeah, I went to Alliance boys. The other side of Alliance boys is Alliance girls. There's Loretta girls. Come here, there's Mangu High School, there's Thika High School. That's the foundation. To tell you the truth, that is the bottom line. I'll tell you one thing. When you go compare some Kisii, where we come from, there's that generation. I know my father was able to go to school, but my mom, she was not, because she came from a poor family. She was not able to go to school. But if you go to Central Province, even the people who are more than the age of my mom, they can speak English. They are educated. That was the foundation. Another thing you have to realize also, we have also to learn more things about the Central Province. The Central Province is just like, I know you are in Minnesota and I'm here in California. You see, Central Province is the same way when it comes to marriage. I'm telling you. They are like Wasungu. Because of the Mau thing, it's just like, okay, you can know the immediate family, but they are just mixed up. They can say Onyeri, whatever it is. They are just like Westernized. They call us people from Western, but I think they are the most Western people in the terms of culture. And that's the truth of the matter. The way they do things, even their marriage, you can't just go, you can go just say, Kisii, there's a place where they say there's boundaries, man. You can walk the all of Kisii.
Robert,
yes.
You didn't get Julia. When she says Western, she didn't necessarily mean Western, the European or Europe.
You're not getting the point. I'm saying the culture in Central Kenya, their culture tend to be like Wasungu. More especially when it comes to intermarriage. They don't have like now, like if you come to Kisi, they will tell you, you got that village there, you can't marry there because they are the same people. We are related. You go a long distance. But in central Kenya, because the way the missionaries came in, they changed their ways of life. We have to accept that. And we have just said the best schools are in central Kenya. It's not because of them, they built those schools there. It's because the missionaries, when they came, that's where they put the schools. Another thing, I think we should have time and discuss. And I think that's the only way we can open the economy of our country. If whoever is becoming the president, if they can come with this idea of opening the country, that would help. There are some people I know, even from where I come from, they have never gone beyond Kisii town. Never. But if we have situations where we can open the country, every country to open up. I know we have universities, people go to universities. That's not enough. Where I know in Western Kenya, if I go to Kakamega, I can be able to see something in Kakamega. I can go Central Kenya to see something. We kind of have tours. When I go to Mombasa, we open the country and we encourage our people to interact. That will help. And I think that's what we don't have right now. We don't have that kind of encouragement. There's something, Alex, you touched on when it comes to education. And I wanted to remind you, because you brought up an idea of Tanzania here. So, one of the things which is killing Tanzania right now, it's because since independence, they have never changed their education. They have the same system. And now what is taking place in Tanzania, they have come to realize that the rich people, those who have money, the members of parliament, they take their kids to schools where there's English-speaking schools. When the poor run at schools, they are encouraging people to do Kiswahili. It is until recently, as far as like last month, when the opposition leaders there, the people, Chadema, the opposition party there, they were telling people, what do you think? Kiswahili tawachukua wapi? Who's going to give you a job? They were even telling, it's there on the tape. They were telling them, look at angalia wa Kenya. Ukienda Dubai, utafikiri ni Kenya. Ukienda huko, I think some European, not European countries, but somewhere, Dubai, then there's Qatar, utafikiri ni Kenya. And the Kenyans have different places where they are employed. Do you know why they brought it up? It's because our education was open and our people were able to move out. But in Tanzania, you can barely see them on these places. So that one is something I want you to compare between us and them. Education in schools matters. But the question is, what kind of education? So that is very, very important on us. Going forward, I think if we have a new government coming in, and I'm assuming it's going to be Baba and Martha Karua, my wish is they will just like come to some of us who can give them the opinion or some of these things, advise them, some of these things which can help the country, to heal the country, to open up the country. Because there are some things we have been doing in a wrong way. It doesn't work. We should open our country. We should open our country because I'm telling you, there's one thing here. We keep on just killing Central Kenya. My friends, 2016, I went to Homa Bay. I went to where Tom Mboya was born, near, I don't know where, Uganda. Do you know the kind of roads they have? They're just like what I see in US. They have nice roads. Go to Kisumu. The last time I was Kisumu, I went to Kisumu, I think last year. So I went to in Kisumu, and even I couldn't even know where I'm going because everything has changed. I turned back, I went to Kisii because I didn't know where to go. In fact, to tell you the truth, I went a place where to the lake where the lake used to be, to go and eat Imambaya Samaki New Year. 2020 tukafika huko tukapata ni rare na kila kitu we didn't even know, tukarudi tukaenda Kisii. That's how things have changed, not only in Central Province. Things have changed even in where we come from, and I think that's why I think Uhuru Kenyatta was the right person during the time, even though he was let down by stupidity. But I think going forward, if Raila comes in, the countries want to be open, and with this thing of segments about other parts being developed, it will just go away. What we need is education, equal distribution of resources, open the country, and we become brother and sister instead of just saying Kisii, Kikuyu, or word mill. And that's the way I just see it. Thank you.
Kwani Temba umelala?
Themba, can I speak? Umelala?
Julia, hey, I can't sleep. You guys are bring very, very important. But now we need to start closing.
Can I say something?
Yes, say something and then we start closing.
Okay, I really appreciate our discussion, but at one point I thought we are rather being more destructive than constructive, especially with them. But I find you really self what? This thing ya kujihurumia on tribal lines is not helping us.
Self-pity.
Self-pity. He went on self-pitying and saying, ati ukitoka Nairobi, sijui infrastructure imefika wapi. All that, it could be very true. I think it's true. Most of what you said is very true. But I also want to agree with you that it is true that it's not every Kikuyu that is doing so well. Now, I thought now next time we do this discussion, we should take Robert's route and try and see what way forward. We cannot spend the rest of our life here saying Kikuyus are selfish, and Kikuyus saying we feel insecure. You see, we as from Mount Kenya, we cannot spend the rest of our time saying we feel insecure in the hands of Raila, in the hands of, it's not going to help this country. I think what some people from Mount Kenya region are doing is the right thing, like the fact that now they are building some faith in Raila and trying to convince others that this man has worked for this nation. We can trust him. That is the direction we need to take. So, Mr. Themba, I found you rather really going too much. In fact, you put words in me when you said that I'm bringing a feeling that that Kikuyus can only let go power if they are comfortable. That is not true. I said this, and I want to repeat it to you, Mr. Themba, and many other people maybe that felt that is what I meant. Kikuyus have only had one problem with one person, and it's not even, it's just maybe the Odinga family for reasons that they cannot even substantiate. You heard what PK said, that you ask them, kwa nini hampendi Raila? They won't tell you exactly what it is. It is just maybe some people went around saying things that have stuck in that community that are not true. But now the situation is people are changing. People are beginning to think, like what Mr. Njiru was saying, this guy, we can trust him. And I think on this platform, that is what we should propagate. So, Mr. Themba, you cannot go all the time, keep saying they are selfish, they want to be in power for the rest of their life. It's not helping us. It's not helping us. We should now think, what is helping? Me too. In fact, at one point, I thought I did a wrong thing to say people from the West. Okay, when I was saying those things, I was just trying to help you understand why the common Kikuyu man is behaving in a way you cannot understand them. I was just trying to open up your mind. And then after opening up your mind, then we can now think, how do we talk to these people who still have those outdated, I call them outdated reasoning about Raila, about the Luo. That is how I see it from my point of view. I really find it outdated to keep saying Raila is this and that. How do we approach such kind of people? That is where they are coming from. I was trying to help you understand where they are coming from, but I was not trying to bring a picture that every Kikuyu thinks that if they are not secure, they cannot vote for this person. No, times are changing, people are changing, and you can see the reception of Mother Karua. You can see how she's been received. She's been received because they are beginning to think we can trust Baba, we can trust him. That's what I was trying to say. So, Mr. Demba, please, I don't want you to, okay, it's your right to do that, and it's your feeling, it's your view, I appreciate it, but I think going forward, if we have this kind of a discussion, let us provide solutions to the way Mr. Roba is saying. If Kikuyu land has good schools, what can we do the rest of the country? We need to ensure that these people go to school. If there are good roads in Mount Kenya region, what should the net government do? They should make sure they improve infrastructure in the rest of Kenya. If people in Northeastern cannot access this, if people in Kampani don't have enough, what can we do about it? They are all Kenyans. We can do 1, 2, 3. So let us also provide solutions. Otherwise, the more we continue mourning here about mistrust, about greed, about what, we're not, without providing solutions, the discussion becomes destructive rather than constructive. That's what I wanted to say.
Awesome. And of course, I like what you're saying. And don't worry about me. What I'm giving is also, like you are saying, that the Kikuyus are thinking. I'm also telling you others think about you that way. So you might gag me not to say it, but until you wake up and say, why don't you trust this person? And as we say, and others say, why do we think you are selfish? So as these others are also making steps in trying to accept that these people are trustworthy, we are also making steps, and we say that also as we feel you guys are selfish. So you need to start telling us you're not selfish, right? And then that conversation continues. And the more conversation continues, Julia, you can't run away from talking. Talk and find solutions. But when you start saying, let's not
find solutions.
Hold on, Julia. You cannot solve a problem by running away from talking. Let me tell you, I just told you, go and probably for your own, go and see how Gashasha courts in Rwanda worked. Just go and think. If for some reason they thought that we don't need to talk, let's just come and say you need to be given back what was taken from you. The healing that happened in Rwanda and even South Africa, they were having conversations, Julia. And the more we just try to just purge it, just no, don't speak about that. Just speak the solutions. We are burying something that will still come up. But some people will plant, others will water, and others will reap the fruits. They say, if you want to heal a generation, you don't think like you to gain. Think about the generations to gain. Don't plant a tree hoping that you are the one who is going to enjoy the shade. Plant a tree and know that another generation is gonna enjoy the shade later. Even what Raila and Karua are doing right now, it's a conversation that has started. Are we going to see it immediately? No. But at least the seed, and even Mother Karua said, I've come to plant the seed today, I'm going to come back again. I beg to disagree with you, Julia. Conversations are important. And in fact, uncomfortable conversations are important to be heard. Until you reach a point where you are not, you feel comfortable having, we can talk about, there are so many things that are very good about each tribe, Julia. But for some reason, we don't talk about them. Because we say now, when you touch there, we will feel uncomfortable. No. Conversations in any community, any society must be heard. And people have to be honest with each other. And then from there, you find a healing. Otherwise, I will tell you, okay, we won't talk. Oh, we will just think solutions. Oh, do this. But still in the backdrop, it's just what happened in 1997. And what happens later? Until we come to the brink. So it is something that, you know, calm is not peace. You can be calm, but that's not peace. It could be just a time bomb. Tunavumiliana. We don't want kuvumiliana kama wa Kenya. No, we want kuwa na Ukenya. And so I beg to differ with you, but let's just agree to differ on that point. I am for conversation. Let's talk. Let's be honest with each other. What is Alex feeling about me? Let him tell me that, Themba, I feel this. And let me tell him, Alex, I feel this. You feel you don't trust me. I feel you're selfish. So let's start conversing. But just saying that you need the road. It is not roads. It is not all those things. All those things, you cannot enjoy them if you don't have Ukenya. Anyway, let us start closing. So it's okay, Julia.
PK was asking you for the link. I think he got kicked out. Would you like to allow him back?
We want to close right now, PK. Nikisha link huko sasa utakuja kujoin hapa uanze but sasa tunataka kufunga na ni ile wakati tunaongea Kiswahili. Alex, kama unataka kutoroka utoroke sasa.
You can postpone the discussion. I realize that you are actually provoking Julia to talk more, but she fell for the trap.
Jose, I was okay with that.
You realize he was actually provoking you to continue.
I was okay with that because I was trying to help you understand.
Imetosha, Julia. Imetosha. Wewe ni mwalimu na ninajua kwamba
Jose, I'm okay. I mean,
kwa sasa tunabadilisha ngeli na Alex najua atatoroka, manake Kiswahili chake kina hitilafu kubwa kabisa. Kwa heri Alex.
Yangu karibu kuisha. Kwa hivyo
najua pia Hosea Kiswahili chake kina udhaifu. Hata wewe pia unaweza kuondoka.
No, utashangaa.
Yule ambaye anabaki hapa kuongea kwa Kiswahili. Jamani, asanteni sana Wakenya wenzetu kwa vile ambavyo mmeungana pamoja nasi tangu tulipoanza hadi wakati huu. Bila shaka hii nafasi ambayo tunachukua kila siku kuweza kujijulisha na kujifahamisha mambo fulani kwa ajili ya nchi yetu, ili tuweze kuelimishana, pia vile kubadilishana mawazo kwa ajili ya kujenga taifa la Kenya, haswa kwa uongozi ambao unaokuja tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Sisi wote tutajipata pale kuweza kuwapigia kura wale viongozi ambao tunataka. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa wanasema kwamba kilicho na mwanzo hakina budi kuwa na mwisho. Sasa imefika ile wakati ambao tunaanza sehemu ya mwisho wa kipindi chetu. Kabla tujatoa hoja zetu za mwisho, naomba niweze kuwatambua watu fulani ambao wamekuja pale chini. Kuna Mato, asante sana. Asante Babu na mjukuu, Mwangi Badhira, George Onyulo, Black, asante. Namuona acha nimlete huyu, sijui kama ataongea Kiswahili huyu. PK, mbona umeweka giza bana? Sasa haya, asante. Chui, asante. Mwitua mwene, naamini labda Chui, asante. David Lolo kama kawaida. Mwingine George, asante. Danny Darius, nani mwingine? Duke Moses, Teresia Wanjiku, the money man, go hard and or go home. Jina kweli pandikizi la jina Muriasi, asante. Trends Kenya na wale wengine wote ambao wanaungana pamoja nasi kule kwenye comment, asanteni sana. Tafadhali mwende mjaribu kwenda kwenye Mutembei TV, runinga Mutembei, bonyeza subscribe. Alafu napobonyeza subscribe pale, pia pitia kwenye channel yangu naitwa Themba and Lulu, niweke pale and Lulu show. Kama huja subscribe, mbona jamani huja subscribe? Nimebakisha watu karibu 40 tu, wewe ni mmoja wao, ili niweze kufikisha 600. Nianze safari ya 1000. Enda pale, hiyo ni channel yangu na msichana wangu. Tafadhali nenda pale uweze kusubscribe. Asanteni sana kwa wale ambao wameweza kusubscribe, tunashukuru sana. Haya, sasa hoja zetu za mwisho kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa sababu tunasema Kiswahili kitukuzwe. Kuna lugha 2 ambazo ni rasmi katika nchi ya Kenya. Lugha ya kwanza ni lugha ya Kimombo, ambao tumeizungumza kwa masaa kama 9 ambao zimepita. Sasa tunaenda katika lugha iliyo ya pili, lugha ya Kiswahili, ambao pia ni lugha rasmi katika nchi ya Kenya. Hivi katika runinga ya Mtembei tunajaribu kuweza kuleta Ukenya. Maana hata tukiongea hapa tunajaribu kujenga Ukenya. Kila mmoja ambaye anaongea katika uongozi, maadili ambao yanapaswa kutuunganisha. Tusiangalie sana mambo ambayo yanatugawanyisha. Mambo ambayo yanatuunganisha kama Wakenya. Maana tusipojenga Ukenya kwa siku za karibuni, huenda tusiweze kupitisha maadili mazuri kwa wale ambao wanakuja baada yetu. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa tunajaribu tuweze kuungana pia katika lugha ya taifa ya Kiswahili. Na nataka kwa mwendo wa kumalizia nimpe Roba nafasi yake ya mwisho, dakika zake 2, alafu kisha tutampata Hosea dakika zake 2 hoja ya mwisho, kisha Julia, Richi Makiadi, alafu PK, alafu baadaye kwa wale ambao mko hapa kwenye studio nitaomba muweze kubaki pale pale ili tuweze kusomewa katiba, kisha tuimbe wimbo wa taifa, alafu tumalizie. Asanteni sana nyote mlioungana pamoja nasi kwenye comment. Kama utatoka kabla hiyo wakati, Bwana akubariki hadi kesho sana nyakati kama za leo. Haya Roba, tafadhali.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Wahenga walisema jamani, kikurajo kinguoni mwako. Na sisi kama Wakenya, kikurajo ambao kiko nguoni mwetu ni ufisadi. Na hiyo ufisadi lazima tuimarishe kabisa. Na kitu ambacho ningeomba watu wa Mtembei TV, jamani, tutengee siku moja, tukuja hapa kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni, kama sisi wa Kenya, tuongee vile tutasaidia nchi yetu ya Kenya juu ya mambo ya ufisadi. Asante sana, usiku mwema. Hata ngao Kiswahili yangu ilikuwa ya jikoni. Asante.
Asante sana. Ufisadi, kwa kweli itabidi tumepanga muda fulani tuweze kuongea juu ya ufisadi. Na kwa kweli Roba, umesema jambo la maana sana. Ni vipi ambavyo tutaweza kupingana na ufisadi? Manake mimi siamini ya kwamba tutaweza kupingana na ufisadi tukizingatia asasi ambazo zinashughulikia kupigana na ufisadi. Tukianza kwanza sisi wenyewe, wewe mwenyewe kama Mkenya, ni maadili gani ambao uko nayo? Lakini vile ambavyo umesema, itakuwa ni mjadala ambao tutakuwa nao siku ambayo si mbali. Namuomba Hosea, hoja yako ya mwisho tafadhali.
Hosea uko mute.
Asanteni sana. Asante sana Bwana Themba. Nilikuwa nataka kusema ya kwamba ile hoja yangu ya leo sikumaliza zote, lakini nitaharisha mpaka kesho, na kwa hivyo sina la kusema sana. Nitasema tu kwahereni kwa kila mmoja, tuonane kesho. Hakuna jibu, hakuna interjection.
Ndemba uko mute.
Yeah, okay, bye.
Oh, pole. Samahani. Nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba naona Kiswahili kimekupiga chenga hivi ndio maanake nilisema mwanzo kabisa kama Kiswahili au miuzi, jaribu utoke mapema, manake mambo huenda yakakuendea sekemneke, lakini ni sawa. Haya, Julia, karibu.
Asante Themba. Kwanza ningetaka kuongea na huyu ndugu yangu, naona kama ni kijana anaitwa Mwangi Mathira. Ananiambia eti kwamba mbunge wa Mathira ni huyu mbunge wa UDA, lakini shida yangu Mwangi ni UDA. Mimi niko katika ile kundi la watu kutoka Mount Kenya wenye wako na mwamko mpya, wameamua kwamba hawataki uhusiano na wenye watu wenye wanahusishwa na ufisadi. Mimi niko katika kule kundi la watu wa Mount Kenya wenye wanaungana na Martha kuteta kwamba Kenya iko na mwamko mpya. Ni wakati mwema wa sisi wa Kenya tuanze kujiangalia kama wa Kenya. Tusiendelee kujiangalia kama kabila hii. Leo mjadala wa leo nimeupenda kwamba tumeweza kuangalia kwa nini watu kutoka mkoa huu ama mkoa huu hawezi kaunga mtu kutoka mkoa huu. Lakini kwangu mimi nafikiria kwamba kama Wakenya tuangalie viongozi wetu kulingana na rekodi zao, yale tunaamini wanaweza tutendea. Tusiwaangalie kama wametoka kutoka kabila hii ama mkoa huu. Tuanze mwanzo mpya wa kupigia kura wenye wanaamini kwamba Mkenya ni Mkenya, hata iwe ametoka pande gani za Kenya. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wenzangu, na waomba mvuke sakafu, mje tupigie baba kura, kwa sababu mimi niko na imani kwamba baba na Martha ndio wataunganisha nchi yetu. Asante Themba.
Shukran kabisa Julia. Baba na mama ndio wataunganisha nchi yetu. Asante sana Julia. Namwomba Makiadi tafadhali, hoja zako za mwisho.
Asante Themba, zangu zitakuwa ni hoja fupi sana. Ya kwanza ni maongezi ambayo tumeyasikia kati ya wagombeaji wenza Rigathi Gachagua na Karua. Nadhani UDA haitaki Azimio kuzungumzia wagombezi wenza, na ninatumai kwamba Azimio itaendeleza sera hizi za kumtumia Martha Karua pale mkoa wa Kati, kwa sababu inaonekana inawafanya watu wa UDA wasiwe na amani. Kwa hivyo natumai wataendelea kumsukuma pale na kumpatia rasilimali zote ambazo watahitaji ili kuweza kuendeleza kampeni zake pale. La pili, nimesoma kwa gazeti leo ya kwamba Kalonzo atakuwa na mkutano wa dharura na wagombezi wake. Inasemekana kwamba ameweka wagombezi wa tikiti ya chama chake katika hali ya sintofahamu. Kwa hivyo leo wanakutana na wagombezi wa Wiper Democratic Movement, na tutaona kile ambacho watazungumzia, na hakika ninadhani kwamba kutakuwa na suluhu. La mwisho kabisa ni wanaharakati ambao wamepeana majina 25 ya wagombeaji wa nyadhifa mbalimbali katika uchaguzi mkuu ujao, wakisema ya kwamba watu hawa hawafai na hawatoshi kabisa kusimama katika uchaguzi ujao. Jina moja ambalo liko hapo ni la mgombeaji mwenza William Ruto, ajulikanaye kama Gachagua, na ninatamani sana kusikia ni nini kitatendeka, manake inaonekana kwamba wale wezi, majangili na watu ambao wamesafirisha pesa za serikali, pesa za umma kutoka sehemu moja hadi nyingine, wataweza kuchujwa kwa uchaguzi hii. Kwa hivyo ninaona itakuwa ni njia nzuri ya kuwa na viongozi wema kuendelea mbele, na ninatumai kwamba IEBC itaweza kuweka majembe chini ili kuweza kuchuja hawa watu mapema na majina yao yasiweze kusukumwa mbele kwa uchaguzi ujao. Asanteni.
PK.
Asante sana Bwana Themba na wahusika wenzangu. Yangu ni mafupi tu na ningependa kugusia zaidi kuhusu uongozi. Niseme Wakenya tumebahatika. Muda umefika, Mungu ametujalia kwamba sasa shida ambayo tuliyokuwa nayo ya kutafuta kiongozi au viongozi ambao wanaweza kutuongoza na kuleta yale ambayo yanahitajika ili kuinua hii nchi tumewapata. Sasa jambo muhimu ni kuwatunukia ule uongozi pale tarehe 9. Maanake kwa sasa hivi tumewaona tu, tumewapata. Tarehe 9 watafika kwenye sisi tutafika kwenye visanduku na tuweze kuwapatia ile ambayo tutaita ni kama kibali ili waweze kutuongoza. Maanake tunahitaji viongozi au viongozi ambao wataweza kutenda kazi, ambao wataweza kuweza kusurutisha wengine ili wachangie katika ujenzi wa taifa la Kenya, maanake limebomoka. Na pia tungetaka kiongozi ama viongozi ambao wanaweza kukuza na kuhifadhi yale mazuri tulionayo, na pia kuweza kukuza uhusiano ndani ya nchi na nje ya nchi. Na hao viongozi wawili ambao ni Martha Karua na Raila Amolo Odinga, tuna imani nao na ninaomba wa Kenya tusije hata tukaenda kutafuta viongozi wengine. Tusubiri tu tarehe 9 twende tutie sahihi na tuseme baba na mama waapishwe, tuanze mwamko mpya. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana PK. Ama kwa hakika tumeshukuru sana kwa wale ambao wameweza kuhusika katika mchango wa mjadala wa leo, Roba, Julia, Makiadi na PK. Na jamaa ambaye amefika pale chini wakati kama huu, sijamuona hapa kwenye comment, lakini amefika anasema, kwani selection unafanyaje? Speakers wote ni Azimio, mtalamba lolo date 9. Hamna neno. Ni vizuri tu. I mean, kama wataka kuzungumza, station studio iko open wakati wowote ambao unaweza taka kuja, njoo uzungumze nasi. Hatujakataza kupigia yule ambao unamtaka kura. Kama unamtaka Ruto ni sawa, wala usiwe na shida. Pigia mtu wako debe, ila tunasema umpigie debe kwa amani. Kwa yule ambaye atashinda, ni kura ndizo zitaamua. Kama vile huku Azimio tunasema wale ambao wanampigia debe, ambao wanamtaka baba, kwa sisi tunaamini ya kwamba hiyo tiketi ni nzuri, watoke hiyo siku kwa amani, wampigie kura. Hata nawe pia hiyo siku nendo mpigie yule ambao unamtaka, hamna shida. Wote ni Wakenya, tunasema wote ni Wakenya, na ni Wakenya ndio wanatafuta kura. Kwa hivyo kama wewe waona huyo ndio unamtaka, ni sawa, wala hata hatuna shida nawe kabisa, hatuna shida kabisa. Na kuomba Makiadi, tafadhali tusomee katiba.
Asante sana. Haraka upesi, siku ya leo tunaanza sura ya 5 ambayo inazungumza kuhusu ardhi na mazingira. Sehemu ya kwanza ya ardhi ina kanuni za sera ya ardhi, ambao 60 inasema kwamba ardhi nchini itashikiliwa, kutumiwa na kusimamiwa katika misingi ya usawa, ufanisi, uzalishaji na uendelevu, na kwa mujibu ya kanuni zifuatazo: uwezo sawa wa kupita ardhi, usawa wa haki za ardhi, usimamizi uendelevu na wa manufaa wa rasilimali za ardhi, usimamizi wa ardhi kwa uwazi na kwa gharama ya kufaa, hifadhi na utunzaji bora wa maeneo muhimu kiekolojia, kumaliza ubaguzi wa jinsia katika sheria, mila na desturi zinazohusiana na mali iliyomo katika ardhi hiyo, na kuhimiza jamii kutatua mizozo kuhusu ardhi kupitia mifumo ya kiasili inayoambatana na katiba hii. Pili, inasema kwamba kanuni hizi zitatekelezwa kupitia kwa sera ya ardhi ya kitaifa inayoundwa na kuchunguzwa upya kila mara na serikali ya kitaifa kupitia kwa sheria.
Asante Makiadi, asanteni sana. Ningependa sasa tuweze kuomba ombi letu la mwisho. Kwa kawaida, roba ni wimbo wa taifa, tunaukariri kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. So utakariri kifungu cha kwanza, Julia kifungu cha pili, kisha PK kifungu cha tatu. Haya, roba tafadhali.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki ya ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunaipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Who is next?
PK ume mute tafadhali.
Sorry about that. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini kila siku, tuwe na shukrani.
Okay, asante sana. Na kama kawaida nawaacha na quote kutoka kwa the Prince Niccolo Machiavelli. This is what he says. He who becomes a prince through the favor of the people should always keep on good terms with them, which it is easy for him to do, since all they ask is not to be oppressed. That's the Prince Machiavelli. He who becomes a prince through the favor of the people should always keep on good terms with them, which it is easy for him to do, since all they ask is not to be oppressed. End of quote. God bless you. Bwana wabariki. Tuonane tena majaliwa kesho. The program inaanza saa 3:30 na inaenda hadi masaa kama haya. Mungu awabariki hadi tutakapoonana tena majaliwa. Alamsiki.
Alamsiki inshallah.